This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter.
Nityanandam, welcome to the Pratama Vinyasa Krama. We are going to perform the 108 asana sequence of Kailasa's Nityananda Yoga. First, let us make sure we have all the components you need for the yoga practice. Have your yoga mat on the ground. Have your Panchapatra and Udani ready. 1 cup with a spoon with some water for the ritualistic cleansing. All the male bodies, please remove your upper cloth and apply the vibhuti on the 16 places over your body, as you can see on our acharyas. All the female bodies, you can apply it on your forehead. Wear the kumkum on your third eye, the Agnya chakra in between the eyebrows, and wear the Rudraksha mala around your neck. You can keep some weights at the side of the mat if you want to intensify the asana practice. And make sure you have 1 energized Shri Yantra on your yoga mat. Gaze at the yantra whenever possible. To mirror the macrocosmic energies into your microcosmos. Let us all now settle down into a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you bring your hands into Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center as you open this session with the Satguru Vandanam.
Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Laksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Next, we are going to chant the Shiva Mula mantra. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha 11 times, invoking Paramashiva's presence for this ritual of Nityananda Yoga. Please follow along internally.
Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha.
Let us now enter into the Tattvachmanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Take your Panchapatram and Udana. Keep your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra in the shape of a cow's ear. Take one udani, 1 spoon of water, and pour it into your right palm. Each time the word Swadha is chanted, sip the water from the bottom of your palm and take another udani of water into your hand for a total of 3 times.
Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchamatam and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your right thumb as we chant
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Wash your hand again. With your index, middle and ring finger joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Then wash your hand again. With your index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and your left nostril. With your ring finger and thumb, touch your right eye, your left eye, your right ear, and your left ear. Then wash your hand again. With your little finger and thumb, touch your navel, your right chest, and your left chest. And with all the tips of the fingers joined together, touch the crown of your head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder, and your heart center. Wash your hand again. Now place your right hand over the left and place both your hands on the right thigh. Sit straight, close your eyes, and make a conscious resolution. What you want to manifest in today's Nityananda Yoga session. Hold the visualization of what you want to manifest as we chant the Sankalpa mantra.
Om Mamopatta Samasta Duritakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Parardhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare Ashtavimshatitame Nityayuge Prathame Pade Jambudvipe Bharatavarše Bharatakhande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakabde Asmin Vartabane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shashtyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye Shubhanama Samvatsare Shubhayane Shubharitau Shubhamase Shubhapakshe Shubhatitau Shubhavasarayuktayam Shubhanakshatra Shubhayoga Shubhakarana Evam Gunavisheshana Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhatithau Shri Kailasonnada Dvadashanta Shyamala Pitharudha Shri Meenakshi Sundareshwara Bhinnaswarupa Parashivaputra Ratnakumara Gurumanyatulyavatar Shri Parvati Stanyapana Labdha Divyajnana Vishruta Sakala Nigama Gamasara Bhuta Dravida Veda Pravaktre Srimad Paramashiva Karuna Samadhigata Mukta Maya Chaturashrayana Gijamana Chatra Chamara Shri Jinnakahaladi Samasta Birada Valyalankrita Jnana Vijnana Chakravarti Sarvajana Sangha Sadhyo Nirvana Diksha Vyajapa Varga Varsha Vishranaji Mutam Paramata Kalabha Kesari Shaiva Siddhanta Sthapanacharya Shri Rajadhiraja Pandya Maharaja Guru Kshapana Shakyadi Mahandakara Nivarana Jnana Bhanu Vikshana Narharha Dajochetana Purvaka Srimad Rishabhadvaja Sthapaka Shaiva Samay Kartre Sarvajna Pitharudha Shri Jagat Guru Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami Vagisha Sundara Manikya Vachaka Swaminam Avatara Bhuta Shri Jnana Sambandha Swami Punaradrita Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Pita Trinavadyuttara Dvishatatama Guru Mahasannidhanam Arunagiri Yogeshwara Paramparagata Arunachala Sarvajna Pita Guru Mahasannidhanam Kailasa Paramparagata Kanchi Kailasa Sarvajna Pita Trayastrimshaduttara Dvishatatama Guru Mahasannidhanam Nityotsava Nitya Mangala Nitya Kalyana Nitya Rajita Kailasa Paramparagata Adi Kailasa Nityananda Pita Mahasamsthana Mahasimhasana Pita Kartre Sakshat Shri Paramashiva Samudbhuta कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाको हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्ममुक्तिस्वर्गपुरस्वर्णपीठत्रयोविंशगुरुमहासन्निधानं कैलासपरम्परागतम् आदिपीठसर्वज्ञपीठजगद्गुरुं श्रीकैलासपुनरुद्धारकं श्रीकैलासपरमाचार्यं श्रीमत्परमहंसपरिव्राजकाचार्यवर्यं सच्चिदानन्दप्रणवस्वरूपं श्रोत्रियब्रह्मनिष्ठं श्रीमज्जगद्गुरुं श्रीलश्रीं भगवत्श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवश्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिकपरमाचार्यस्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्तिसिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपाकटाक्षसिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैर्यवीर्यविजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थकाममोक्षचतुर्विधबलपुरुषार्थसिद्ध्यर्थं समस्तदुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्तमङ्गल अवाप्त्यर्थं भगवत्श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवप्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्यजीवन्मुक्तिप्राप्त्यर्थं पूर्ण आरोग्ययुक्तदृढगात्रयौगिकशरीरसिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिवशक्ति आविष्करणार्थं नित्यानन्दयोगाभ्यासं करिष्ये.
Now wash your right hand once more.
Om upasprishya.
And keep your Panchapatam and Udani aside out of harm's way. Let us now enter into the first asana of the sequence, Sukhasana. In a comfortable cross-legged position, with your head, neck and spine in a straight line, place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra with index fingers and thumbs together. Gaze forward. Visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. Hold the visualization. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply into your navel region. And visualize the fire in your navel being kindled, rising up your spine as you exhale and hold your breath. Engage Mahamudra Bandha, which is a combination of the Mula Bandha, the root lock, contracting the perineal floor and pulling it up, preventing the energy from flowing out at the bottom of your spine. The Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock, contracting your muscles above and below the navel and pulling your stomach in and up towards your spine. And the Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, as you tuck your chin to the chest, internally contracting your throat muscles to prevent the prana from falling down again. Form all the three bandhas together and form Mahamudra Bandha. Now, internally, chant the japa Soham again and again. Visualize it rotating around your throat in a circular manner like a prayer wheel. These are the components for the first asana, Sukhasana.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तमशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्.
Now, place one foot. Place your feet on top of opposite thighs into Padmasana, the lotus posture. Join the palms of your hands in front of your chest and raise them up above your head in Anjali Mudra with the elbows straight. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize yourself as Mount Kailash in Parvatasana.
अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलं यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्.
Now extend your feet away from the body. Bring the soles of the feet together. Interlock your fingers behind your back in Parusha Mudra as you lean forward and down, and place your forehead on the ground behind the heels. Lean down as low as you can. Open up your back. Breathe deeply into your navel region. Feel the stretch in your back as you gaze to your nose. Visualize Swamiji and keep engaging the Mahamudra Bandha in Halipavasana.
पूरवविधियाहु मे जानो उभय पगथली संपुटठानो पृष्ठपछेदो भूकरल्यावो दक्षिण करसो वाम गहावो.
Now bring your hands to the front. Keep the soles of the feet together. Cup the palms and place them on the ground in front of the feet. Again, bring your forehead to the ground behind the heels. Fix your gaze at the tip of the nose. Visualize yourself as a snake. with Mahamudra Bandha engaged in Nagi Pavasana. Hold the stretch for a moment.
पूरव विधि परि आगाने नीचौ हो बीकहूणि फणास्यौ लगायी.
Now keep your hands in Dana Mudra. Index and middle fingers together as you hold onto the little and ring fingers with your thumb. Catch a hold of your big toes and extend your legs forward and up. Then cross your legs into Padmasana and lean forward and down onto your elbows. Engage all the bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and visualize yourself as a bird in Kokilasana.
अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः अकस्मात् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च.
Rise up. Now stack your knees and your ankles. Hold on to opposite elbows in front and start rotating your arms in a circular motion. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Perform Mahamudra Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you mobilize your shoulders, your thoracic spine in Nitya Asana.
गोड़ा बावा पादकी आशमाहिली सोज दश चरण को बारलौता परिगुल्फ समोज वाम पाद को महिलौ बहुरौ गुल्फ जो जान तापरि गोड़ा दछकी आश बारली ठान.
Now place your hands on the ground shoulder width apart and raise your hips up high. Scoop your head and chest forward and down again and again. Pull your stomach in and up towards your spine in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as an elephant. Strengthen your shoulders and your upper back. Stretch your hamstrings. Don't forget to breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Intensify the fire in your navel region in Gajasana.
न्युब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भूयामस्तकाग्रे निधाय नितम्बम् ऊर्ध्वमुन्नमय्य नाभिलक्ष्यं भूमौ नासिकामानीय.
Now raise one heel off the ground in the same position and push the other heel down. Alternate the position of your feet again and again. Stretch your hamstrings and push your shoulders through. Straighten your back. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself as a bear in Rikshasana, the bear posture.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् ऋक्षासनं भवति.
Now rise up. Stand on the tips of the toes. Stand on the tips of the toes. If you can, rise up all the way onto your big toes. Bring your hands to your chest in Hridaya Mudra, index, middle and ring fingers joined together. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Find the balance in your center. Feel the strength in your calves in Vaishyasana.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेदधोमुखः अथ वैश्याः वक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्.
Now let us move into the first Karana of the sequence, starting off with Arimandi posture. Keep your heels together, toes pointing outwards, and bend your knees. Bring your hands in front of your chest. Now raise one knee up along the center of your body in a circular motion and follow along with the respective hand. Repeat the movement on both sides gracefully again and again. We move on to Palalingasana. Now interlock your fingers from the outside in Sarva Shankari Mudra. Raise one knee up towards your chest and pull it close with your hands. Stand straight on the mat. Bring stability into your foot as you engage all three bandhas: the root lock, abdominal lock, and throat lock in Mahamudra Bandha. Visualizing yourself caressing a baby in Balalingasana.
एकं जानु उरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now bring the raised foot behind towards your buttocks. Pull it close with interlocked fingers in Parsha Mudra. Bring the knees close together as you engage Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bring stability to your inner space. You can focus on the drishti point, an external point. Remove any shaking of the inner space and body. Fix your gaze at a point and gain stability of the body and mind.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
As you now catch the sole of the foot from the inside, kick the leg back and up and extend the other hand forward in Bindu Mudra with index finger and thumb together. Raise the foot up high and visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja in Natarajasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Step the foot down and interlock your fingers again from the outside in. Raise the other knee to the chest. Repeat Balalingasana on the other side. Visualize yourself holding a baby. Breathe deeply against the raised thigh.
एकं जानु उरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now bring the raised foot to the back. Pull it close to the buttocks with both hands. Engage all the bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in Padapidanasana.
एकं जानु उरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now hold the sole of the foot, kick the leg back and up, and lean forward with the front hand in Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself as the cosmic dancer Lord Nataraja in Natarajasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Come to the next katana of the sequence. Again, stand in Arimandi. Heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Bring your hands to the chest. Step the right foot behind the left. And start swinging the right arm back and forth like a pendulum. Gracefully move your fingers one by one. Place your hand over the nose, uncross your ankles. And repeat the movement on the other side as well. Next up is the skeleton dance. Now visualize yourself as a skeleton as you shake your body intensely. Hold the visualization that you are mere bones and shake every bone within your body. Now return to Arimandi posture and cross your arms over top of your head. For the next karana of the sequence, Katichina Karana. Now turn your body to one side, open up your arms above the head, cross them back to the center, follow along with your breath again and again. Now raise your arms up parallel above your head and rise up onto the tips of your toes. Engage Mahamudra Bandha and visualize yourself as a palm tree. As you breathe in Samana Kumbhaka, kindle the fire in your navel region. Internally chant the new japa Shivoham in Tadasana.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनो ताडासन विभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपतिप्रिया.
Now lean forward and down. Place your hands flat on the ground if you can. Otherwise, just lean down as low as possible. Bring your head towards the knees and engage all the bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize Swamiji in Uttanasana.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनो ताडासन विभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपतिप्रिया.
Now bring your hands flat on the ground and step your feet back. Come to a tall plank position. Take this opportunity to gaze at the Shri Yantra on your mat. Now, tuck your chin to the chest and lock your throat. And start rotating your head from side to side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Tarakshvasana.
गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नयेत् तरक्ष्वासनं भवति.
Hold the plank position. Engage your core. Now lower your body down onto your stomach. Your hands by the side of your shoulders. And then raise your head and your chest by the strength of your lower back. Curl your upper back up. Open your mouth in Bhujangani Mudra, wide open. Inhaling through the hollow of your throat as you visualize yourself as a cobra in Bhujangasana.
अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधौ भूमौ विनिन्यसेत् कराभ्यां च धरां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षफणीवहि. देहाग्निर्वर्धते नित्यं सर्वरोगविनाशनं जागर्ति भुजगी देवी भुजंगासन साधनात्.
Now push your body up back into the plank position and alternate pulling one knee in towards your chest back and forth. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka, leading the prana along your spine and holding the breath on and off in the various energy centers along your spine. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Shashasana.
गजासन संस्थितो जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
Now step one foot in between your two hands. Simultaneously jump the front foot back and bring the other foot in between the hands. Alternate the position. Jump intensely as you visualize yourself as a chariot in Rathasana.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
Remain in this position and rise up. Keep one foot at the back with the toes facing sideways and bend the front knee at a 90-degree angle. Raise your arms up parallel above your head. Intensely engage your legs and your core. Pull your stomach inwards and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Fix your gaze at your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra with 8 arms in Veerabhadrasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम् उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Bring the other foot to the front and bend the front knee at a 90-degree angle as you turn the back toes facing outwards and bring your arms up above your head. Gaze to your third eye. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Feel the intense stability this posture brings to your hip. Stand strong and stable in Veerabhadrasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम् उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now stand up straight. Take one foot and pull it up towards the inner opposite thigh with the heel close to your perineum. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra and raise your arms up straight above your head. Engage Uddiyana Bandha. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself as a tree. Fix your gaze at an external point for balance in Vrikshasana, the tree posture.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Now bring the raised foot up towards the opposite hip and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda with heavy wings on your back. Stand strong and stable in Garudasana.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली. एकपादमुरो बद्ध्वा एकपादेन दण्डवत् जङ्घपादसन्धिदेशे जानुव्यग्रं व्यवस्थितः.
Now step the foot down. Raise the other foot up. Bring your hands together in Anjali Mudra. Raise your arms up above your head. Elbows straight. Perform Uddiyana Bandha. And visualize yourself as a tree in Vrikshasana. Stand stable like a tree. Feel the roots growing from the standing foot.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतो तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Now step one foot back. Now bring the raised foot on top of the opposite hip and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you repeat Garudasana on the other side.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली. एकपादमुरो बद्ध्वा एकपादेन दण्डवत् जङ्घपादसन्धिदेशे जानुव्यग्रं व्यवस्थितः.
Now step one foot back and keep the other foot at the front. Keep the back toes facing sideways. Extend your arms out parallel to the ground, lean forward and down. Bring one hand to the foot and the other hand up to the sky. Gaze up along the raised arm and visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana, the triangle posture.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now rise up. Exchange the position of your feet. With the arms parallel, lean forward and down. Raise the other arm up to the sky. Repeat Trikonasana, the triangle posture on the other side. Feel the deep stretch in your lats and in your hips. Try to rotate your shoulders so they are completely aligned and pointing up to the sky.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now rise up. Step your feet together. Keep the heels touching, toes pointing outwards in Arimandi. With your knees bent, raise one heel off the ground and bring your hands to the chest, palms facing each other. Now stomp the raised heel to the ground and raise the other heel up again and again as you exchange the position of your hands in front of your chest. Now lower your body down into Angushtasana. Tuck the toes and sit on raised heels. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you start buzzing like a bee on the in and exhalation in Brahmari Kumbhaka, and internally chant the new japa Sadashivoham in Angushtasana.
कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं न्येयं ब्रह्मप्रासादितं तथा.
Now extend one leg forward and bring your hands to the side. Keep the palms facing forward in Vara Mudra, with the fingertips barely touching the ground. Be stable in this position as you visualize Swamiji in Saurasana.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Now catch a hold of the big toe of the front foot in Prana Mudra with index and middle finger. Catch the back heel with the other hand and balance in this posture. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Vidunanasana.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृशेत् तत्करेण गुल्फं चान्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चाभ्यसेत् चोभयत्र.
Now rise back up. Step the front foot in. Extend the other foot forward. Keep the hands at the side, palms facing forward. Support your balance with the fingertips. as you visualize Swamiji in Saurasana.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Now lean forward and down. Hold on to the Victor in Prana Mudra. Again, visualize Swamiji in Vidunanasana. Feel the stretch in your calf. Build the balance to hold the back heel with the other hand.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृशेत् तत्करेण गुल्फं चान्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चाभ्यसेत् चोभयत्र.
Now rise up and step both feet in. Separate your knees as you place your hands on top of the knees with the palms facing up. Now lock your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and gaze through the gap between the palms. Hold the balance. Calm your inner space and visualize Swamiji in Brahma Jurankushasana.
दो बूफड़ा पाणी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे कोरपक दल्या की माहिली आयुष माहेरा शेमिली.
Now drop your knees down to the ground. Sit on raised heels and fix your gaze at the tip of the nose. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as Sage Kapila Muni in Kapilasana.
दो बूफड़ा पाणी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे कोरपक दल्या की माहिली आयुष माहेरा शेमिली.
Now shift your gaze upwards towards your third eye. Maintain this posture and visualize Swamiji's form in your inner space in Bhadragurakasana.
दो बूपकतली संपुट करे कोरवारली भूपरिधरे कोरवारली राखे ऐसे तापरी मूल द्वार टिकी बैसे.
As you raise your knees off the mat, keep the soles of the feet together. Join your thumbs and little fingers and open up your palms into Padma Mudra, resembling a lotus flower. Raise your arms up above your head and gaze through the gap between the palms. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Suryasana, the sun posture.
एड़ी दो वो गुदा तरियाणे फणा पानी बैठक पुनिठाने गोड़ा जंग अधर करी रहे आड़े वाम इसी विधि गहे.
Now place your knees on the ground. Bring the top of the feet flat and place your hands on the knees. Gaze upwards towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as a frog and keep your tongue flat against the palate of the mouth in Manduki Mudra. Stop the buzzing sound on the breath. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka. Don't forget to chant Sadashivoham internally in Mandukasana.
पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशेत् जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन्मण्डुकासनम्.
From this kneeling position, now bring your hands behind your back. Hold on to opposite shoulders and keep your elbows close to your head. Open up your upper back. Feel the strength in your shoulders. Gaze up towards your third eye as you keep on visualizing yourself as a frog with your tongue up in Manduki Mudra. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha in Uttana Mandukasana.
मंडुकासन मध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्भेकवदुत्तानमेतदुत्तान मंडुकम्.
Now cross your ankles and sit on your heel. Push the upper heel against your perineum as you keep your hands on the knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Stretch your tongue out and exhale forcefully through your mouth again and again. Lock the Mula Bandha intensely as you visualize yourself as a lion in Simhasana.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन तथेतरं हस्तौश्च जान्वो संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुलीश्च प्रसार्य च.
Now join the soles of your feet together behind your back. with the toes pointing backwards, and sit on the heels. Separate your knees widely and cross your arms behind your back. Catch the big toes in Prana Mudra, index and middle fingers together. As you lock your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha, gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space returning to Brahmani Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee on the inhalation and exhalation in Bhadrasana.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्ठौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः.
Now step your feet flat on the ground. Keep the knees raised and lean forward. Bring your arms in and around the legs. Behind your back, reach for the opposite hands behind your back and interlock your fingers if you can. In Parasha Mudra, gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a crow in Kakabhushandi Asana.
प्रथमे बेसक उकडठाने दोवू हाथ पगमी च आने तिनको मोड़ी नल्या परिल्यावे पिष्टपछे काकसी करावे.
From the squatting posture, place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto your arms, close to your armpits, and raise your hips. Lean forward, lift your legs off the mat and balance on your arms, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Kani Pavasana.
आसन को गुण आशीदुषिता होई तो आछी होई.
Let us now get ready for Kapali Asana, which is the first inverted posture of this sequence. You're suffering from upper back or neck injuries, or high blood pressure, or if you're currently in pregnancy, please consult your doctor before performing any of the inverted postures of today's Nityananda Yoga sequence. With this out of the way, let us now place the head on the ground, form a triangle between your head and your hands. Keep your knees on your arms, align the hips with the shoulders, and then straighten your legs up into a headstand. Fix the gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji. Feel the vibration in the crown of your head as you keep buzzing like a bee in Brahmani Kumbhaka in Kapali Asana.
शीश शीशा धरती टेकी पगदो भूमिलिवा ऊंचा कुकरे.
Now gently lower your legs down and come to a squatting position. Keep your hands flat on the ground. Rotate your body to one side. Align the knee with your hip. Align the knee and the hip with your elbows and lean forward onto your arms. Extend your legs out to the side and gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as a peacock and exhale all the way. Hold your breath again and again in Tejaka Kumbhaka as you perform Parsvamayurasana. Balance on your arms. Bring the strength to your wrists and shoulders.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकं कुर्यान् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्वनामकम्.
Now set your legs down. Twist your body in the opposite direction. Repeat Parsvamayurasana on the other side. Lean onto your arms. Extend the legs out to the side and gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a peacock.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकं कुर्यान् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्वनामकम्.
Now settle down. Place your hands flat on the ground and step your feet back into a plank position. Take a moment to gaze at the Shri Yantra on your mat. As you step one foot front in between the two hands. As you step one foot outside the respective shoulder in between the two hands. Fix your gaze at your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana.
आसन को गुण पीति जाई.
Now step the front foot back and bring the other foot to the front in between the two hands. Feel the stretch in your legs. Open up your hips. Push your hip forward. as you engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana on the other side.
आसन को गुण पीति जाई.
Now step the front foot back and bring your forearms on the mat. Raise your hips up high. Slightly walk your feet forward. Open up your shoulders. Try to bring your heels to the mat. Intensely stretch your hamstrings. As you gaze towards your third eye, visualize Swamiji in Unmukha Pitasana.
भून्यस्तौ जानुनी हस्तौ चतुष्पदमवाङ्मुखम् उत्थापिताङ्घ्रियुगलकटिस्थलमभिरुकाम्.
Now raise back onto your arms and rotate your body. Lift one arm up towards the sky. Keep your body completely straight, your core tightly engaged, and gaze up along the raised arm as you visualize yourself as Sage Vashishta in Vashishthasana.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Now rotate your body to the other side. Raise the other arm up. Keep your core engaged as you repeat Vashishthasana on the other side.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Relax. Now bring your feet to the front. Come to a sitting position with your legs extended forward. Bring your hands underneath the buttocks with the palms facing up. Lock your chin to the chest. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman as you internally chant the Nujapa Mahasadashivoham in Anjani Asana.
दोबू करकी उभय हथेली कोरवारली मैले भेली सो आगाने भूपरिदाशे महाने अंगुली मिलिराशे.
Now lean forward and down. Catch a hold of your big toes and Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. Lean down as low as you can. Stretch your back. Open your hamstrings and your hips as you engage Mahamudra Bandha, all the three bandhas together. Visualize Swamiji in Paschimottanasana.
जानु परिललाटन्तो पश्चिमं ताणमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुखं धार्यं च जायते.
Now rise up. Interlock your fingers around your neck. And again, lean forward and down. Slightly separate your knees and bring your head in between with your elbows outside the knees. Perform Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana.
स्वपाणिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानुपरिशिरोऽन्यसेत् आसनोऽग्रमिदं प्रोक्तं भवेदनिलदीपनं देहावसानहरणं पश्चिमोत्तानसंज्ञकम्.
Now step one foot in towards your perineum. Lean forward and down. Bring the respective arm in and around the leg and interlock both hands behind your back. Bring your head towards the knee as you visualize yourself as Sage Marichi in Marichi Asana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now rise up. Drop the raised knee to the side as you keep the heel against the perineum. Lean forward and down. Hold on to the front foot. Gaze at the tip of the nose. Visualize Swamiji. Exhale deeply and then hold your breath, locking all the three bandhas. Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः.
Now extend both your legs. Bring the other foot in towards the perineum with the knee raised. Bring your arm around the raised knee and interlock your fingers behind your back. As you bring your head towards the knee, visualize yourself as Sage Marichi in Marichi Asana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now rise up, drop the raised knee to the side, and again lean forward and down. Hold onto the front foot with both hands. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage all the bandhas, Mahamudra bandha. As you visualize Swamiji, open up your hip, straighten your spine intensely in Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः.
Now rise up. Bring the soles of your feet together in front. Interlock your fingers around the toes. Pull your heels in towards your perineum. Try to keep your heels down on the ground as much as possible as you gaze up towards your third eye. And visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Bhadrasana too.
गुल्भौ तवृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत् पादपार्श्वे तु पाणिभ्यां दृढं बद्ध्वा सुनिश्चलम्.
Now extend your feet away from the body. Keep your hands on the respective knees. And lock your chin to the chest. Gaze to the nose. As you visualize Swamiji in Gvalipavasana.
पूरब चरपट चौक कख्यो सोजी वाही विधि जो कीजे सोई जामे एडी भिन्न जराशे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे.
Now bring your feet back in towards the perineum. Hold the soles of your feet with all the 10 fingers and lean forward and down. Place your head on the mat. Fix your gaze at the tip of the nose and visualize Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti herself. We are projecting the Yoni Mandala in the top right corner of the screen. If you don't know how the Yoni Mandala looks, exhale deeply and hold your breath in Rechaka Kumbhaka in Joni Asana.
दोबू पकदली संपुट करे एडी मेड के ढिंग दरे अर्धहात को अंतर राशे लीलाट पकथलियां उपरदाशे.
Rise up and again extend your feet away from the body. Extend your arms out to the side and lean forward and down from the waist. Try to keep your back as straight as possible as you bring your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji in Midaki Pavasana.
पूरब विधि परिपकथली संपूर्ण शोल एडी मिली राशे.
Rise up and now bring your feet back in towards your body. Keep your toes together and your heels apart as you scoop your hands below the shins. Bring your elbows to the mat and then bring your chin on the ground with the toes touching your throat. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Siddha Samadhi Asana.
दोबू पकदली संपुट करे 16 मेढ़ आगा मेधरे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे एडी को ऐसे विदिदाशे.
Now rise up. Bring the heels together and keep your toes apart. Hold on to the feet as you open them up like a book, pressing your elbows down on your thighs, gazing through the nose and visualizing Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space in Chinaki Pavasana.
दोबू पका की एडी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे.
Now rise up. Bring the soles of the feet together completely. Push your knees to the mat as you place your hands on top. And gently push down the knees with your hands. Fix your gaze at your third eye and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Charapata Chokasana.
दोबू पकदली संपुट धारे आगाने कय जारे पसारे गोड़ा भूसो लगता राशे हाथ दोबो गोड़ा परिदाशे.
Now rotate your feet. Raise the heels and bring the toes down to the mat. You can use the support of your hands if needed. Then push your knees to the ground and place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. As you pull your stomach in and up, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana.
गुल्फौ सम्पीड्य चान्योन्यं व्युत्क्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः जान्वोः पार्श्वगतौ हस्तौ दण्डवद्भैरवासनम्.
Relax, untwist your feet and keep one heel against the perineum as you lift the other foot up against your chest with both hands. Fix your gaze at your third eye. Visualize Swamiji. Exhale all the way and hold your breath in the Muladhara chakra. And don't forget to internally chant the japa Mahasadashivoham in Samanasana.
समानासनमावक्ष्ये सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात् एकपादमुरौ दत्वा गुह्योऽन्यलिङ्गवक्त्रके.
Now raise the foot over top of the respective shoulder. Place your hands at the side and extend the opposite leg forward and up. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Apanasana.
केवलं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्ततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत् प्रभो.
Now lower your legs down. Bring the other heel against your perineum and lift the opposite foot against your chest. Breathe deeply. Exhale all the way and hold your breath in Hridayachakra Kumbhaka. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in Samanasana.
समानासनमावक्ष्ये सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात् एकपादमुरौ दत्वा गुह्योऽन्यलिङ्गवक्त्रके.
Now lift the raised foot over your shoulder. Keep your hands at the side. Extend the opposite leg forward and up. And gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in Apanasana on the other side. Hold this posture. To straighten your legs, point the toes. Be stable in this posture.
केवलं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्ततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत् प्रभो.
Now lower your legs and stack the knees in front of your body, keeping the heels at the outside of the opposite hips. Interlock your fingers on the top knee. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize the face of a cow in your inner space as you breathe in Siddhkari Kumbhaka. Press your tongue flat against the palate of your mouth, and as you inhale through your mouth, hiss through the teeth. Exhale through your nose and internally chant the japa Om Nityanandoham in Gomukhasana.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत् दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा.
Now catch a hold of the big toes in Prana Mudra and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Fix your gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana.
दक्षिण गोडो नीचो ठाने बाबों तागे ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पद बुनिदे संधि पसारी.
With your gaze fixed at the nose, lean forward and down and interlock your fingers behind your back. Bring your chin over the knees. Lean down as low as possible. Visualizing Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana too.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे गोड़ा सेवले पकतल्यालो आड़वाई सोधा राशे.
Now rise back up. Place the right foot flat on the mat with the right knee against your chest and keep the left heel against your perineum with the knee on the ground. Place your hands on the respective knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana too. From the same posture, now raise your perineum onto the heel. Interlock your fingers around your neck and twist your elbows outside the raised knee as you gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as sage Narada in Naradasana.
पिष्टिजो वाम पगदली केरी भूपरिदा ही लगा वे फेरी गोड़ा सुदो फणो है जो जीत छिपा तेरा शेषो जी.
Relax, untwist your spine and now raise the left foot on the right thigh and raise the right knee. Catch the big toe of the right foot with the right hand in Prana Mudra and hold onto the shin of the right leg with your left hand as you hug your knees. Fix your gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकं योनिवामेन संपीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्.
Now again, stack your knees and keep your heels outside the hips. Intensely stretch your hip rotators. Keep your hands on your knees in Parusha Mudra. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फन्तो पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत् दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा.
Now interlock your fingers around the toes in Prana Mudra. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and fix the gaze at the tip of the nose as you repeat Anasuyasana.
दक्षिण गोडो नीचो ठाने बाबों ताके ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पद बुनिदे संधि पसारी.
Now interlock your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down. Bring your chin over the knee, the nose as close to the ground as you can. Fix your gaze at the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana too.
दक्षिण गोडो नीचो ठाने बाबों ताके ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पद बुनिदे संधि पसारी.
Now rise back up. This time place the left foot flat, the left knee against the chest, right heel against the perineum. Keep your hands on your knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana too on the other side.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिडा वागोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे गोड़ा सेवले पकतल्यालो आड़वाई सूधा राशे.
As you raise your perineum up onto the heel, interlock your fingers around your neck. Twist your elbows outside the raised knee. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Sage Narada in Naradasana.
पिष्टिज वाम पगदली केरी भूपरी दाही लगा वे फेरी गोड़ा सुदो फणो है जो जीत छिपा शतीरा शेषो जी.
Now raise up. Place the right foot onto the left thigh and hold on to the left shin and the big toe as you gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकं योनिवामेन संपीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्.
The next asana is Matsyendrasana. Now extend your legs forward. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. As you place the left foot on the opposite thigh, raise the right knee. Bring the left elbow around the raised knee, hand by the neck, and the other hand on the ground behind you. Twist your spine. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Matsyendranath, the master and great sage in Matsyendrasana.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्.
Now extend your front hand down to the foot and hold on to the big toe in Prana Mudra. Place the other hand on the respective ear as you gaze towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a camel in Kubasana.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Now drop the hand from your ear to the ground behind you. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize the master of Hatha Yoga, the great sage Matsyendranath in Matsyendrasana too.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हि ददाति पुंसाम्.
Now extend your legs forward. This time, place the right foot onto the left thigh. Raise the left knee, bring the right elbow around the raised knee and the hand by the neck. As you gaze up, visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga in Matsyendrasana too. in Matsyendrasana on the other side.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्.
Now extend the front hand down to the foot, catch a hold of the big toe and prana mudra, and place the other hand on the respective ear as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a camel in Kubasana on the other side.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Now drop the hand from your ear on the ground behind you. Keep twisting your spine intensely as you visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga, in Matsyendrasana 2.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हि ददाति पुंसाम्.
Untwist your spine and now place your feet on top of opposite thighs into Padmasana, the lotus posture. As you fix your gaze at the tip of the nose, place your hands on top of the knees. Engage all three wonders intensely, sincerely. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva and perform the Shitali Kumbhaka. Press your tongue against the back of the teeth as you hiss through your teeth on the inhalation. Engage all three wonders and internally chant the new japa Om Nityananda Mahasadashivoham in Padmasana.
आसनं द्विधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा ऊर्ध्वोरुपै चेद्धत्ते उभे पादतले यथा.
Now cross your hands in front of the body and keep your hands in Prana Mudra. Hold on to the big toes, gaze to the tip of your nose, and visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Lord Shiva, in Padmasana 2.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरु संस्थौ प्रयत्नतः ऊरु मध्ये तथोत्तानो पाणी कृत्वा तु तादृशौ.
From Padmasana, now bring your hands through your legs. Place your palms flat on the ground and straighten your arms. Pull your knees up, lift your body off the ground and balance as you visualize yourself as a rooster. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Kukutasana.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्वोरौरन्तरे करौ निवेश्य भूमा वासिष्ठे व्योमस्थः कुक्कुटासनः.
Now from Padmasana, rise up onto your knees. Place your hands in such a way that the fingers are pointing towards your body. Now bend the elbows and bring them towards your navel. Lean forward, find balance and lift your legs off the ground. With your legs in Padmasana, visualize Swamiji in Baddhakikyasana.
धरामवष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्कूर्परिस्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः उच्चासनो दण्डवदुत्तितर्के मायूरमेतत्प्रवदन्ति पीठं मयूरं पद्मकं कुर्याद् बद्धकेकीति कथ्यते.
Now extend your legs back into Mayurasana. From the kneeling position, lean your navel onto your elbows and lift your legs up straight as you visualize yourself as a peacock in Mayurasana.
अथ वक्ष्ये महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमं भूमौ निपात्य हस्तौ द्वौ कूर्परोपरि देहकम्.
Now relax. Lay down on your stomach. After intensely engaging the muscles of your body, interlock your fingers around your neck. Place your forehead on the ground. Turn your feet outwards so the toes are pointing to the side and the heels are touching the ground. Visualize yourself as a crocodile in Makarasana.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानौ शिरश्च धृत्वा करदण्डयुग्मे देहाग्निकारं मकरासनं तत्.
Now keep your hands at the side of your shoulders and raise your legs off the ground. Engage your lower back as you visualize yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्यकरयोस्तलाभ्यां पादौ च शून्ये च वितस्ति चोर्ध्वं वदन्ति पीठं शलभं मुनीन्द्राः.
Next, bend your knees and hold onto the feet with your hands, pulling your feet outside of the hips onto the ground as low as possible. Visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम् आकुञ्चयेत् सम्यक् उदरास्य गाढमुष्ट्रं च पीठं योगिनो वदन्ति.
Now, as you hold onto the feet, kick your legs back and up and raise your head and chest. Bend your back and gaze up. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bow in Dhanurasana.
प्रसार्य पादौ भुवि दण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मं कृत्वा धनुस्तुल्यविवर्तिताङ्गं निगद्य योगी धनुरासनं तत्.
Now lower your body down. Rise up and come to a comfortable kneeling position. Keep your heels outside the hips with the toes touching behind your back. Keep your hands on your knees or on your thighs. Gaze upwards towards your third eye. And breathe deeply through your nose. Lead the prana along your spine in Sahaja Kumbhaka. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nityananda Paramashivoham in Bhagasana.
उल्टा मोड़ी पावदो वैसे बहुरो जुगति करे एक ऐसे पावन महिला गुल्पज होवु कुलापाशितीला वेसोवु.
Now lean forward and down. Bring your forearms to the ground, elbows shoulder width apart. As we get ready for another inverted posture, interlock your fingers and place your head on the mat, supported with your hands. Raise your hips up, straighten your legs, walk them forward and lift your legs off the ground. Stay in a position with your legs bent. Pull your knees in towards your chest. Pull your knees in towards your chest. As you gaze to the tip of the nose, visualize Swamiji in Gohi Asana.
दोवो हाथ की कहुनी जोजी पुनः कलाई जाने दोजी.
From Gohi Asana, now extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana, the headstand posture. Find inner stability. As you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Shirshasana.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः दण्डासनं द्विधा प्रोक्तं
Now gently
विपरीतोपवेशने.
lower your legs down. Bring your legs to the front. Extend it forward. As we get ready for a sequence of intense exhalations. In Bhastrika Kumbhaka, pull your abdomen inwards and push the air out like the bellows of a blacksmith again and again. In Bhastrika Kumbhaka, we are going to perform this Kumbhaka throughout the next few asanas, starting off with Bodhi Asana. Hold onto your calves and then raise your legs up. Try to bring them as vertical in front of your face as possible. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, hold this position. Engage your core.
दोवो हाथ पग बाहर आने गोड़ा तरे काकसी ठाने अंगुष्ठ पिंडली लगता
Now
धरे
bring your
चरण
hands
उभे
behind your
आकाश
back.
दिसी करे.
Hold on to opposite shoulders with your hands as you gaze to your third eye. Exhale rapidly and visualize yourself as a mace in
उत्तान शयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य नितम्बं भूमौ
Now bring your
स्पृष्ट्वा
hands to the
हस्ताभ्यां
front,
कन्दरां
parallel to the
बद्ध्वा.
ground, with the legs raised at 45-degree angle. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana. Keep going, we're almost there. Keep your core engaged.
उत्तान शयनं कूर्पराभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य
Now
हस्तौ
separate
नितम्बं
your
निधाय.
knees and bring the soles of the feet together. Pull your feet in towards your chest as you scoop your hands below. Keep breathing rapidly as you visualize yourself as Lord Rudra. Gaze to the tip of the nose in Rudrasana.
पगदली संपूट करी हाथस्य उपक उचाई पगा का अंगूठा दो बोले वो
Now
कर्णिका
relax.
नीतालवे.
Place your feet flat on the ground as you lay down on your back. Keep your knees raised and place your palms on the ground just behind the heels. Push your hips up high off the ground. Lock your perineum and lock your throat in the Mula Bandha and the Jalandhara Bandha. Push the air upwards against the throat lock. Prevent it from escaping your body in Murcha Kumbhaka. Push the prana upwards as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Unmukha Pitasana too.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा उत्थाप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेत्तु पीठ उन्मुखनामके.
Now lay down on your back. Keep your hands flat at the side of your body with your palms facing up. Unclutch from any micro movements of the body and the mind. Be completely still in your body. Feel the Kundalini Shakti rising up along your spine in Shakti Chala Mudra from the Mooladhara Chakra all the way to the Sahasrara, from the root center to the top of your head to the crown center. Visualize your body is dead. And Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nityananda Paramashivoham in Shivasana.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्. नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्. नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्. नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्. नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्. नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्. नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Wiggle your fingers and toes and rotate your wrists and your ankles. Bend and stretch your elbows and knees. Pull the legs up against your chest. Squeeze your body into a ball and slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, the 108 asanas of Kailasa Nityananda Yoga. Thank you all for performing this asana sequence today. Let us conclude this ritual of Nityananda Yoga with the Purna Mantra. Sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, the hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. Close your eyes and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant together.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्तिः 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 हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवपादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्.
Now, in deep gratitude to Swamiji, perform the Shashtanga Namaskar. Lie down onto your chest and bring your hands forward in the Namaskara Mudra above your head, surrendering yourself to Swamiji's feet. Hope to see you all again tomorrow for another round of the Pratama Vinyasa Krama.
Step by step into the next set of asanas. So now we are all going to be performing the N Kriya that Bhagavan has revealed for every one of us, which is going to be a combination of various very powerful pranayamas and bandhas. It will be a guided meditation for every one of you. So sit straight and sit comfortably.
First step, a simple, comfortable squatting, sitting straight, and very simple inhaling and exhaling to prepare yourself for the Kriya. Only if you do these 3 steps of preparation, you will be able to enter into the exact Kriya itself. So, close the right nostril with your
Sit straight. Inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale.
first step, a simple, comfortable squatting, sitting straight, and very simple inhaling and exhaling 11 times just to prepare yourself for the Kriya. Only if you do these 3 steps of preparation, you will be able to enter into the exact Kriya itself. So, close the right nostril with your thumb, right hand thumb. Inhale through left. Once you feel complete, close the left nostril with a middle finger and ring finger, and exhale through the right nostril. Simple Nadi Shodhana. Nadi Shodhana means just cleaning the nostrils, cleaning the basic nadis. Do this for 11 times. Inhaling and exhaling. Second step, the Bastrika Pranayama. Please understand. The technical term is Bastrika. Pull your lower abdomen in and up. Please understand. Don't lift your shoulder. Don't move the whole body. No. No. Just the lower abdomen should be pulled in and up. "21 times. Third step, inhaling as slowly as possible, holding as long as possible, exhaling as slowly as possible, holding the lungs empty without breathing as long as possible. So, this 4 action is one cycle. Like this, 21 cycle. This 4 action can be called as one pranayama. So 21 pranayama. This is the third step. All these 3 steps are only preparation for the kriya. Now we are entering into the exact Kriya itself. Now listen the instruction. Thumbs on the ears and the index finger and middle finger on the eyes. The ring finger on the nose. The little finger touches your lips, that's enough. Even if it doesn't touch, it's okay. All 5 senses are in your face itself. Hands are gateway to send or receive pranic energy. Now when you lock your hands on the senses, all the senses are withdrawing inside. The pratyahara happens. Never try to do with the middle finger. If you try to lock the nose with the middle finger, you will lock it more than you can bear. Don't do with middle finger. Do it with ring finger. Thumb on the ears, the index finger and middle finger on the eyes, the ring finger on the nose, and the little finger on the mouth. Stop the breathing flow, inhaling or exhaling completely as much as you can. After a few minutes or few seconds, you will feel, oh, now I cannot stop anymore. Then just release those 2 ring fingers. For a few seconds, the body will automatically inhale or exhale. Let it do its job. You don't do inhaling or exhaling. Body will automatically balance. Please understand, you do not put your will. When you feel you can't handle anymore, just release. Body will automatically balance itself. So once if you release your nostrils and lock again, it is called 1 pranayama. So this way, 21. It's a 4th step. Fifth part. The fifth part is settling with your body, means balancing the body. The settling or balancing can be done by intense humming. 7 minutes. sixth part is 7 times receiving the energy, connecting with the cosmos, sky, and surrendering to the cosmos, earth, becoming part. By the 7 times doing Shakti Dharana. Shakti Dharana means raising your hands towards the sky and visualize the Master's presence and energy intensely landing on you, awakening your Kundalini on the whole body, and bow down to the cosmos, surrender to the cosmos 7 times. The whole thing will take less than 7 minutes. The 7 times of Shakti Dharana. And the last but not least, sit for a few minutes and send an intense, loving, compassionate, blissful vibrations to all over the world with a proper Swasti mantra. Swasti mantra means sending the peace and bliss to the whole world with the ideas like Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Let the whole world be at peace. Let the whole world be in bliss. Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. With this beautiful, deep, spiritual feeling and compassion, send the loving, compassionate vibrations to the whole world. Healing vibrations to the whole world. through this initiation, I add Master's grace and blessings to this Kriya and to all of you. With my blessings and the grace of all the great Masters, I initiate all of you. All of you will have. People who are sitting around the world, all of you are initiated. I bless you all with the experience of initiation.
Please bring your hands in front of your heart and let us end the session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Harihi Om Tatsat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nityanandam.
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kalasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kalasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kalasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kalasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kalasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kalasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kalasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kalasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kalasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kalasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kalasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kalasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160-plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kalasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kalasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kalasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kalasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160-plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kalasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kalasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kalasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kalasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global...
First, the word yoga. Let us analyze the word yoga. In Sanskrit, the word literally means to unite or to become one with. Again and again, all the Eastern mystics, they declare, you are energy. The body is not just a biomechanism as we think. Body is the expression of energy. In the Eastern system we call it Annamaya Kosha, means the sheath covering the energy. It is not just biomechanism as we think. It is the expression of energy. It is the outer shell of energy. Again and again, mystics declare, body is the expression of energy. You are energy. You are Atman. Whatever word we may use, you are something more than what you think you are. You are something more than what you think you are. Having direct experience with that energy, or uniting yourself, having a direct communion with that energy is what we call yoga. Of course, meditation is a technique to achieve yoga. The word yoga should be understood much deeply. It is not just something to do with body. It is something to do with body also, but it is not just something to do with body. Moving the body and doing some asanas helps, but it is not the end. Meditation is a technique to reach the state of yoga. Yoga is the state which can be achieved through meditation. Of course, the word meditation and the medicine both come from the same root. Both are healing powers. Medicine heals the body, meditation heals your being. Both are healing powers. In the next word, healing. The healing also, healing and the word whole, both are same root. When I use the word healing, I mean being complete, achieving your wholeness, reaching the complete fulfillment, what mystics declare as realization, self-realization. Of course, too big word, but it is much easier than we think. Somehow, traditionally, we are made to believe it is too difficult, but it is not. We will analyze about it a little later. Now we will touch the first body part. I want to make few statements, few concepts. Then we will analyze it with questions. First thing, by nature, your body is intelligence. It is not just biomechanism as we think. It is not just force. It is force with intelligence which can respond to every single thought of your mind. It can respond to every single thought. It is created, maintained and destroyed according to your thoughts. You are the Brahma, creator. You are the Vishnu, sustainer. You are the Rudra, destroyer of your body. It is your thoughts which creates your body, sustains and destroys. Second thing, reaching, achieving the zone of intelligence or the space of consciousness which is inside your being is the goal why you have taken the body. Body is alive, body is functioning just to reach the space in which you can experience the deep restful awareness. You can experience deep peace. You can experience the bliss. By this statement, I mean the very reason for your existence is to achieve the ultimate experience of your consciousness, to achieve the ultimate bliss. Next thing, it is not so difficult as we think. First, these two are goal. Next, I am speaking about the path. It is not difficult as we think. Next, what are the hurdles? Why we are not able to experience? If we say it is not difficult, why we are not able to experience it? Where we are missing? Yes. A small thing which we need to understand. Usually, no master, no spiritual master will agree with the other master in any concept. If it comes to history, all the historians will accept or agree something in common. If it comes to medicine, almost everybody agrees something in common. If it comes to any other department, mathematics, the top level people, they agree something. When it comes to spirituality, you can't see two rishis accepting any one concept. That's a beautiful statement. If two rishis accept one concept, be very clear, someone is fake. Someone is fake. In spirituality, each one has got their own theory, their own expression, their own experience. But when it comes to this one concept, by nature we are intelligence, by nature we are bliss. Almost all the masters, not only Hindu mystics, the mystics or masters belong to all the religions, all the cult, all the group, all the sect. They agree this one concept. Then it must be the basic concept, the basic truth. It must be something important. Then why we are missing it again and again? Why? How we are missing it? we'll analyze few things which we are doing to stop experience the Ananda Spurana or the bliss happening in our being. First thing, we accumulate too much of negative emotions, toxins in our system. Our body is not just material as we think. It can hold energy. It can hold thoughts. It can hold memories. The Tantra, beautifully they say, you can't think, you can't continue any thought unless you remember your form. Because in your form, you have the complete memory. All the memories are recorded in your form. If you can't remember your form, you can't proceed in thinking. You can't have even a single thought without remembering your form. Because in your form, you have all the memories. Your body is not just dead biomechanism as we think. In that, you store memories. You store your emotions, whether it is positive or negative. We store emotions in our system, in our body. When you store negative emotions, you accumulate too much of toxins, unnecessary negative energy inside your being. That's the first reason why we are not able to experience the deep blissful awareness or the restful awareness. Why we are not able to be alive like kids. You can see the kids, how alive they are, how bubbling. People ask me, Swamiji, how to bring up the kids? I tell them, you relax, they will grow automatically. Actually, we don't bring them up, we bring them down. All our so-called bringing up only brings them down. All our so-called bringing up is nothing but bringing them down from their blissful awareness or restful, deep ecstasy. Again and again, we infuse negative emotions, negative energy inside our being, inside our body, and we stop experiencing the ecstasy. If you look deeply into your being, if you don't have anything to worry, you feel like you are losing your boundary. If you don't have anything to bother, you feel you are losing your identity. Actually, your identity is defined only based on your worries. If you don't create more and more trouble for yourself and others, you feel your identity is lost. Actually, you enter into a boundaryless consciousness. You will have your boundary as long as you create trouble for yourself and others. If you stop that one activity, immediately you lose your boundary. You start experiencing the boundaryless awareness, the timeless awareness. That's the first thing. Next thing, the idea of I am not enough unto myself. Whether it is physical beauty or mental stability or being level, energy. First we will touch the physical beauty. Again and again, you are made to believe by the society that you are not beautiful. You are not enough unto yourself. The moment you start believing you are not enough unto yourself, you are not beautiful, you start running behind the cosmetics. I think it is a business. Only when you are made to believe that you are not beautiful, you start searching for all the extra things. First, let us analyze. Where is the scale of beauty? There is no scale. If God is an engineer, he would have done a mass production. Miss World or Mr. World. Have that mold, do just mass production. But God is not an engineer. He is a painter. He is an artist. He paints every one of us. He carves every one of us. That is the reason each one of us are so unique. Be very clear, we are not equal, we are unique. The idea everyone is equal is totally wrong. Everyone is unique. Everyone is unique. We are unique, and not only that, we are enough unto ourselves. If you look little deeply into yourself, you can see we never feel relaxed, we never feel comfortable with our own body. When you have the idea somebody is beautiful, you want to look like that person, you want to look like him, you want to look like somebody. You already created a gap between you and your body. You already started feeling uneasiness. That uneasiness between you and your body is the root for dis-ease. Male feeling attracted towards female, or female feeling attracted towards the male is natural. But when a male has got a poster of a male model and wants just to look like him, or a female has got a poster of a female model and she just wants to do makeup, or she just wants to look like her, there is something seriously wrong in your being. God is not engineer. If he is an engineer, he would have created everybody in the same mold. He would have done a mass production. But he is an artist. Each one of us are enough unto ourselves. If you can relax into this one idea, you will feel a tremendous homely feeling inside your own body. If you look deeply into your being, this is the main problem. This is one of the root cause why we create distance between ourselves and the body. We may think superficially, we may think it's a very simple problem. But if you look little deep, I think this is the root. This is the problem. We start rejecting our body unconsciously. We don't live inside our body. Look your life, early morning, when we get up and start brushing the teeth, we are already in the office. When we are in the office, sitting and seeing the patients, already we are on the beach. When we are in the beach, sitting and seeing the waves, already we are in the house. Started thinking about the house. One thing is sure, you are not where you are. That has become our lifestyle. We are not where we are. If your body is here, we can be sure you are everywhere except here. If your body is here, you will be anywhere else except here. We don't feel comfortable. We don't feel relaxed. We don't feel homely with our body just because we don't love our body as it is. We have an idea. We have particular standard measurements. The so-called Miss Universe or Mr. Universe. We have some particular measurements. Again and again, we wanted to look like somebody. We wanted to be seen like somebody. We don't understand. When we create a model, we just abuse our body. You disrespect your body. Apart from using chemicals from outside to decorate your body, that is different. Even the very thought, the very idea creates a gap. I call this thought as a wedge between you and your body. In India, to break big wood pieces, once they break, they will insert a wedge so that the wood will not again unite or something. This thought that you are not enough unto yourself, you are not beautiful, is the wedge inserted into your being. If we can remove this one thought, of course, today we will do a meditation technique to relax into our body, to enter into our own home. There's a beautiful book in Advaita Vedanta, they call it Swarajya Siddhi. means reclaiming your own kingdom, achieving your own kingdom. The first part or the first thing which you need to achieve is your body. Your own body, but you are not living inside. The body is there, you are there somewhere else. We are almost living like a ghost. We are almost living like a ghost. Your body is here, but you are somewhere else. First thing we need to do, enter into your body. Enter into your body and start living inside it. Try to be inside your boundary continuously. All our pain, all our disease is nothing but your body asking your attention. Your body asking your presence. Your body asking your energy. If we can give enough attention to our body, naturally there will be no problem. You know, if you don't give attention, enough attention in the home, what all the problems will be created. The same way, the body is your home. Give enough attention, that is enough. All the problems will be solved. Only when we don't give enough attention to our body, when we don't give our presence to our body, we create all troubles. People ask me, Swamiji, to do meditation, master's presence is necessary. I tell them no, at least to do the meditation techniques which I am spreading, my presence is not necessary, your presence is enough. Let your body have your presence. That's the first thing which we need to understand. Through this meditation technique which we are going to do, first we will remove the toxins, unnecessary toxins which we have accumulated inside our system through a particular breathing cycle. The technique is originally from Vijnana Vairava Tantra, ancient scripture attributed to Shiva. First we will do a particular breathing exercise and remove the unnecessary toxins in our system. The next we will awaken the energy which is inside our being. We call it Kundalini Shakti, a potential energy. Then it is actually 3 steps. The first step we will be removing all the toxins from our body. The next step we will be awakening the higher energy which is in our system, which is inside our body. Third, we will completely rest and relax, feel at home with our body. We will reclaim our body. We will start living inside our system. Instead of living like a ghost, your body is here, you are somewhere else, means you are living like a ghost. Instead of living like a ghost, we will start living inside our system, inside our boundary, inside our body with full awareness. These are the few ideas which I wanted to present to you. We will now internalize these ideas through our questions. One thing, if I just continue to speak, usually we don't believe others. That is the truth. To tell you honestly, we never believe others. I tell you, all lectures, all dialogues, all discourses are just waste. May not be 100%, but 99.9%. That's all. When the other person is speaking, you just keep quiet so that you will be allowed to speak. Usually, we never listen, we never allow any words to penetrate our being. Unless we question, unless we understand, unless we directly involve ourselves into the program, we don't internalize any ideas. Either we sit, we keep quiet out of courtesy, or we don't want to open our mouth. We feel too lazy. Why to ask question unnecessarily? Let's relax. This is the usual thing which happens. Now, Let's internalize these ideas through our questions. You are welcome to ask anything related to the statements or the concepts which I expressed. Yes.
So how do we pay attention to our body to prevent the fear?
Today we are going to do a meditation technique. That's the first thing. Next thing, whenever you do anything related to your body, brushing the teeth, taking bath, eating, whenever you do anything directly related to your body, just be inside your boundary. You can see, only when you brush your teeth, you will have all ideas about your business. You will be thinking everything about your passions, about your business, about your life, everything. Whenever you do something directly to do with your body, be inside the boundary. Decide that. That's more than enough. Nothing else is necessary. That is more than enough. At least 2 to 3 hours you spend with your body every day. Brushing the teeth, cleaning yourself, taking bath, eating, dressing, all these things. In those moments, decide, I'll be with my body. I'll be inside my body. Especially when you take bath, just relax with your body. We never look our body. If you see your routine, you can see very clearly, you never look your body. You only wanted others to look your body. You never look your body. No, really. You never penetrate your body. You never deeply look your body. You never deeply relax into your body. You try, you think, you do all possible things to look beautiful according to the standard of the society. But you never relax into your body. I tell you, the moment you relax into your body, the moment you accept yourself, something called grace happens to you. It is not beauty, it is grace. Beauty comes by painting and doing all the makeup. Grace comes by accepting yourself. When you accept yourself, when you relax into yourself, something called grace happens to you. Apart from the meditation technique which we do today, you can take this one thing, this one statement, you can take as a message which you can carry in your life to your home. Decide, whenever I work with my body, I will be inside my boundary. Whenever you work with your body, just be inside the boundary. When I say just be inside the boundary, just feel what is happening inside your body. Stop thinking anything else except your body. Just see what is happening inside your body when you pour water, when you take shower. Just see what is happening inside your body, how your body is responding. When you brush, just feel how your mouth is feeling. When you are dressing, just feel how your body is feeling. Understand, your body responds to every single thought of your mind. Every single thought of your mind. You can just restructure your whole body with your mind. That's why in the East we have a beautiful philosophy called Samudrika Lakshana. The whole theory is your mind can be studied. The person who has mastered this art can tell everything about your mind just seeing your body. Because your body is the expression of your mind. Your body is just created by your mind. So whenever you are working with your body, decide, I will be with my body. I will not think of anything else. I will not do anything else. After all, when you are working with your body, you can't do anything else. Am I right? Surely you can't see your patients when you are taking bath. Surely.
Not a good idea.
Not a good idea. At least for patient. I don't know about yourself. For patient. Yes, something.
Swamiji, we go to the temples and all religions preach prayer, preaching the God, and we pray. And the prayer is one way of attaining the awareness of the bliss. What's the difference between the prayer and the meditation?
Beautiful question. What's the difference between prayer and meditation? When you pray to God. When you meditate, you become God. When you pray to God. When you meditate, you become God. That's all. You became that energy to whom you are praying, or to which you are praying, towards which your prayer is directed. Of course, prayer is a beautiful step. It is a good start, but not to end there. You can start with prayer, but don't end there. It's like a first or second grade. See, it is good to start, but not to end there. You can directly work with the energy and see the result. And moreover, prayer needs belief, faith, and all these things, which is outdated. To tell you honestly, how much you try, always one part of your being is ready to raise doubts. It is just waiting. See, if God does, as long as God does your homework properly, He can sit in the throne of God. The moment He misses some job which you have given Him through your prayers, immediately He will be dethroned. He will be questioned, He will be dethroned. He has to lose his place, He has to lose his post. So, I feel better build your life on meditation, in which you don't have to believe anybody, you don't have to have faith on anybody, and especially the words believe, faith, all these words are outdated. In the modern day, we can use only the words like look, see, experience. We can't use the words believe, have faith, trust, and all those words are lost their meaning. They are no more. Our people, this generation can't even relate with those words. Even if they are able to relate, they will be able to relate with these words only out of fear and greed, not out of understanding and love. Even our so-called prayers, you can see, it is out of fear and greed, which is not going to last long. The fear will disappear when you feel secure. The greed will disappear when your things are fulfilled. Or it will be just going to this extreme to that extreme. So better to drop these initial level ideas. Better you build your life on understanding based on meditation. It will be a solid base. It will be solid base. Of course, it takes little time and little more intelligence, little more patience to understand these concepts, to analyze them and to internalize them, then start expressing. It's a little big process, but better to go for this than prayer. Prayer is like it will give immediate effect, but only for few days. You know, whatever gives immediate effect, how long it will stay, and what are the side effects, all those things, you know. Yes, somebody behind raising the hand. Yes.
Most of the time, the wandering of the mind occurs at night when you're getting ready to go to sleep. What do you do at that time? The second question is it a right time to meditate?
Yes. I'll answer these two questions. And his question also, please, can you? Yes, please.
Every individual passes through a stage of loving her own body. That is known as autoerotism. After that stage, the love for body does not remain. What is the reason?
First thing, and please be seated. There's a beautiful question. Shiv, do you have a mic? Can you give the mic to, so that everyone will be able to hear the question? All of you are able to hear the question?
Yes.
I'll arrange tomorrow. I'll arrange for one more tomorrow.
Shall I repeat it?
Get little loud so that now I am able to hear. I heard.
Every individual, man or woman, passes through a stage of development at a particular stage, and every individual loves his or her own body. That is known as autoerotism. After that period of stage of development, man or woman, that love for body does not remain. What is the reason?
Society doesn't allow you. You can see you can see a child, it will put the finger into the mouth, it will put the thumb, it will catch the thumb and put it into the mouth and play. And you can see kids whirling, spinning, and you can see kids eating with both hands, playing with their genitals, playing with their whole body. Through all this way, they express their love for their body. They express they are feeling homely with their body. They express they are very happy with their body. But we don't allow them. Do you allow when the kids spin around? Do you allow when the kids eat with the left hand? We suppress them. We suppress their joy. Actually, one more thing. When a person feels happy with his body, when a person loves his body, he will be in ecstasy. He will be continuously smiling for no reason. He will be just bubbling. He will feel like dancing. You can see kids. There's a beautiful definition of health in Ayurveda. They say health means it is not just no diseaseness. No diseaseness or clinically alright is only one part of health. It is not health. Health means feeling like dancing. The early morning when you come out of your bed, your steps from bed to the bathroom, if it is more like a dance than like walking, then you are healthy. That is the definition they say for health in Ayurveda. You can see kids just continuously alive. If they laugh, their whole body will laugh. Their whole body will smile. When we laugh, we see the next person. We see the next person and decide how much we can open our mouth. Really, we see the next person and decide. First we take the permission, or we see what we can do. We wait and see. When kids laugh, you can see their whole body will laugh. Their whole body will participate. In every activity, their whole body will participate. When somebody is homely, when somebody is feeling relaxed with his body, he will be so alive, so ecstatic, so joyful. Society cannot tolerate it. You can't tolerate when somebody is happy. If somebody is sad, things are okay. See, if somebody is sitting silently, sitting very deeply depressed, you feel he's okay, he is as he is. If somebody is just laughing, just bubbling, just singing, or dancing, or expressing himself, it's very difficult. We feel little uneasy. And especially when kids express themselves, we feel little uneasy. The so-called social bringing up, disturbs, and we start feeling disturbed. Naturally, we stop living inside our body. One more thing, when we take up the responsibilities, when we take too much of responsibility, which we can't handle, or when we don't create enough energy to take the responsibility, we just take the responsibility without creating enough energy, then we move away from the body. We stop living inside our body. Two things. First thing, take care of your kids that they don't lose this connection. Allow them to live with their body. Allow them to be happy with their body. When they take bath, if they jump in the water, allow them. If they just spin, put a mattress. Even if they fall, they will not hurt themselves. Never stop them. And if they eat with both the hands, just keep the left hand also clean. That's all. Why should we stop them? Allow them to use left and right equally. We don't have to suppress half of the body. And there are a few more things which we can do. Try to avoid separating the upper body and lower body through tight clothes. When we put tight clothes, we separate the upper body energy and lower body energy. We can use these few things to help our kids, and in our own life, as I told, try to live inside your body continuously whenever you work with your body. That's more than enough. It is just a social bringing up is the reason why we lose that autoeroticism. What he says, that love for our body. And we are taught one more idea. You should not stand in front of mirror and enjoy your body. That is considered as a ego or some kind of disease. Be very clear. Only thing, you should not think that you should look like somebody. Only that is a disease. You enjoying you as you are is perfectly alright. You enjoying yourself as you are can never be ego. It is perfectly alright. You can be with yourself. You don't have to take somebody's permission to be with yourself. Yes, your question. I have not answered your question. Yes, sir, your question.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, many times when people have, their mind wanders just when they're getting ready to sleep, when their mind should be at ease or at peace with themselves. How you prevent that? That's one. And secondly, is that a good time to meditate, or what are the other good times when you should meditate?
I see, the good time to meditate is when you get up from sleep and when you go to sleep. These two are the good time to meditate. But use very passive techniques. In meditation, 2-3 level techniques are there. Active techniques and passive techniques. In active techniques, your body also needs to be involved. With passive techniques, you don't need to involve your body. You can just do some visualizations. So use that type of techniques in which you don't need your body to be involved. You can just rest within yourself. Use that type of meditation techniques before you fall asleep. Yes.
Swami, tell us about your enlightenment. When
Please speak loud.
your enlightenment. When did it occur? How do you? What changes happened? Give us educate us something about yourself.
Is it not too personal to? Can I speak about this? Surely I'll answer this question, but day after tomorrow, let's have a little more time with each other. You understand? If somebody, you meet somebody, in the first meeting itself he starts asking about your personal life. It's too intimate, you understand?
You have gotten us here. There must be a reason. You have gotten us here. There must be a reason for that. So
I understand. Surely I'll answer this question day after tomorrow.
Sure.
So let's have a little more time. Let's. You see, one thing, if I answer now, I'll give a social answer. If I answer day after tomorrow, I'll give an honest, intimate answer. Which you want? See, if I have to give an honest, intimate answer, we need little more intimacy. If I have to give a social answer, I can give, I was in Omkareshwar, I can say the place, I can say the time, I can say some few words, what has happened. Neither you will understand, nor I will feel satisfied that I have shared. So if we can have little more time with each other, then I think I'll be able to open up to that much.
I have a question. You say what you're talking about is being mindful all the time. Mindfulness that you're talking about in terms of loving.
Yes, you can use the word mindfulness, being here and now, meditating or creating awareness. All these words you can use. All these words are one and the same. It is just one and the same. I can say being inside your system is a technique or a method to achieve that awareness. Surely I'll answer your question day after tomorrow. Give me a little time. Yes.
Question about mindfulness. Does japa help in?
Yes. One thing, there are two levels of japa. Repeating the word unconsciously. Just you start repeating for the sake of repetition. Some guru has inspired you, somebody has told you, so you started repeating. At some moment you had some ecstasy, so you started repeating. You are continuously repeating without awareness. This becomes unconscious process and it is very dangerous. Not only it doesn't help you, it is very dangerous. You have two parts of thinking. One is verbalization, another one is visualization. Both should be engaged in japa. Only then it will help you. If only verbalization is engaged and visualization is thinking of something else, then not only it will not help you, it is dangerous. There is every chance we will become schizophrenia. We will become split personality. So be very clear. The japa, when you do the repetitions of mantra, your verbalization part and visualization part both should be engaged. If you repeat the mantra, either you should contemplate on the meaning of the mantra, or the deity of the mantra, or the letter of that mantra. At least two processes should be done by you continuously. So if you don't do the other process also, which is related to mantra, you will start doing something else. I have seen many people repeating mantra, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, then, hey, what happened to the brinjal, what did you attend the phone call, what happened to this? And then Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya. So this will make you as a split personality. Not only it will not help you, it is dangerous. So when you repeat, be conscious of the word which you are repeating and be aware of the meaning of the word, or be aware of the person or the deity on which you are meditating through this word. Do both let your visualization and verbalization both be engaged in the japa.
And then the traditional dogma says that pray to a deity or pray to an idol, for lack of better words. So what is the right way?
Now I have to honestly say a few things. First thing, praying to a deity or praying to an idol, praying to a god is an initial level step. It is a good thing to start. But being inside your own being or entering into your consciousness is the real thing which needs to be achieved. And even all these deities are nothing but the expression of enlightenment, nothing but the expression of higher experience. See, for example, when somebody has achieved the enlightenment experience or the higher consciousness experience, we'll start with a small story. An American gentleman went to England, was traveling in a train along with a British gentleman and a lady. Lady had a pet dog, just running all over and creating a lot of trouble. Suddenly the dog jumped an American guy and hissed. Lady, instead of asking sorry or apologizing, she started petting the dog. Who you have some serious problem, or we need to be attended, something has to be done, I have to take care of you. After 10 minutes, again The dog jumped on the American guy. And now you know what he would have done. Just done everything. Again this lady, instead of asking for apology, she started petting the dog. Oh, you have some serious stomach trouble. I should take you to the doctor. I should give you some care. The guy was keeping quiet. Again, after a few minutes, the dog jumped on this American guy and made the whole place dirty. Now it is too much. The American guy didn't speak a word. He simply picked the dog, threw out of the window. Didn't do anything. He didn't speak. Just he picked the dog and threw out of the window. Till this moment, British gentleman was keeping quiet. Now he started speaking. You American guys drive in a wrong way, measure with wrong scales. Now you threw the wrong pitch out of the window. We always throw the wrong pitch out of the window in our life. Of course, whenever you choose someone, your decision is wrong. You choose anything, the very idea choosing is wrong. Anything you choose, you omit something or you eliminate something, you bracket out something. In the life, whatever you bracket out or eliminate, you are doing a wrong decision. We always throw the wrong pitch out of the window. One thing we need to remember, it is one of the wonderful quotation from a great master. There is nothing controversial in existence. If you feel something is contradicting the other things, if you feel there is a controversy, only one thing you need to understand, you have not got the link. You are missing some link which connects the things of the world. In the existence, there is nothing controversial. Everything complements the other things. In existence, whenever you choose something for something or something against something, you take a wrong decision. In life, we always have a big problem, conflict, whether to choose a spiritual life or a material life, whether to do this or that. We always have a conflict. A small incident which has actually happened and it continues to happen. I have seen many people doing the same thing. People come to me and ask me, Swamiji, should I stay in the ashram for a few days? If I tell them, alright, please stay and enjoy the atmosphere, immediately they will give all the reasons why they should not stay. Immediately they will start, no, Swamiji, I have this work, I have that work. If I say, alright, don't stay, you can go and carry on, do your work. Immediately they will give you all the reasons. No, then I will miss all this atmosphere, then I will miss everything. I have always seen, if you give any decision, immediately your mind, other part of your mind is ready to support the other side. The whole life we live in dilemmas. If you choose some one part, always the other part is waiting. If you choose this, then you start thinking, oh, I missed that. If you choose that, you start thinking, I missed this. Before the idea of quantum, in science also, there was a big clash between the matter and energy. It is the idea of quantum which solved the problem of matter and energy. Every time the scientists, people who work in the physics field, they always thought matter is something different from energy. Later on, one group of scientists, one sect, I can call it one sect, we always think only in religion there is sects. In spirituality things are, only in the spirituality there is sects. You do not know, if you go a little deep, you will understand. Among the scientists also a lot of sects, and among the scientists lot of superstitions do exist. We need to understand an important thing. Even among scientists, lot of prejudice and superstitions do exist. They start with their own ideas. To conclude their ideas, they create theory or hypothesis. They collect the data which supports the theory. So one sect of physics people are thinking, they started claiming energy and matter both exist. Only the time and space difference. In different time and different space, the same particle is energy. And in different time and different space, the same particle is matter. Next came another one group. They started claiming, no, there is no space gap. At one time, it's a matter, in another one time, it's an energy. No space gap. Then came the third group, started declaring, there is no time gap. Neither space nor time. There is no time gap. In every moment, at any given moment, the same particle is matter and same particle is energy. Now the new theory is getting developed. They say there is a space called singularity beyond matter and energy, where our concept, our logic, our words are not able to penetrate. They call that space as a singularity. After the word quantum came into existence, after the idea came into existence, the conflict between the energy and matter is solved. The idea, energy and matter, is expressed in a much better way, in a much more beautiful way. Same way, in the spirituality also, we can remove the conflicts, we can remove the contradictions, we can go beyond the conflicts and contradictions. As long as we have conflict and contradictions, be very clear, we have not entered into the zone of spirituality. We are only living in the zone of intellect. The moment you enter into the spiritual zone, all the conflicts, all the controversies, it simply disappears. As long as the conflict and controversy is there, you can be sure you are playing with words. Playing with words is a dangerous game. You can be playing with words, you can never understand the truth. When you play with words, only half truth is expressed. Half truth is much worse than a lie. Whenever we play with words, we create conflicts. When you really go into the experience or spirituality, conflicts simply disappear. As long as you play with words, there is every chance of misunderstanding. Small story. One lady was trying to fit herself in a new fur coat. She was standing in front of a mirror, seeing how it looks on her. Her daughter, small girl, she started telling, "Mom, don't you feel how much the poor animal has to suffer for the fur coat. Immediately she shouted, "What? How dare you talk about your dad like this?" Doctor is mentioning about the animal. Mom understands in the other way. Doctor is talking about the animal which is supposed to give the fur. Mom is understanding. She understands about the person who is supposed to pay for the goat. With words, there is more chance of misunderstanding than understanding. With words, you continuously create more and more and more conflicts. One person asked me, "Swamiji, should I take up the spiritual life or material life?" Actually, if you look a little deep, there is no two different life. There is no two different life. As long as you feel there is two different life, you are not living the real life. You are only living with mere words. You are only playing with mere words. A small idea which we need to understand. After I expressed this idea, I wanted any questions from audience, because this is a wonderful idea to be understood. Just by a clear understanding, it can become experience. There are few ideas. Just by a simple understanding, it can become experience. A normal so-called life, a normal living from incident to incident, from past to future. You can think this as a horizontal line. Continuously thinking, planning, working. Continuously thinking, planning, working. The life moves. This you may take it as a horizontal line. Horizontal line. You think, you plan, you decide, and you do the things. You may call this as a materialistic life. There is another kind of life, spiritual life. Continuously living in the present moment. Neither bothering about the past, nor worrying about the future. Continuously living in the present moment. When you live in the present moment, you travel in a vertical line. If you live with the thoughts, you travel in a horizontal line from thought to thought, from thought to thought, from thought to thought. If you live in the present moment, you travel in a vertical line. You travel in a different space, vertical space. When you ask, should I live a worldly life or a spiritual life? You try to choose between the horizontal line and the vertical line. You ask, should I take this kind of life or should I take this kind of life? If you look a little deep, if you understand a little deep, if you penetrate your consciousness, if you have even one glimpse of the present moment, you will understand life is neither horizontal nor vertical. As long as you think you can travel either horizontal way or in a vertical way, you are with mind. Only when you understand, you can travel horizontally and vertically in the same time, in same space. Not only you can travel horizontally and vertically, you can explore in all 360 degrees. 360 degrees this way and 360 degrees this way. If you understand, you can explore in all the direction, in all the possibilities. You will not have a conflict between the horizontal line and vertical line. As long as you understand as long as you accept, you can explore. You don't have to travel. You can explore through in horizontal line and vertical line in all directions. Till you understand that, you will continue to have a conflict between the materialistic life and spiritual life, between the horizontal line and vertical line. The mind keeps you as a slave by making you believe you can travel only in horizontal line or the vertical line. You will be slave of your mind as long as you believe you cannot travel in all the direction. As long as you believe you can travel only in the horizontal line or the vertical line, mind will keep you as slave. That is why even the so-called spiritual sadhana, you don't grow, you don't experience the transformation. As long as you decide spiritual practice against the worldly life, you cannot grow into the life. Please be very clear. Whenever you choose spiritual life against the worldly life, be very clear, you can never grow in the spiritual life. As long as you are staying in a plane of making choice, be very clear, you are in a worldly plane. You may get a new coat to your worldly life as a spiritual life. Most of us don't want to transform our whole being. Just we want to show we are struggling for transformation. If you look a little deep, you will understand we have a deep fear of transformation. We don't want the transformation, but we don't even want to say that we don't want the transformation. It's a wonderful game between our mind and the consciousness. You are kept as a slave as long as you believe you can travel only in the horizontal direction or in the vertical direction. The moment you understand, you start believing, you start having trust in your being, you can travel in horizontal direction and vertical direction simultaneously without the gap of space and time. There is no need for space and time gap. If you think, if you travel in horizontal, you can't travel in vertical, naturally you will share your life. Some portion for spirituality and some portion for worldly life. That's what I call holiday religion. Holiday religion. In holidays, we go to some discourse, a little bit of meditation, or some puja, some ritual. As long as spirituality is a part-time job for you, please be very clear, you can never become spiritual. You may give title spirituality for your acts, but you can never become spiritual by your being. If the spirituality is your part-time job, you can be sure it is just a skin deep. It cannot transform your life. As long as spirituality is a part-time job, be very clear, you will continuously have hypocrisy and guilt. Hypocrisy and guilt. Either you will know that it is not going to help and you will be doing, or you will think it is going to help and you will have the guilt you are not able to do. Either you will know the meditation is not going to help you, but you will try to do just to show for the people in a hypocritical way. Most of us don't believe in some rituals. We do it just for the sake of social prestige. So hypocrisy or guilt. Sometimes you start believing in some ritual, some meditation. Even a meditation is ritual as long as you believe you can travel only in horizontal line or in vertical line. Meditation is also a ritual as long as you believe It can be done only some portion at some part of your life. If you do it at some part of your life, if you do it in particular time, be very clear, your so-called meditation is also nothing but a ritual. Only when it becomes your life, only when it becomes your consciousness, you can be sure you are meditating. Till that moment, till that time, it's only a ritual. Either you will have a hypocrisy, or if you start believing the meditation or a ritual, you will have a deep guilt. You are not able to do it continuously. Be very clear. Here I am making a bold statement, which is a little controversial. No intelligent man can do any practice more than 21 days with inspiration. It's a little sharp statement, but I make from my experience. In last 2 years, I have met more than 2 lakh people personally in 5 countries. I have seen thousands of people entering into meditation. I can say I myself initiated at least 40,000 people into meditation. But when I initiate them into meditation, people ask me, we do a meditation camp called Ananda Spurana. People ask me, Swamiji, should I do all the 7 meditation techniques? I tell them, no, please don't. Do it only 1 or 2, that's enough. They say, no, Swamiji, it's so nice, I want to do all the 7. Can I do? I tell them, all right. Just after a month, if I meet them somewhere and ask them, have you started? Always the usual reply, no, Swamiji, I have to start. I am searching for a right time. I am searching for a good day. It's a usual thing. At least from my experience I can say, no intelligent man can do any practice more than 21 days with inspiration. If it becomes more than 21 days, it will become a dead ritual. I have seen the people doing puja. They will just wait when they can come out of the puja room after finishing the puja. They will finish with such a speed and hurried mood. They will never enter into puja room again. See, the same way meditation. When you do it as a part-time job, as a part of your routine, always you have a hypocrisy or a guilt. I have seen the people. They come to me because they suffer with some guilt. And I tell them, don't bother, don't worry, relax and understand some good ideas. I give them some consolation or some idea. People don't feel that they have been attended. So they ask me, no, Swamiji, please give me some meditation. I tell them, there is no need for meditation for your mental setup. Please just understand these few ideas, that is more than enough. But they don't feel fulfilled. They again and again ask me, no, Swamiji, please give me some meditation. Finally, I give them some meditation technique just to console them. After a month, if I ask them, are you following the technique? I find they have now one more guilt. Apart from their usual guilt, now they have one more guilt that they are not able to do the meditation. Whenever you make anything as part of your life, be very clear, other party is going to take revenge on you. As long as you think meditation is the quantity to be added to your routine, you will have conflict. You will have conflict. Meditation is not the quantity to be added to your routine, it is the quality to be added to your routine. Only when you understand, you don't need separate time for worldly life and separate time for meditation. You enter into a real spiritual life. What the scientists call a singularity. That is what I think. I feel the word Brahman can be translated with the word singularity. the space beyond the matter and energy, the space beyond the conflict of worldly life and spiritual life. That is what I call quantum spirituality. When you understand, you can travel in horizontal level and the vertical level, both in the same time, in same space. Little difficult concept to understand. A little difficult concept because verbally you can't express. When I say the word horizontal line and a vertical line, I myself make a difference between the space, different space, difference in, I express difference in space. But again I say, you can travel in horizontal line and vertical line the same time in same space. It's little difficult to understand intellectually. It's a little difficult to express verbally. But experientially, if you go a little deep into your being, a little deeper than a word, a little deeper than your inner chattering, you can really understand the idea. You can travel in horizontal line and vertical line simultaneously. Let me make a small sketch for you to understand this idea, because I am bored of giving the public discourses. As long as you think you can travel only in the worldly life, you go in the horizontal line. As long as you think you can travel only in the spiritual life, you travel in the vertical line. You escape to Himalayas, or you go to Vipassana, you do only the techniques. As long as you travel in the horizontal line, you just plan for your life, work, and go to the success or the result. Horizontal line and vertical line. Whether you travel in horizontal line or vertical line, you are under the control of mind. But only when you understand, you can travel in all these directions simultaneously. You can explode in all the directions at a time. You go beyond mind. You go beyond mind. I'm very happy for and I thank for the beautiful introduction and the words given by Dr. Murali Krishna and Dr. Vijaya Malpani. The topic is art of meditation. I'll try to present few ideas from our ancient wisdom. Then we'll analyze these ideas with our questions and try to internalize them through our question answers. Then we'll have a practical meditation technique to practice. Last 4 days we had 4 different sessions. Yoga for body, yoga for our inner verbalization, yoga for our mind, and yoga for our being, spirit. Every day we had different topic, different subject. Now I will give you a very simple presentation, few concepts about how our mind works, how we perceive things, how we process information inside our system, and how we take decisions, and where we can infuse peace, where we are missing the peace and bliss, where we can infuse peace and bliss. First thing, meditation is the greatest gift given to the world by Indian masters. Every society, every country has contributed something to the humanity. According to my experience, meditation is the contribution from India. That's the greatest contribution. from India, yoga and meditation is the greatest contribution given to the world by our ancient masters. Let me give you a simple diagram. How we perceive things, how the information is processed inside our system according to yoga. Then we'll analyze these concepts with our questions. First thing, you see something through your eyes. The information which you receive through eyes goes to something called chakshu. In Sanskrit we call it chakshu. It's almost like a digital signal processor. The whole file is digitized. You are able to see? The information which you receive through eyes are digitized in the chakshu. Next, the whole file goes to chitta. Chitta is the memory. In chitta, elimination happens, the excluding happens. For example, if you are seeing me, the information which you receive through eyes goes to the chakshu. In chakshu, the whole file is digitized. Then the file goes to chitta. Chitta discriminates. This is not animal. This is not a plant. This is not a tree. This is not a mountain. The discrimination is done by the chitta. Then the whole file goes to manas. In Sanskrit they call it as manas. English mind. You may use any word. The mind, that's the process of identifying. Memory, chitta does the work of this is not, this is not, this is not. Manas does the work of this is it, this is it, this is it. It starts identifying. First it says, oh, a Swami. Then it says, meditation teacher. Or whatever your mind wants to say, it gives you the identification. This is it. That is explained by the mind. Next, the whole file takes a quantum leap, goes to your ego. The whole file completely takes a quantum leap, goes to your ego. Then you decide how I am supposed to respond to this moment or to this file. You decide what is there for me with this information. For example, you are seeing me, the file, you are seeing me through the eyes, the file goes to chakshu, the whole file is digitized. And then the file goes to chitta. Chitta says, this is not this, this is not this, this is not this. This is not a tree, this is not a plant, this is not an animal. Then the whole file goes to manas. Manas decides, oh, this is a human being, this is a Swami. This is, you start identifying. Then the whole file goes to ego. Ego decides, what is there for me with this person? Based on your past experiences with other meditation teachers or other Swamis, you decide whether to sit here or not to. You decide based on your past experiences. If you had good experiences with some other guru, some other master, with some other spiritual teacher or meditation teacher, you decide, let me sit here, this is the place for me. I should learn something. If you had some bad experience with somebody who was wearing the same orange robe, immediately you decide, no, this is not the place for me. I don't want to sit here. That what is there for me, that connection is given by the ahankar, ego. Then the command comes back to the mind. The command is executed. You start doing what you want to do. One thing, If this whole process, if it is straight, clear, as I explained now, there will be no problem. But it is not completely conscious or straight, as I explained. At one point, you take a different path. Only from I to mind, the process is conscious, straight, which is under your control. As I explained now, it is straight, logical. From I to mind, it is completely logical. No problem. But from mind to ego, it is unconscious. It is not under your control. That is why, logically, if you analyze, you know smoking is injurious to health. According to the information which you receive through senses, according to the process of Chakshu, Chitta, Manas, you know smoking is injurious to your health. But suddenly you decide to smoke. Why? If it is straightforward conscious process, when you know it is not good for your health, naturally you will drop. But we say, no, I know it is not good. But it's a small story. One guy came to me and said, Swamiji, a week ago I read a book which explains the negative impacts on our being by smoking. After that, I stopped. I asked him, oh, you stopped smoking, that's nice. He said, no, Swamiji, I stopped reading like these confusing books. You know, many times you know which is right and wrong, but we are not able to decide with our straight logical data. The data which you get logically, if you decide based on that, your whole life will be conscious. The conscious life is what I call spiritual life, integrated life, holistic life. But we are not. In many places, we do make unconscious decisions. Why we make? When the file takes a quantum leap, this area, the unconscious zone, is filled with lot of samskaras, engraved memories. That is the right word for samskara. Engraved memories. These engraved memories, they just decide on their own without asking your permission. Logically, you know smoking is injurious for health. But suddenly you decide, let me smoke. Because of the engraved memory, samskara. Samskara is so powerful, it can just pull you to do the same act again and again. It has got tremendous power, force over your being. These samskaras are the root cause for many illnesses. I can say at least all psychosomatic illnesses. Samskaras are the root cause. These samskaras, these engrams, are the reason for our stress. If you see your life, the same incident, the same person will create a different types of response, will create a different emotion in your being at different times. When you are in a good mood, calm mood, the same incident, you will be able to handle it much better way. If you are disturbed, even a small incident, you are totally depressed. You are not able to handle it. It is because of the samskaras. The engrams play a major role in your thinking system. For example, if you are hurt or disturbed by somebody who was wearing white cloth, whenever you see a person wearing white cloth, that engram automatically comes up. That is why, if you are hurt, disturbed in a particular place, when you see that place again, even if that person is not there, you will have that same low mood. you will have that same depression. You will project the same thing in the place. At some time, it's very serious. The major decisions which you make are impacted because of these samskaras. In major decisions, when you take a major decisions, very important things in your life, if the samskaras inspire you, you don't even know in which direction you are traveling. You don't even know in which direction you are traveling. Especially some engrams, which is deeply recorded inside your being unconsciously. Continuously you repeat them without awareness. Continuously you repeat them without even your awareness. Especially morning when you start brushing your teeth. You can see your mind will be repeating some words which is not directly related to your life, which is not directly related to your routine. Simply you will be repeating something. When you are taking bath, your mind will be repeating some words. I always tell people, if you are in the house, brushing your teeth, you are already in the office, thinking about your routine. If you are in the office, seeing patients, already you are in the beach, having vacation. If you are sitting in the beach, enjoying the cool breeze, already you are there in the house, thinking about your next routine. One thing is sure, you are not there where you are. If you are here, we can be sure you are everywhere except here. We just continuously go around. We almost live like ghosts because of these samskaras, because of these engrams. Continuously you are repeating something inside your being which is not directly logically connected to your routine or to your life. This unconscious process creates a lot of disturbance in your physical health and mental health. For example, when you are in deep fear or in a high peak mood of greed, these engrams, these samskaras gets recorded in your system. If a small girl falls into a swimming pool or a stream of water, if people shout, oh, she can't breathe, catch her, help her, that word gets recorded in her system as a samskara. She will suffer asthma even after becoming 40, 50. Continuously the samskara repeats itself in her being. I have seen hundreds of cases like these people suffering because of samskaras. I work with patients. We heal through meditation. At least in the last 2 years, more than 200,000 people had a spiritual healing touch or meditation through our institution. I'm working with lakhs of people. I tell you from my experience, many of the psychosomatic illnesses has got their roots in samskaras. If we can heal this samskara, we can do a very big service to the humanity. The meditation heals the samskaras. Meditation helps you to come out of the samskaras. Apart from the physical health, the mental health also. The stress, the main root cause for stress is these samskaras. Actually, these samskaras, when they are sitting in this unconscious zone, they will not allow any file directly to reach the ego. More the samskaras, more the file will be distorted. Everybody will sign their opinion on that file. Understand? The file is supposed to move from this table, this person to that person. Between, if there are only 2-3 persons, the file will move quickly and file will go as it is. If there are 300 persons sitting in between, everybody will write their opinion. By the time the file reaches the last person will not know what decision to make. He just says something, decision is made. and it is executed. More the engrams, more the samskaras, more confusion and more stress. And the process also takes more time. That is why many times you will not be able to decide for 10 years. Simple decision, we will not be able to take even for 10 years because more engrams, more samskaras. By the time people decide whether to get married or not, already the life is over. Many times you can't decide. Why? Because too many engrams, too many samskaras. The process takes too long time. So many persons writing their opinions. What will happen to the file? You will never be able to decide. It becomes a complete confusion. Too many engrams create many psychosomatic illnesses and confusion in our day-to-day life, whether it is relationships or it is a profession. It will be very difficult to take any decision. Even small decisions look like too big. You feel that you are not able to take the decisions. You feel insecure continuously even to take the small decision. People are not able to do any change in their life because of these engrams. Too many samskaras. You will not be able to move in your life. The whole courage or the power to move in the life is completely disturbed. The unconscious process or the engrams is the root cause, the single root cause for many of our problems. If we can infuse peace, silence into this unconscious zone, the whole unconscious zone becomes conscious zone. Because the moment you remove the engrams, the moment you remove the samskaras, the whole process will be under your control, will be under your awareness, will be under your consciousness. Only because of the samskaras, the process goes to the unconscious zone. If the samskaras are removed by infusing peace into the unconscious zone, the whole thing will come under your awareness. Removing the samskaras by infusing peace into the unconscious zone is what I call meditation. Is what I call meditation. One more thing, the time taken for the conscious process and time taken for the unconscious process. Should you have any I can show. It's okay. I like it. It's okay. The time taken for the conscious process and the time taken for the unconscious process only decides whether you are in an instinct level or intellect level or in the intuition level. If the time taken for the conscious process is more than unconscious process, for example, for unconscious process, if you take less time, you are at instinct level. Immediately you choose. Of course, the file goes very late. Because you can't wait for file, you just decide something. File never reaches even the ego. In between somebody decides. The leader is never given a chance to decide. Simply in between somebody signs the file and passes the order. You start executing it. If the time taken for the unconscious process is less, means you are in instinct level, animal level. If the time taken for conscious and unconscious, if it is equal, then we are in the level of intellect, man, human level. If the time taken for unconscious, if it is more, means we are more peaceful inside our being. We are more silent inside our being. We are more integrated inside our being. We are calm inside our being. Means we are in the level of intuition, in the level of God. animal, man, God. Instinct, intellect, intuition. All these three levels are decided only based on the meditation power. If you can infuse more and more silence into your unconscious zone, we can move from instinct to intellect, intellect to intuition. Intuition word is one more important word. Very difficult for logical people to understand that there is something called intuition exists. Very small example. In one of our meditation camp, one person asked me, Swamiji, many times I get an experience, like when I am sitting in a party, suddenly I feel that within 5 minutes somebody is going to come or something is going to happen. And actually it happens. If I hear a telephone ringing, suddenly I remember some friend's name whom I have not seen or remembered for last 10 years. I remember his name. When I pick up the phone, he is there on the line. When I hear the doorbell, suddenly I remember some relative's name. When I go and open the door, he is standing, he is there. This happens in my life many times, Swamiji. How it happens? Why it happens? I asked the whole crowd, how many of you experienced like this at least once in your life? These same moments. She told one more thing. When I go to some friend's house, when I go first time, suddenly I feel I come to the same place already. And I am able to tell in which room what things are there. And it is exactly there as it is. When I asked that group, how many of you had this type of experience at least once in your life? More than 80% raised their hands. Now let us analyze. How many of you had this type of experience at least once in your life? Oh. See, now we should understand, analyze something. If it is in one person's life, once or twice, we can reject it in the name of coincidence. Oh, it's just coincidence. We can reject. But when it happens in so many persons' lives, so many times, how can we reject it? Just with a simple word, coincidence. We can't reject this. Just with a simple word, coincidence. There is something more. We can't use just one word and remove or put this whole thing aside. There is something more than our intellect. We need to look into it. We need to analyze it. Of course, a lot of research are being done. I do not know much about the other things. But one thing is sure. According to yoga, I can explain this phenomenon. At that moment, fortunately, knowingly or unknowingly, you come to the present moment. When you come to the present moment, you will have the power, energy to see what is going to happen next. Almost no confusion. You reach the state where there is no confusion. No engrams are signing your file. At that moment, for that single moment, no engrams are signing your file. Your file is straight away reaching the ego without any signature from any samskaras. The whole process is conscious. That is why suddenly you get glimpse of intuition. Suddenly you get what is going to happen next. You can stay continuously in that same state by practice. People tell me, when Einstein says in one place, logic is a servant, intuition is a gift from higher energy. I tell you, intuition is not just gift. You can make it as a salary. If it is a gift, we have to wait. Who will give, when they will give, what time, whether it will come or not, we don't know. You can make this as a salary. You can work for it. You can achieve it. You can make it as your life. we can stay in that same state of intuition or same state of ultimate consciousness continuously through meditation. One more thing I want to say, because it's a very important thing for doctors. Yesterday we were analyzing about this subject. Taking the negative energies of patients continuously, whether you believe it or not, you are meditating on patience. Continuously you are contemplating on negativities, the problems of the patients. There was a beautiful research which I was reading, that in medical schools, if a particular subject, if they are teaching about particular disease, more than, for example, headache or knee pain, back pain, more than 40% of the students show the same symptoms at the time of teaching. 40%. When you continuously contemplate on some particular disease or symptom, you tend to feel it. Even you can see when you listen about some symptom, you just compare inside your mind. Do I have that? Do I have it? When you contemplate, you try to express or experience the same things in your system. Continuously, whether you believe it or not, accept it or not, we are meditating on patience. And when whatever things you are receiving, the negative engrams or the negative ideas you are receiving from the patients, straight away goes and settles down in the unconscious zone. It is in the unconscious zone, creating more trouble for us, as if we have less karmas, as if we have less samskaras. We acquire more and more samskaras, which creates more trouble, more complications in our life. That is why in Ayurveda and yoga system, they emphasize every healer has to meditate to disconnect the etheric connection from the patients. Every healer has to clean himself, disconnect himself from the etheric connection of the patients. It is not only for healers, even for doctors. When you are continuously listening to the problems of patients, naturally you get associated, or you start swallowing all their problems, those negative ideas, negative thoughts. You can see in your life many times, even after coming back to the house, your mind will be repeating the words which you heard from the patients. Mind is just continuously repeating the same words which we heard from patients. We need to clean ourselves. Please at least take 10 to 15 minutes per day to clean yourself. Just like when you come out of the hospital, you clean your hands, you take bath, keep yourself away from the bacteria. Same way, you need to meditate and disconnect ourselves. We need to meditate and disconnect ourselves from the etheric connections or the negativities which we are receiving. We need to keep the quality of our inner space, the unconscious zone. We need to keep our inner space clean and peaceful. It is our responsibility. We give appointment to everybody, but we don't give appointment to ourselves. Please decide now onwards to give at least 15-20 minutes appointment to yourself. To keep your inner space peaceful, happy and healthy. These are the few concepts which I wanted to express. Thank you for all. Thank you that you all sat and listened. Now we'll take a few minutes to analyze these concepts with your questions. You will analyze it. You are welcome to ask any question. After the question answers, we'll see a simple practical meditation technique through which you can keep your inner space peaceful and blissful. You are welcome to put any question. Yes.
Do you believe in next life?
It is too big theory, ma. See, let's bother about this life. I always tell people, people ask me, Swamiji, can you teach me the technique to get the past life memory? I tell them, this 30-40 year life memory itself is haunting us. It is making us mad. We are going crazy. Just this 30-40 years of memories. If we get 60 or 70 more years of memory, what will happen to us?
So she's here, she's not here.
So, I request, better not to bother about these esoteric things of next life, past life. Let's bother about this life, man. We are not able to live happily this life. Then when we are not able to live happily this life, what are we going to do? By what? Knowing the past life or the next life. People come and ask me, Swamiji, please teach me some technique. I wanted to do the Vashya of the 1800 Kali. There are some big devatas. I wanted to see the devata. I wanted to have boons from the devata. I wanted to see. They come and ask me. I tell them, first learn the technique of how to live happily with the 200 wives, 200 women. When we are not able to live happily with her, what are we going to do? Seeing 1800 women or 1800 Kali and all these things. So I always tell people, better drop too much of esoteric things. Let's come to the day-to-day life. Let's make this life more happy, more blissful. Then later on we can see about all those things. And one thing, even if I answer your question, waste of your time and waste of so many people time, what are we going to do? Next. Yes.
I mean, I think we need to understand how the meditation helps, especially with your talk and Guru Krishna's talk, and I want to thank Vijay for sharing that experience. I think kind of a gastroenterologist like those of how this can be useful. But I wanted to ask, how does the healing touch come into this? Can you explain that? How does that?
Oh, that's a wonderful question. We have 7 energy centers inside our system. Of course, not only the yoga according to Hinduism, even according to yoga according to Buddhism, Tantra, everybody speaks about the 7 chakras. I don't think it is exactly the glands which they speak. Maybe the energy related to the gland, the 7 gland. Maybe some way through energy may be relating with the gland. Of course, the traditional belief is that these chakras are only controlling and managing our physical, mental, emotional and spiritual activities. If some of these chakras are disturbed, we fall or we get diseases. If we can heal those chakras, activate those chakras through meditation, naturally disease disappears. We become healthy. If you can do by your own meditation, it is called self-healing. If you take the help of a master who meditates, it is called healing. One question comes here. How can somebody else give energy to us? Of course, in the modern day, a lot of researches are done about this Kirlian photography and all those things. They prove very clearly the energy can be shared. And even if you study deeply Einstein's theory, he says there is no such thing as matter and energy in the end. In the end, he speaks almost like a mystic, as Murali Krishna was mentioning, Dr. Murali Krishna was saying, he's a rishi. Einstein is a rishi. The end of his theory, what he says, equal to mc square. The same thing is expressed by Isavasya Upanishad. Ishavasyam idam sarvam. Whatever exists is energy. It's almost like a rishi. In the end, he says that there is no such thing as a matter energy separately. So when you can give a matter to somebody, why not energy? All you need is the right technique to share. Of course, still we are not able to quantify how much of energy is shared and all those things. That's the reason we are not able to give something like across the table. But one thing is sure, energy can be shared. That much I can be sure. How much it can be shared, how better way we can share through what techniques, all those things, we have to do a little more research. If you do it by yourself meditating, it is called self-healing. If you take the help of a master, it is called healing. And it is possible from time immemorial. In India, this practice is, of course, it was practiced and it is in the practice. You can see even, of course, your own villages. If you go to your villages, you can see some kids fall sick, they will take the child to the village priest, and the village priest will take the neem leaf and beat the kid with some mantra, some words, and this kid will cry like anything. Within 2-3 days, he will become all right. And you can see this as a regular phenomenon. It is not that once or twice. Somehow, in India, the healing is a regular phenomenon which happens in every village. I can say India has got at least 2-3 million healers. 2-3 million in every village is the regular thing. There are many villages. People don't go anywhere else. Somehow, even though we are still yet to come up with a clear-cut data to present the whole phenomenon across the table, even though we are not able to completely objectify it, completely present in the objective form, the whole thing. But there is something behind this whole healing system. That much only I can say. Yes, next.
What about continuous internal japas like Gayatri Mantra, for example?
Yes. Of course, the japa. Japa is a beautiful technique to reduce the power of engrams over your thinking. To make the whole thing into conscious. Japa is one of the beautiful technique. But one more thing, there is a danger. When you do japa, it should not become one more unconscious process. I have seen many people, one side they will be saying, Rama Krishna, Rama Krishna, Rama Krishna. Hey, what happened to the brinjal? Did you attend the phone call properly? What happened to your work? Did you get ready? Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Then it becomes that one more unconscious process. Please don't allow the japa to become one more unconscious process. If it is done consciously with awareness, then it helps you to come out of the engrams. It helps you to be more aware, more conscious of your thought process. You will be liberated from samskaras. If it becomes unconscious process, there is a big danger that itself will become one more engram and will continuously create a fear if you don't do. Continuously create a fear if you don't do. Please just be careful. You need to be conscious when you do japa or meditation. Where should our awareness be? See, when you repeat some mantra, when you repeat a particular word, just see from where that word is raising in your being. In your inner space, when you close your eyes, you have an inner space. In your inner space, from where the word is raising, just see the root. Just concentrate on the root of the word which you are repeating. Then naturally, you will enter into the source of japa, which is your consciousness itself. Yes. You can see, you can start searching the source of vibrations, from where the vibration starts. Now we will be doing a very small meditation technique to keep our inner space peaceful and blissful. Before that, anyone question? We'll finish that question.
When we utter mantras, most of the time it will be in Sanskrit like that. We don't even know what we are uttering, the meaning of it. But then does it have effect on the engrams?
No problem. Just one thing. She's asking if it is a Sanskrit mantra. We don't even know the meaning, what to do. There is no need for you to know the meaning. If you know the meaning, it's okay. Any word repeated with awareness will silence your mind. Any word repeated with awareness will make your mind silent. I've seen few people repeating even Coca-Cola. Of course, you need to be aware. You need to be aware. You can't just repeat and do something else. You need to be aware. Of course, one more thing. I just made fun about this Coca-Cola. Naturally repeating the divine names has got its own impact. We can't compare Coca-Cola and Ramakrishna. Surely we can't compare. But what I am emphasizing is more on awareness. Just to emphasize on awareness, I made this statement. But surely, when you repeat the divine names, it has got its own effect, its own thing on your being. Yes.
How long does the meditation effort last?
Oh. Even if you can clean your inner space only once a day with the 15 minutes, that is enough. For next 24 hours, your inner space will be clean. 15 minutes or 20 minutes is more than enough to maintain complete 24 hours, the same quality of the inner space. And one more thing, after a few days you will understand, it is not even the quantity of time, it is the quality, how intensely you sit, how intensely you meditate. You don't even need, after a few days, you don't even need 15-20 minutes. Just 5 minutes will be more than enough. After some time, you don't even need that 5 minutes. Just remembrance, smarana is enough. By remembrance itself, you will be able to clean your inner space. See, this is the only scale. When you close your eyes, after the meditation, your inner space should be peaceful. You should feel a well-being, healthy. You should understand, health is not just no diseaseness. No diseaseness is only one part of health. The real health is something more than no diseaseness. Feeling of well-being. If you feel alive, bubbling, simply oozing out the bliss, that is what I call health. If you feel that mood, when you close your eyes in your inner space, you reach the state of meditation.
Closing eyes is important, or you can do the open eyes?
In the initial level, you need to close your eyes. After that, you don't need. I think this time should be entered into the... Yes. All right.
Could you share with the audience what the NSP training is? And then if anyone really wants to get serious about uncovering their engrams, there's the most wonderful program, and everyone should know about this.
Of course, she is asking about our program. We do a 2 days workshop, meditation workshop, to clean this engrams recorded in our system, which is already into our being, which is not under our control now, which is there already. To remove that, she is asking about that program. I think more than that. Of course, that program is designed to clean the engrams which we have in our being. It is offered all over the world through our teachers. Our website may give you the detail. All right.
I don't have this question, but I would like to share what I have experienced. For vasanas, what we call imprints, vasanas, vasudevasya vasitam bhuvanam sarvabhutani vakusi vasudeva namastute. So that just helps, because like ours.
Vasanas are not samskaras, please understand. Vasanas are dead imprints, which don't have enough power to pull you to walk in the same path. But samskaras are living, alive. They have the power to pull you down and make you walk in that same path. So vasanas are different and samskaras are different.
Okay. But
our inner chattering is the bridge between body and mind. It is not completely mind, because mind is something more than inner chattering. It is not completely body, because body is totally physical. It's something in between. In Sanskrit we use beautiful word, samskara. Samskara, the engraved memories. These are the reason for inner chattering, our verbalization. Today we will see about our verbalization, yoga for our inner chattering, yoga for our verbalizations. Again and again, all the great masters declare you are Atman, you are energy. And that's a beautiful statement in the Upanishad.
Excuse me, I'm taping here, could you mind?
Whatever you think can be realized. That's a beautiful statement. In the night, in the dream time, you create your own world. Nobody else is creating your world. What you are seeing in the dream, the whole thing is your creation. If you can create in the dream state, why not in the waking state? If you can create the complete world in the dream state, why you can't in the waking state? And there is no reason why we should not be, or why we can't create what we want in the waking state. To tell you honestly, if you look deep into your being, you can understand this world is made of the same stuff in which your dreams are made. It's very shaking statement, difficult to believe. But anybody who has got any question to argue or to raise against this point, you are welcome. In the end of the session, the question and answer session, we will analyze. Please understand, I am making a statement. This world is made of the same stuff in which your dreams are made. Anybody has got any question against this statement, you are welcome. We will analyze it more deeply. Now let me continue. Again and again, Upanishads ask us, when you can create a big world in the dream, why can't in the waking state? And you can. You can create. Whatever you create inside your space, that only you express it. You create it in the outer world. Any discovery, whether it is scientific, or in the field of medicine, or in the field of physics, or anything, or in the field of machineries, any discovery, first it has to be discovered, created in the mind of a scientist. In his inner space, he has to create it. Only then can be created in the outer space, in the outer world. In the dream world, you do the same thing. You create something in your inner space and you project it in the outer space. In the waking state, in this world also, you create something in your inner space and you project it in the outer world. But when you create the model in the inner space, you do some mistakes. You do some, not even mistakes, I can say blunders. After the mistakes, we project that same model in the outer world. Once the result comes, we start asking, how can this be my creation? If I wanted to create, I would have created much better way. But we don't look into the mistakes which we do when we create the model, when we create the mold. If you can work on the mold, if you can correct the model, you will be able to project what you want to project. First thing. And then you will have the tremendous understanding the whole world is your projection. When you correct the mistakes which you are doing in your inner verbalization, you will achieve two things. First, the Shakti to realize your dreams, the Shakti to make your dreams into reality. Second thing, the Buddhi to realize the reality itself is nothing but your dream. Shakti to make your dreams into reality, and Buddhi to realize that reality is nothing but your dream. Even once, if you can create a model and project it in the outer world clearly, you will realize you can create. When you realize you can make your dreams into reality, immediately you will realize whatever you think as reality is nothing but your dream. You will realize these two at a time. Now let us see what all the mistakes we are doing in our inner chattering, inside our mind. Why don't you put your camera here?
Get a good shot, sir.
Or put the chairs such a way that people must be able to walk the other way. Now let us see deeply what are the mistakes we are doing when we create the mold. Our mold for the outer world is created in our unconsciousness, where you repeat the words without your consciousness. For example, when you brush your teeth, you can see your mind will be continuously repeating some words. If you have observing capacity, you can see sometime for more than 10 days or a month, you will be repeating same type of words when you do a particular work. Morning, the moment you get up from the bed, unconsciously you will be repeating the same type of words. When you take bath, unconsciously you will be repeating the same kind of words. Morning around 9 o'clock, you will be repeating same kind of words. How many of you have experienced at a particular time, you will be repeating same kind of words? Even if you don't have to go to the office, you will be repeating the words which you usually repeat in your office, inside your mind. Even in weekend, you will be repeating the words which you usually use in the office. One part of your mind will tell, no, today is holiday, today is weekend, don't bother about all these things, relax. Even then, your mind will not listen. Your mind has got a habit of repeating words continuously, unconsciously, without your knowledge. Many times, if you stand in rain for 2-3 minutes, there is no reason that immediately you should sneeze, because it takes at least few hours for the body to process. But you continuously repeat the word. If I stand in rain, I'll catch cold, I'll start sneezing. The very repetition or the very power given to these words immediately expresses itself as a different symptom. The words which you repeat continuously, unconsciously, is given tremendous power by your being. It's almost like in front of a projector light. If you keep any slide, you can see that in reality, in screen. If you keep a slide of a temple, you can see a temple in the screen. If you keep a slide of an actor, you can see the actor. If you keep the slide of an actress, you can see the actress. Any slide you keep, you can see that in reality. Same way, your inner chattering is a slide which is kept in front of your consciousness. Immediately it is projected and it is experienced as reality. Especially the inner chattering which goes on unconsciously in your being plays a major role in your life, projecting and creating your life. First thing which we need to understand, we give power to self-contradicting engrams. self-contradicting samskaras. Engraved memories is what I call engrams. In Sanskrit, we use the word samskara. We give power to self-contradicting samskaras. For example, if you want to get rid of some disease, if you repeat the word, I should get rid of this disease, the more you repeat that word inside your mind, more you give power for that word, disease. Whenever you repeat the word disease, the moment you utter the word disease, you remember the disease. The imprint or the samskara of the disease gets deepened in your system. Any word which is repeated unconsciously in your being is given power. In Ramayana, there is a beautiful character called Vali. If you face him, he has got a beautiful boon. Anybody faces me, I should get half of their power. So nobody can conquer him. If you go and stand in front of him to face him, half of your power will go away to him. You can't defeat him because already he has got power and half of your power is already with him. So naturally he will be you plus something more. Half plus something more. Naturally you will be defeated. So Vali is the samskara. All your samskaras are Vali. The moment you face them, you give them half of your energy. All self-contradicting samskaras, when you give power to them, you can never get rid of them. That is why a person who wants to quit smoking can never. Try your best. Again and again create a word. I'll quit smoking, I'll quit smoking. Never. It will never happen. Because the moment you create that engram, you give power to smoking also. You give enough power to disease when you say, I'll get rid of this disease. The samskara which you need to create, which you need to repeat, or to which you should give power, should be straight. Means instead of saying, I should get rid of this disease, you should repeat the word, I should become healthy. Words which are straight, words which will create only positive memory in you. The words which should be given power should be very straight and clear. See, when you repeat the word, I should become healthy, again and again you remember your health or well-being. So that concept, that idea is given power. Anything which you remember and repeat inside your being, unconsciously, is given tremendous power by your being. When you repeat a samskara, that I should become healthy, straight away you progress in your life. But when you create a samskara, I should get rid of this disease, it is self-contradicting samskara. When you give power to this type of samskaras, you create only more trouble for yourself. Either you become split personality or schizophrenia. There's a beautiful story. One person wanted to have some miraculous powers. He went to Himalayas to see a master. Somehow he was able to find a master. He asked the master, Master, please give me some medicine through which I can get some miraculous powers. Master advised him, don't ask for miraculous powers, ask for meditation and enlightenment. That is only the right thing. That only will do good for you. But this person is not ready to listen to the master. He said, give what I want. I don't want your advice. In those days, the spirituality is seller's market. Now it is buyer's market. So, this person started demanding, supply what I want. Otherwise, I have other shop. I don't need your advice. So naturally, master couldn't do anything. Finally he said, all right, I'll give you a medicine. Take this to your home and drink. But only one condition, you should not remember monkey before you drink this medicine. Immediately the person asked, if I remember, what should I do? Master said, take bath, then drink. Now you know, this person is already in the big trouble. He went to the house, he thought, I never usually remember monkey. Why should I bother? He went to the house. The moment he picked up the bottle, he thought, oh, I should not remember monkey. Na? Oh, I remembered monkey. Now what to do? I have to go and take bath. He went, took bath, came out of the bathroom, picked up the bottle. Now you know what happened. Again, he remembered the monkey. Then he thought, I remembered monkey. He put the bottle down, ran to the bathroom, took bath, came back, and he picked up the bottle again. Remembered the monkey. After half an hour, he is seen just running between the bathroom and the bedroom. And after 1 hour, even in the bedroom, he started shouting, monkey, monkey, monkey. After 2-3 days, he understood the whole drama, ran to the master and put the bottle at his feet. Please relieve me from these monkeys. Just do one favor. I don't want your medicine. I don't want your miracle powers. Just relieve me from this monkey. That one is enough. When you give power to the samskara, I should not remember monkey. It is self-contradicting engram. Self-contradicting samskara. When you give power to the self-contradicting samskaras, you create trouble for yourself. You are in trap. Your life will be naturally led towards the misery. Many people come and ask me, Swamiji, you say the whole world is our creation. Then why am I suffering? I don't want to suffer. But again and again, I am suffering. Why? Understand. Look into your being deeply. There must be something. There must be some reason. You will be enjoying your sufferings or the samskaras which gives you suffering. Either you will have some vested interest in your suffering itself. Many times when you suffer, you get attention from others. When you fall sick, people attend you. When you are happy, people attending you. You understand unconsciously, if I fall sick, people will attend me. I can enjoy that attention. If you are seeking attention, you will continuously create small problems to yourself. Fever, headache, cold, back pain, this type of the small things. Continuously you will create if you are seeking attention. If you are asking attention from others. Something directly or indirectly you will be enjoying. You will have some vested interest in your suffering. Or the engrams which create suffering. Some engrams you will be enjoying. You will be keeping it for some benefit. As a side effect, this suffering will come. When the suffering, no, I have not asked for suffering. Small story. One guy went to the restaurant, ordered for dosa, idli, puri, chapati, everything, and finished with Calcutta Pan. Suddenly the server brought the bill. This guy asked, I have not ordered for it. Why did you bring? He asked, I have not ordered for the bill. Why did you bring? But you should know, if you order for food, naturally you will receive the bill. Many times, without even understanding, without even realizing what will be the side effect of this engram, you enjoy that engrams. You enjoy that samskaras. You pamper those samskaras. You allow them to grow in your being without knowing the side effect or the after effect. Only when the after effect happens, you start condemning. No, I have not asked for this. How did I get this? I did not ask for this. How I got this, I don't know. If you look into your being deeply, you can understand wherever you create the root cause of suffering, either you will be having a self-contradicting samskara or the samskara which you created for some purpose, creating misery also as side effect. If you can analyze your being, you will be able to understand the truth of what I am expressing. Now we will do a very small exercise, because this exercise will make you understand what I am saying. It will help you to internalize the concepts which I am expressing. You will just find at least 10 samskaras which is self-contradictory, which you are continuously using in your life. You can find 10 in 10 minutes, because you have at least few hundreds. At least few hundreds you have. You can have a notebook. We will be giving you a notebook and pen. It is only for your purpose. You will carry the notebook later on. It's only for your purpose, so you can write it. You can write. It is just to give an idea to yourself, to internalize this concept, how you create these self-contradicting engrams. Please write down some 10 self-contradicting engrams which you create for yourself. Then we will work how to straighten it. And then the third thing, a simple meditation technique to throw away all the negative self-contradicting engrams which you created for your being. Shiv, can you move the camera or put the road chair here?
People will, I can't get, people will be blocking if I put the rows. That's the problem.
Please have the paper and pen. Volunteers. Please bring the paper and pen.
Jyoti, bring down.
If you got the paper and pen, start writing. It is for yourself, so please don't show to the next person. And you can write it, nobody is going to read, it is only for your purpose. If you have any doubt about this word, self-contradicting samskara, you can ask. The samskara which you have created to create a particular result, but which creates opposite result, because the wordings are not proper, because the thoughts are not straight. Please write any 10 self-contradicting engrams which you have created inside your mind, which you repeat unconsciously, continuously. For example, I should get rid of this disease. I should get rid of this back pain. I should get rid of this problem. I should get rid of this addiction. I should get rid of this desire. All these things are negative engrams. You can write. Then we will do a simple meditation technique to throw them away from your consciousness, from your space. And then a simple technique, how to straighten them, how to make them into positive engrams. We'll start with a small story. Young man from America went to London, was traveling in a train. The elderly British lady and gentleman. Lady had a pet dog. Suddenly, the dog jumped on this guy and vomited. This lady, instead of apologizing, he started patting the dog. Oh, what happened to you? I don't know. You have bad stomach. I should take you to the doctor. The young man kept quiet, did not speak much. After a few minutes, again this dog jumped on him and pissed. Again this lady, instead of apologizing, she started saying, oh, I should take you to the doctor immediately. I don't know what happened to you today. After a few minutes, again the dog jumped on him. Now you know what he would have done. Again this lady did not even care to say a word sorry. She just started patting the dog. I should take you to the doctor, and she started giving some food, medicine. She started taking care of the dog. Now it is too much. The young man silently got up, just picked the dog and threw out of the window. All this time, the old man was keeping quiet. Now he stood up and shouted, you Americans drive in the wrong side, measure with wrong scale, now threw the wrong bitch out of the window. Whenever you throw, you always throw only wrong bitch out of the window. All our choice, all our decisions always end in dilemma. This dilemma is what I call mind. Dilemma is the straight, direct explanation or a definition for mind. There are so many definitions for mind, but from my experience I can say this is the right word, dilemma. Continuously moving from this extreme to that extreme, continuously seeing the other side, continuously thinking, I should have done that, I should have done this, I should have taken that type of decision, I should have taken this type of decision. Continuously not accepting the present moment is what is the root of the mind. When you close your eyes, whatever happens in your space, whatever you think and whatever you can think, whatever you visualize, whatever you can visualize, whatever you experience, whatever you can experience, everything, the whole is what I call mind. The root of the mind is dilemma. If you can just accept this moment, the whole reality, the existence as it is, simply you will go beyond mind. You will go beyond mind, you will experience the state which we call enlightenment or superconsciousness. Mind, the root of the mind is dilemma. Because you are continuously in dilemma, all your choices, I tell you, when I say all, I mean all. Capital letter ALL. All our choices end in suffering. Bliss is choicelessness. When you are choiceless, when you are just accepting the flow, when you just accept the nature, you are in bliss. Actually, bliss is nothing but accepting the reality as it is. But we always say, I accept everything, Swamiji. Everything is beautiful. Just this one thing, it is around the corner. Let me correct this one thing. Tomorrow I will be happy. When we are in India, we think if we just get visa, it will be really great. Once we get the visa, if we can have a house in the States, it will be really great. Then green card, then citizenship, then car. One by one, by the time you have a family, already you have mortgaged your life. Already the life is mortgaged. We just postpone. Just after this, I will be happy. Postponing the bliss, postponing the ecstasy, postponing the joy, which is continuously happening in you, which is your nature, is the root of the mind. Understand? In bliss, you can't have mind. Because bliss happens to you when you are choiceless. In the choicelessness, bliss starts happening. Whenever you choose, you always choose misery. Any choice is nothing but misery. People ask me, Swamiji, should I continue my spiritual life or my material life? For which I should give more importance? It's a very big question. $1 million question. Every so-called spiritual seeker asks this question. Please understand, only so-called spiritual seeker, never the real seeker. Just like professional lawyers, professional doctors, there is a group of people who think themselves as a professional seekers. Their only job is continuously reading some book and window shopping from master to master, from group to group, and gathering here and there something, thinking that they are great seekers. I have seen thousands of these so-called great seekers. They always come up with one question. Should I put more energy, more time on my material life or in my spiritual life? I tell you, the moment you choose, you have started suffering. The moment you choose, you have started suffering. Whether you choose spiritual life or material life. If you choose the material life, you will always feel, oh, I am missing that spiritual life. You will be visualizing what you are missing. If you choose the spiritual life, you will always miss the material life. I tell you, there is no need to choose. Material life is horizontal line. Spiritual life is vertical line. We always have a dilemma, which one to choose. If you look little deeply into your being, of course, looking little deeply into your being is what I call meditation. If you meditate little bit, you will understand, experience. You don't have to choose horizontal line or vertical line. You have the capacity to grow in both directions at a time. That is what I call quantum spirituality. You can explode in the horizontal direction and in the vertical direction at a time, in same space. Real spirituality, a real meditation is living in this moment. When you start living in this moment, naturally you will explode. You will just express yourself in your so-called material life and spiritual life. The life is only one thing. Whether you live with awareness or without awareness, that is the only choice you have. You don't have any other choice called spiritual life or material life. Don't think just because somebody has become a spiritual person, he eats something from the other world. He eats the same material which you are eating. He sleeps in the same bed in which you are sleeping. He uses the same way as you use the bathroom. Everything is same. Of course, the problem is, in our ancient scriptures, we have not recorded whether Krishna used the bathroom or not. That is the problem. We always have an idea about spiritual figure. We have a particular kind of a frame. Any spiritual figure, we put them into that frame, into that idea, and we distance ourselves from them. We distance ourselves from them. There is no need to choose. The moment you choose only suffering. All choices are nothing but suffering. When you start living intensely, you start a new way of life, all inclusive, which I call whole. When you are whole, you are holy. The only way to holiness is being whole. The moment you start choosing, you are given power to your mind. Fear, greed and worry, all these three starts in choosing. Your greed makes you choose. Your fear makes you, some way you wanted to escape from something. Of course, naturally these two ends in worrying, confusion, dilemma. Whether you choose based on fear or greed, we end in dilemma, worry. These two are the root for choosing. Don't choose anything mentally. People ask me, Swamiji, if you say don't choose, then how to go about in the day-to-day life? Should I drop spirituality or should I drop my profession? Should I meditate or should I go for a job? I tell them, never choose mentally before you start living. Just start living intensely as you feel, as your heart guides. You will see simply your profession will become meditation. What has to drop will drop automatically. Whatever has to drop will drop automatically. You don't have to choose, that will choose you. You don't have to choose, just your whole being will start choosing. The moment you choose with your logical calculation, with your intellect, you are in trouble. Not choosing, accepting the flow, going along with the flow is what I call intelligence. The moment you accept, something happens to you, that is what I call intuition. The normal level, very basic level, you are in the level of instinct. The moment you get the little bit energy to choose intellectually, you come to the level of intellect, man. If you drop choosing, accept the flow, something happens to you, intelligence, you become divine person. When you stay in this level, in that same energy, something more happens to you, which I call intuition. You become divine. Step by step, from instinct to intellect, from intellect to intelligence, from intelligence to intuition. Usually, almost we are all stuck, 90% of us are stuck in intellect level. Of course, we are not in instinct level, we are in intellect level. Continuously fighting with yourself, continuously creating conflicts, That is the reason we need so much of entertainment. Why do you think continuously we need partying, drinking, TV, movie, everything? When I was first brought to this country, when I came first to this country, they showed me all this Universal Studio and Disneyland and whatnot, all those entertainment things. The devotee who took me around thought I'll feel very happy after seeing everything. But somehow I felt very sad. When I came out, they asked me, why Swamiji you are feeling so sad and you are silent? You didn't enjoy all these things. I said, if so much of entertainment is needed, means this country must be joyless. You need so much of entertainment, so many nightclubs, just because we are joyless. We are just joyless. That is the reason. Again and again and again, we go out. Some way or other, we try to grab, we try to snatch joy. Trying to snatch joy from the outer world is nothing but trying to make thread out of stone. Trying to take thread out of stone. You see in India, out of this banana tree, they will make thread to make flower garlands. The banana trees, the outer shell of the banana tree, out of that they will make threads to make garlands. Same way, if you try to make a thread out of stone, what will happen? Out of a rock, out of a boulder, you try to make a thread. All our work to get joy out of the outer world, out of these outer entertainments, is nothing but trying to make thread out of boulders. Of course, you can escape from yourself. These are all just techniques to escape from yourself. But you can never think that you are joyful or blissful by these things. Unless a person is totally comfortable with himself, unless a person is totally ease with himself, unless somebody is totally relaxed with himself, I don't think he can find joy in anything from the outer world. How much you try, all you can try is you can just escape. That's what. Until around the age of 40 to 45, you come upon a new phase in your life, which I call depression of success. You got what you want, but you have not got what far you want. Achieving what you want and not achieving what far you want. At that moment, you face a phase called depression of success. That is the time we take major decisions in our life. People try to change cars, houses, wives. You continuously try to change. That is the age you decide or you think of changing cars, houses, spouse. You try to change everything. Either you go for outer change or you become addicted. Means you try to escape from yourself. Escaping from yourself can happen in many ways. Not only through alcohol or drugs. It can happen through TV. TV is also one of the methods. You try to escape from yourself. You just don't want to sit with yourself. That's the reason continuously you are with some entertainment. So much of restlessness. That is why in every 15 minutes you will go around, complete one cycle of channels. We can't even sit with one channel more than 15 minutes. The other day, an advertisement producer, he was sitting with me. was talking to me. He said, Swamiji, any advertisement we can make only for 60 seconds. 60 seconds is the maximum time people watch. People don't watch more than 60 seconds, anything. I was shocked. I said, 60 seconds is too less. What are you talking? It must be at least 2-3 minutes. He says, no, Swamiji. Survey says 60 seconds is the maximum time people watch. You can't trust anybody more than 60 seconds. Because within 60 seconds, their decision changes. They already decided something else. The decision has changed. Continuously, we are restless because we are not ease with ourselves. All our so-called joy is nothing but escaping from ourselves. Some way, if somebody helps you to escape from yourself, you call that person as a good entertainer. You call that program as a good entertainment. We don't understand how long you can escape from yourself. How long you can postpone facing yourself. The more you postpone, the more you will feel emptiness inside. That is why many people come and tell me, I have seen hundreds of people coming and telling me, Swamiji, I have everything which a man can ask. I have everything, but I just feel I have nothing. I don't feel I belong to this. I don't feel I am at home. What is happening to me? What is wrong with me? We always think bliss is dependent on our outer life. That is why we try to make our outer life perfect. We miss one important thing. It is not based on the quantity, it is based on the quality. It is based on your inner quality. How much you can sit with yourself. How much you are comfortable with yourself. How much you can face yourself. How much you are relaxed within yourself. That decides how much you can be blissful. How joyful you are. It is the quality, not the quantity. Of course, I am not against the quantity. You can have all best things of the outer world. I don't say don't have the outer worldly comforts. I have everything. But don't sell the inner world to have the outward comforts. We sell our sleep to purchase bed. We sell our sleep to purchase bed. We sell our eyes to purchase drawings. We sell our life to purchase the outer comforts. That is where we do a big mistake. Instead of all inclusive, you choose. You sell your inner space to have outer space. And one important thing, this is a beautiful, very important statement from Tantra. Tantra says, there is no need for you to sell your inner space to have the outer space. There is no need to disturb, damage your inner space to develop the quality of your outer space. There is a technique, there is a method. You can create enough of energy, richness, quality in your inner space along with creating the outer space. The technique to create the quality in your inner space, maintain the quality of your inner space is what I call meditation. If you can spend at least 20 to 30 minutes in your life to enrich your inner space, to maintain the quality of your inner space, continuously you will be radiating bliss. And I tell you, you can surely excel in your profession. When you radiate bliss, you understand what for you are here, what you need, what you want, and what is your space, what is your role in this universe. Unless you experience deep easiness with yourself, you will not even know what for you are running. Most of us, by the time we ask the question, what for I am running, we have already finished our life. We already finished our life. We have finished our race. After finishing, we ask, what for? I ran. What I am doing? That's a beautiful statement. The worst thing in the rat race is, even if you win, you are a rat. Even if you win, you are a rat. I don't think anybody wants to be a rat just for the sake of winning. If you choose to be a rat just for the sake of winning, it is up to you. It's actually our decision. Next thing, somebody was asking me yesterday, how to clear the negativity. This is a very important thing. Today I wanted to address about this, especially for doctors. Continuously, you swallow negativities of the patients. Continuously, you are hearing about the problems. You are hearing about diseases. You are meditating on negative things. Please be very clear. For others, people who are in the other professions, for them meditation is a luxury. If they want, they can have, otherwise there is no need. For doctors, it is a basic necessity. If you don't meditate, be very clear, we are going naturally towards depression. Because every day we are meditating on negative things. Now, yoga for spirit, being. As a being, the being level, you don't need any separate meditation or yoga. All our yoga or meditation is to reach that level. That's all. If you can experience that level or stay in that level, you don't need any meditation or yoga. The aim of the yoga is reaching the level of being or the spirit. First thing, what do I mean by the word being or spirit? Let's analyze. Let's analyze what do I mean by the word being. In Sanskrit we call Atman. You can translate it in a very superficial way as consciousness. Consciousness is not equivalent or exact translation of Atman, but we have no other way. We have to use the word consciousness. Soul is much poor word. Consciousness is at least a little better than soul. So I am using the word consciousness. Actually, being cannot be expressed by a single word. You can say what is not being and make people understand what is being. But you can't pinpoint and say what is being. Because whatever you can pinpoint is only related to mind. You can't say anything about the being because it is something beyond mind. It is something above your intellect, it is something beyond your logic. Again and again, our masters declare it is beyond the body, beyond the pranamaya, beyond the manomaya, beyond the vijnanamaya, the different sheets, different koshas. You have 5 bodies according to our Upanishads, are the 5 parts of your being. First thing, physical body, which you are having, made out of flesh and bones, you know. Next thing, the pranic body, all the prana movement which is happening inside your system. Inhaling, exhaling, all the other prana movements in your system. Third thing, your inner chattering, that is called manomaya. Fourth thing, the deep sleep state, what they call vijnanamaya, which you experience at the time of deep sleep. Fifth thing, anandamaya, of course, which you experience very rarely when your mind is totally in peace, when your mind is totally in silence. It is very rare people experience this Anandamaya Kosha. It's like if you are continuously asking for something, for example a sweet, particular sweet, continuously you are thinking about it. You want to have it. You are working for it. Suddenly one day you get that sweet. When you put that in your mouth, the restlessness which you had for that sweet, or continuous thinking which you had for that sweet, it disappears, it comes down. Your mind becomes a little calm for a few moments. That few moments you experience Anandamaya Kosha. You experience the joy which is from your being. But unfortunately, your mind starts thinking that joy is from the sweet. Then you start running behind it. You think if you create a same situation or a same atmosphere, you will be able to experience the same joy. If that is the case, continuously the sweet must give you the same joy. But it is not giving. 4 sweets, okay. 5th, it's all right. 6th, you say, I think no, too much. 7th, you try to escape from it. If it is from the sweet, it must only continue or grow. If it is from particular space or particular situation, it must continue or grow. But it is not our experience. Sometimes you go to the beach, you feel sudden peace, calmness in your mind. If you think, oh, the beach is associated with peace and calmness, try to go every day, but you start experiencing. You will sit there and start your regular worries. That's what I always tell people. It is not the outer space which decides. It is the inner space which decides. The person who can't create the inner space of bliss can never have vacation. You may try your best to change the outer place, to try to have vacation. You may try all your best, all possible way. But finally, you will end up only in the changing the place. You will never have changing the space. It's like understand this one example. If you are sitting in the office and worrying, it is work. If you are sitting in the house and worrying, it is homework. If you are sitting in beach and worrying, it is vacation. That's all. That's all we know. We don't know anything else. When you try to associate peace or bliss with the outer space or the outer situation, outer things, you try to repeat the same thing, but you will not have the same calmness, same joy, same peace, same ananda from that space, from that thing again and again. If you somehow learn the technique or manage to tune yourself with your being and open the Anandamaya Kosha, the bliss space, continuously you will be able to stay in that space. Continuously staying in that space is what I call Nitya Ananda, the eternal bliss. Eternal bliss. That is what I call the state of being. You exist in three levels: being, having, and doing. Some people exist only in the level of doing, workaholics. They can't relax. The moment they relax from the work, they feel that they are not needed. Even if they don't get money, they will not be able to relax from that work. Many people I have seen, they take up some social service just because they can't keep quiet. Please understand, if you take up social service or serving others just because you can't keep quiet, you will only damage the society than helping. You will be only creating more misery. Unless you are totally in tune with yourself, how do you think you can help others? You can serve others. Many times I discourage people from serving. Usually, when you take up serving, usually people take up serving others just because they can't keep quiet. The first side effect will be ego. My name should be displayed. I should be given priority. This should be my place. This is the way I'll do. First side effect of doing service just because you can't keep quiet is ego, which is more dangerous. There's a beautiful Zen saying, even if a master kills somebody, it will do good to that person. Ordinary egoistic person, even if he serves others, it will do only disturbance to others. It is the quality of your being which decides whether you are going to do good or bad to the society, to the humanity. If you take up any service just because you can't keep quiet, just because of your workaholic attitude, be very clear, neither you will be peaceful nor others will be peaceful. I have seen many so-called social service, so people who are doing social service are social service institutions. Actually, the social service organizations are the root cause for all the troubles. They create trouble so that they will have their job. They just wait. Otherwise, they feel they are not needed. Please don't do any service just because you can't keep quiet. Let it be, let all the service be outcome of bliss and joy. Then you will never expect any other result. It's a beautiful story. Bodhidharma goes to China. There, he was received by the king of China in the border. The king is very devoted to Buddhism. He has built thousands of monasteries. He has translated all Buddhist scriptures to Chinese language. And he has done all possible things to spread Buddhism. He is standing in the border and receiving the Bodhidharma. After receiving Bodhidharma, he asks Buddha, please tell me, I have done so much of service to Buddhism. What will I get after death? What is the reward for me? Because I have done so much of service. It's a wonderful story. He says, I have asked so many Buddhist monks, They told me that I will reach the 7th heaven. But I wanted to listen from you. What will I get after my death? What will be the reward for me for all this service? Bodhidharma is a very honest man. Very honest man. Straight away he says, doesn't even bother that he is a king of this country. He says, I can be sure of one thing, you will reach only 7th hell. I was totally shaken. The king was totally shaken. He said, what are you talking? I have done so much for Buddhism. How can you say that I will reach 7th hell? Bodhidharma makes a beautiful statement. If you have really done the service, the very service itself is a reward. If you have really done this out of your joy and bliss, from your being, the very service itself is a reward. You have done from your doing. Just because you can't keep quiet. Your whole personality is centered on doing. Our personalities will be centered in 3 levels. Either it will be centered in being level, or having level, or doing level. Person who is centered in doing level, he is in hell. There is one more beautiful statement Bodhidharma makes. Don't think you will do some sins and then reach hell. You are doing sins because you are in hell. You will never hurt others. You will never be violent with others if you are happy, peaceful within yourself. You will do sinful acts. You will do wrong things because you are in hell. Very doing wrong things shows that we are in hell. Very doing right things shows that we are in heaven. Don't think you will do some sinful acts then go to hell. You are in hell because of that you do sinful acts. Don't think you will do some good things and then reach heaven. No. You do good things because you are in heaven. The very mood with which you do the activities, that is heaven or hell. Heaven or hell is not geographical, it is psychological. It's not geographical. Don't think you will reach somewhere. No. Bodhidharma explains beautifully. All your service, all your action is out of doing, not out of your being. Because you can't keep quiet, you have to do something. You are rajasic, restless. Just you wanted to show you are some way great. Whatever you take up, you do it in a very big way. Why do you think these so-called religious people install tall structures? It is not to show the greatness of God. It is to show the greatness of themselves. Big kings erecting tall structures. Why? It is to show that they are great. Not even God is great. I have seen in India some temples are called Birla temple. I was just shocked. Why should Birla have a temple? Why should Birla have a temple? It's for God we make temples. But when you erect temples just to show your greatness, the temple will be named only after you, not after God. It is out of restlessness, just to show that whatever you do it in a grand way. Whatever you do it in a big way. When you do the service just out of restlessness, out of doing, it will create only hell for others and for you. That's the first thing. Next thing, not only service, anything you do out of doing, anything you do out of restlessness will create only more confusion, more questions within yourself. I have seen many people coming and asking me, Swamiji, somehow I don't believe in my profession. How can I practice it? What am I supposed to do? I feel I am not in the right place. I feel I am misplaced. deep misery, deep agony is their being, then how can they do anything perfectly? How can they do anything totally? I have at least 600 American doctors as our healers. We have 2,000 healers all over the world, serving the society through 400 centers. Average 20,000 people are touched by our healers every day. This statistic record says every day, average 20,000 people are touched by our healers. I have more than 600 healers for American doctors. I have seen many doctors coming and asking me, Swamiji, somehow I feel I am not in the right place, or I am not doing what I feel. What can I do? How can I do? What should I do? How to go about? Understand, it is not important what you are doing. It is important how your being is. Whether you practice this profession or any other profession, if your being is not tuned with yourself, you will feel the same restlessness. Don't think by changing profession or by changing house or by changing wife, you can come out of this problem. No. Only by changing the inner space, we can come out of this problem. We can feel more in tune. The next level, people are centered on having. This another one kind of restlessness. Continuously acquiring things but never enjoying. Continuously acquiring things but never living or enjoying them. I have seen people continuously they acquire. When you are sitting in an ordinary car, you think of SUV. When you are in SUV, you think of Mercedes. When you are in Mercedes, you think of Rolls Royce. By the time you get the Rolls Royce, you think of helicopter. Something continuously you are postponing. Continuously we run behind having, but not living, but not enjoying. The persons who are centered in the level of I, they are centered in the level of doing, just for the sake of ego. The persons who are centered on having, they are centered in the level of mind. I and mine. I is continuously doing, mine is continuously having. Continuously you try to expand your boundary. Continuously we try to change the outside things. Continuously we wanted to expand our boundary. I have seen people, if they have 5 acres, they will be standing near the boundary and try to expand the boundary a little more. Suddenly, by fortune, someday if their boundaries, if they are given 500 acres, again they will be standing near the fence and try to push the boundary just few inches, just 3-4 feet. Whether it is 5 acre or 500 acre, these people are going to stay only near boundary. They are bound to be near boundary. They can't stay inside the home happily. Continuously pushing the boundary. Continuously trying to expand the boundary. These kind of personalities are based on having. They will feel happy. They will feel secure. They will feel relaxed only when they continuously possess more and more and more things. Deep feeling of insecurity, the fear, is what makes you to have more greed and continuously trying to possess things. Continuously possessing things is nothing but deep insecurity feeling. If you penetrate your being a little deeply, we can understand. It is nothing but feeling deeply insecure. All our possessions, the idea of possessing continuously more and more things is just because of fear. just because of feeling of insecurity. We think, let this be with us, let this be with us. You feel your boundary is more. You feel if you have more things, you will not be taken away from this world. We usually feel if we have more friends, more relatives, more things around us, we feel we are secure. We will not be taken away. There is a beautiful sloka in Mahabharata. Dharmaraja is a hero of the Mahabharata. He was questioned by a demigod. Beautiful question. Kimascharyam itap param. What is the great surprise in the planet Earth, in this universe? What's the greatest surprise which you are seeing in the universe? Dharma beautifully answers. Aganyagani bhutani gacchantiha yamamandiram sesha sthiramischandi kimascharyam itap param. The running translation goes, every day we are seeing so many beings reaching the abode of Yama. Aganyagani bhutani gacchantiha yamamandiram. Every day we are seeing so many beings reaching the Yama's abode, the Lord of Death's house. But even after seeing, we feel that we are going to be here eternally. We are going to be here eternally. We are going to be here forever. We never think, our being never feels that we are also going to leave. Continuously we are seeing. For a few minutes we feel, especially for doctors, after a few times, we just become insensitive to the whole concept. Or we just take it for granted. We don't think, we don't look, we don't prepare ourselves consciously for the whole life and death. We don't look the whole event. We don't look both sides. Either you try to forget yourself through greed, means expanding your boundary, or you try to forget yourself because of the fear. Of course, the fear also ends in expanding the boundary. We try to hide, we try to forget all these things by continuously expanding the boundary. Whether you stay in the level of doing or in the level of having, unless you reach the level of being, you will not be able to relax. You will not be able to experience what is really life. Actually, a person who is born blind, you can never make him understand what he is missing. Can you make him understand what he is missing? No. Same way, the person who has not experienced the ecstasy of being, the bliss of being, we can't explain to him what he is missing, what he is just not having. By not entering into the space of being, what we are missing can never be explained or expressed by words. That is the reason. Again and again and again, our rishis, our masters insist on reaching the state of being. In India, this is a basic lesson. The moment a person reaches the age of 7, the first lesson given to him is how to connect yourself into your being. How to connect yourself to your being. The first lesson taught to anybody is how to stay in your being level. The Gayatri mantra is a straight technique to reach the being level. Of course, the Gayatri mantra is nowhere related to any ritual, any puja or any worship. It is a straight technique to make you fall in tune with the being, to make you fall in tune with your consciousness. The meaning of the mantra itself says, let me meditate on the energy which awakens consciousness in me. Let that consciousness help me to meditate on it. That's all. Nowhere it says about any devata, any god, any ritual, anything. It's a straight technique to tune yourself into that being level. When I use the word being, I mean the thoughtless awareness. You are doing or having. These two are like a zeros. Unless there is a being, these zeros have no value. Only when you achieve your being, these zeros will have value. If you don't have the being, what can you enjoy? You can only just jump from one place to another, one space to another. You can just move. We are almost living like a ghost. We are living like ghosts. Our body is there. We are moving. Something is happening. We are there. But the being, the feeling of homeliness is missing. See, enlightenment doesn't mean that you become extraordinary or you become something like a superhuman or you become some way superlative. No. By enlightenment, you achieve one thing, a deep, homely feeling, deeply rooted, centered in your being. You will feel a deep relaxation. You have come home. You are in your space. There is no other supernatural powers or there is no other supernatural things associated with enlightenment. Having some supernatural power is no way related to enlightenment. Please understand. Some powers may express through enlightened person, that is different. But the powers are not criteria. Just doing some magic or a miracle is no way related to enlightenment. If magic or a miracle is the criteria for enlightenment or saintlyhood, P.C. Sarkar is the greatest saint. He does all possible magics, all possible miracles, which nobody can explain. So magic or supernatural things are not the real criteria of enlightenment. Enlightenment is a deep feeling or deep settledness or a total relaxation which happens inside your being. When you know your being, when you feel in tune with your being, or when you experience your energy, you achieve the state of enlightenment. Let me tell you an incident which happened in my life. At the age of 10, I was taken to a great master, Annamalai Swamigal. He was there in my native place, Thiruvannamalai. As a small boy, I was taken to him. Usually, in India, the parents, they force the kids and take them to these Swamis and all these temples. I was also taken by force. He was talking to a group of Westerners. He was talking that we are not body, we are not disturbed, we will not have any pain or suffering, we are beyond pains, we are beyond suffering, all these high, great Vedantic ideas. He was talking. When I heard the first thing, I felt surprised. I was surprised. How can this be true? When my mom beats, I feel the pain. Of course, in India, kids will be beaten by parents. When my mother beats me, I feel the pain. When my teacher fires me, I feel the suffering. How can he say this statement? I went to the house and I wanted to experiment, test what he said. I took a knife and tried to cut myself. I cut my thigh to see whether I have pain or not. Of course, I had pain. I was taken to the doctor. They put the stitching and first aid, everything. They have done everything. After a few days, I went to that Swami again. I asked him, what is this? What did you teach? I went and cut myself. Why did you say all these things that we don't have pain and we don't have suffering? I went and tested it on myself. That Swami made a beautiful statement. Don't worry, my son. Do the small meditation technique. When time comes, you will understand what I said. Now you may not have understood. But when time comes, you will understand, realize what I said. Do this meditation. He taught me a simple technique of searching the source of your thoughts. Just start searching the source of your thoughts. So I said, all right, now you are teaching me the meditation, it's okay. But what about the pain which I am having? What about the suffering which I am having? Now I will do this meditation. This you could have told me earlier itself. What about the suffering? He told me the beautiful statement. Don't bother about this suffering. The courage to experiment the truth which you have is more than enough. That will liberate you. These one or two small mistakes, these small things, don't bother about it. It is worth doing. Or these troubles are worth facing. The courage to experiment with the truth, that's the greatest thing anybody can have. You have that. That is enough. That will guide you. That will lead you to the ultimate experience or to the end of the life. Of course, that one statement, the courage to experiment with the truth, that one statement gave me the courage to experiment with all these truths. To reach the being level, we need only one thing, the courage to experiment with the truths, the courage to go behind the truth wherever it leads us, not just as a time passing. Most of the time, all these higher ideals are just time passing for us. I have seen people coming and asking me, Swamiji, tell me something about God, how to realize, how to achieve the spirituality. I tell them, please be seated, let's stop. They say, no, I have to go for bus urgently. Just tell me something within 10 minutes. I have only 10 more minutes. So you can't have instant coffee. If it is superficial, if it is very shallow, it will be only time pass and entertainment. I have seen, actually once a person came to me and he asked me, Swamiji, please teach me how to achieve God, how to reach the enlightenment. Please teach me. I did not answer. I just started talking something else. I just started talking to him. How are you? You are from where? What you are doing? How many kids you have? What your wife is doing? I started talking all these things. And he started answering. Then conversation turned towards other side. After that, he spent 3 hours with me. He did not even raise that question again. He forgot the whole question. Then understand how sincere the very question is. Just the time pass. Casual question. Just because you got somebody. Put some question, that's all. If he answers, okay. If he doesn't, well and good. Which is not sincere. Or the real problem. People tell me, Swamiji, many times I think I should ask this question, that question. I come with all preparation. But when I come in front of you, I forget all the questions. If you say this, be very clear, your questions are not worth answering. They are just casual. If they are real questions, how can you forget them? They will haunt you in your dreams, in your sleep, in your day. They will be continuously haunting you. If they are real questions, they will be continuously haunting you. If they are superficial, naturally, you will forget. The questions should become quest. Only when the questions become quest, you will be able to grow towards the higher consciousness. Only then you can reach the flowering of your being, what I call your consciousness or spirit. Take this only one message with you. Have the courage to experiment with the truth. Whatever you think as truth, you don't have to go for searching the highest ultimate truth. You can't say, let me first know the ultimate truth, then I will try to experiment with it. No. You will not know which is ultimate truth when you start. Whatever you think as truth, try to experiment with it. Have the courage to experiment the truth. That's the one and only way to reach the being. There is no other way. There is no other method. There is no other technique. No meditation technique will help than this one statement. Having courage to experiment with the truth. Actually, even with meditation, you will experiment. You will do meditation technique only when you have the courage to experiment the truth. Meditation is also the truth which you heard. Only if you have the courage, you will experiment with it. Otherwise, what will you do? Oh, 2 days, the Swami spoke really nicely. It's a good orator. Or you'll say, even though he looks very young, it's a good speaker. I have seen many people, after the discourse, they will come here and tell me, Swamiji, you speak so beautifully. You have spoken such great things. I just catch them. Tell me what I spoke. I just catch them. Tell me what I spoke. They say, no, don't ask that. You spoke very nicely. You are really a great person. I have never seen such a great discourses. I have never heard such a great discourses. I have never seen such a great person. You spoke really nice way. Please understand. If people are coming and telling after the discourse that I spoke beautifully, means they have not heard what I spoke. They are just sitting and preparing what they should come and tell me after the discourse. They are just preparing in the mind. What should I tell? You see, you praise others just to get others' attention. Let's be very clear. We just praise others to get the attention of others, or expecting that they will also praise us. We just have to be too polite. We can't say directly, please praise me. We have to be a little diplomatic. We have to be a little polite. So naturally we have to use little courteous words, good words towards others, so that they will tell, oh, you are really a great person, very good person, you have such nice words for others, you are such a beautiful person. We throw good words towards others, expecting that we will get them back. We will get them back. Please be very clear. Don't prepare words. I have seen usually people, when they sit and listen, either they will be preparing the words which is against what I am uttering, arguing with themselves. No, I don't think this is truth. I don't think this is right. Or they will start believing and start coining the words, how to praise me. By doing both, you are missing what is said. Please understand, if you are against, if you are continuously questioning, you are missing the truth which is expressed. If you are trying to praise, if you are trying to create words to praise me or to accept, again you are missing what is expressed. Both the way you are missing. That's why I tell people, whether you have negative attitude or positive attitude, both the way you are missing. What you need is not faith or doubt. What you need is courage to experiment with the truth. Just have little courage. I always tell people, the so-called believers or the so-called religious people are the most cunning people. I have seen many different kinds of people. Atheists will be more honest and straightforward. In my experience, I tell you, atheists, non-believers, they will be more honest. They are more straightforward. If they don't feel, they are very clear, straight. They don't care for anybody. But the so-called believers, believing out of fear or greed, without having the courage to go behind the truth, I call only these people as believers. Believing just out of fear or greed, without having the courage to experiment with the truth. This type of believers, they will be, first thing, they will be hypocrites. Next thing, egoistic. They will design all cunning methods to escape from the truth. They will have everything except truth. What we really need to reach our being is the courage to experiment with the truths. Vivekananda says beautifully, instead of reading libraries, volumes and volumes of books, just have the courage to experiment with simple 2-3 concepts. Take 2-3 concepts, have courage to experiment with them. That's enough. Instead of reading volumes and volumes, instead of making yourself a great intellectual, just by reading without having the courage to experiment with the truths will make only our head more heavy. Because you accumulate too much in the head. If you eat and don't digest, what will we do? We will vomit on others. Same way, if you read and don't have the courage to experiment, you will catch people and start vomiting on them. Whatever we read, we will start vomiting on others. We will catch people and by force we will vomit on others. Understand? All we need is only one thing. If you forget everything else, whatever I have spoken on these 4 days, it's okay. Carry this one line as a message. Courage to experiment with the truth. What you think as truth. Whatever you think as the truth of life, have courage to experiment with it. Whatever you know as the truth, just have the courage to play with it, to experiment with that truth.
All of these are steps, or what I call steps, or exercises, just like you do physical exercises to strengthen the body. Yogic discipline, yogic exercises are primarily meant to provide you the means or the techniques to take you to that state of connectedness, to that state of bliss or ananda, which I'm not giving a discourse, by the way, I'm just stating my question with a few things. I just wanted some clarification. To help us achieve that level. So these are the various disciplines. Now we have so many different schools, like Swamiji, you pointed out there are so many masters that we search for, come across. Sometimes things will work, sometimes things don't work. And we take all of these different experiences. My question in simple words is, are all of these different paths meant to take you to that same state of awareness or bliss or connectedness? And is that the main purpose of all of these yogic disciplines, meditation techniques, etc.? The second thing that I wanted to ask you, if I can get your permission, is to also explain the state of connectedness and the levels of consciousness in terms of waking consciousness, sleeping consciousness, because you mentioned this in the very first lecture about the dreams and the projections and of the energies. In terms of waking consciousness, sleeping consciousness, dreamless sleep, and because you mentioned something about that today, and how these 4 states of consciousness are symbolically expressed in the Omkara Shabda. That is my question.
Yes.
Could you, Swamiji, tell something about Sarupa Samadhi?
Oh, that's nice. Too big word. In Patanjali, there are different kinds of samadhis explained. Savikalpa samadhi, nirvikalpa samadhi. This Swarupa samadhi word is used in 4 places. Let me give you the brief explanation. Where all this Swarupa samadhi word is used. If you meditate on some Rupa of God and just become one with it, you don't have any other thought except that form, you reach the state of Swarupa samadhi. In Swarupa samadhi, there are few, I can say, types. There are few types of Swarupa samadhis. You become part of that energy, or you become one with that energy. This is called, in Sanskrit they say beautifully, Sarupya samadhi, Sayujya samadhi, or Salokya samadhi, Samipya samadhi. Salokya means, for example, if you are meditating on Vishnu, if you are given the state, or if you are given the place in Vishnu Loka, it is called Salokya. If you are given the nearness, it is called Samipya. If you are given his own form, it is called Sarupya. If you just become one with him, it is called Sayujya. Of course, these are deeper levels. There is no need for us to do research on all these things. Just follow any one method, simply you will reach the goal. Instead of analyzing too much about the goal, if we work on the path, that will be really helpful for us. Next.
You talked about experiment the truth. What are your suggestions for dealing with the truth?
Dealing with the truth is what I call experimenting with the truth. First thing, we are not so matured to deal with the truth directly. Always we need buffer springs. In the car, we have buffer springs so that we will not have the shock of the roads. The shock of the road will not be felt by us. We have a buffer spring. Just like that in the life also, continuously we keep buffers. The fantasies are the buffers. Hopes are the buffer spring. Continuously, we keep ourselves away from the truth. We don't directly face the truth face to face. We don't deal the truth face to face. We say, no, this is, today it may be like this, but tomorrow it will change. Day after tomorrow, it will change. Only kids need time to dream. Kids need a lot of time to dream to cope up with the reality. Even after becoming a mature person, still, if you have the habit of dreaming to cope up with reality, please be very clear, we are childish. We are not childlike, childish. I use the word matured person to a person who can directly deal with the reality, who can directly deal with the truth without having fantasies or hopes. If you can, if you are matured enough to face the truth as it is, without trying to give the sugar coat or without trying to postpone, no, tomorrow things will change. No, after some time things will change. I think there is some hope. If you are continuously postponing with your fantasies and hopes, we are immature people. Maturity is nothing but the ability to face the truth as it is, to deal the truth as it is, without any hopes, without any fantasies. See, continuously people fantasize about heaven just because they are not able to face the truth of the present moment. Just because you are not happy with the present moment, the reality, the truth of this moment, you fantasize, no, I'll have heaven, I'll have this, I'll have that. No. The ability to spontaneously is what I call responsibility. If you can respond spontaneously to this moment without having any buffer between you and the truth, you are a responsible person. Only then we can be called as matured person. Maturity is nowhere related to 21 years. It is somewhere related to our being. How much we are able to respond spontaneously to the present moment. How much we are able to respond to the truth as it is without having our own hopes, without having our own fantasies. So, whether you accept or not, whether you want it or not, you have to deal with the truth. Am I right? You have to deal. So deal with more mature consciousness. Why to deal grudging, grumbling? Or why try to escape from it? Just face it. Directly start living with it. And one more thing. Truth is like a diamond. It will polish you. It will mold you. It will make you a different person. It will transform you. I always tell people, whenever you feel insecure or totally shaken, facing the truth, some reality, some incidents which happens in your life, if it shakes your being, allow the shaking to happen. Let the truth shake you. Let the truth penetrate you. It will transform you. Truth is always intelligence. The truth will give you enough intelligence and energy to face the life. Only thing, when you try to protect yourself, when you carry some shield to escape from the truth, then you miss the whole thing. Then you miss the whole thing. If you hide yourself through some entertainment programs, some way turning yourself away from the reality, then you missed. You miss the whole thing. Whenever your being is depressed, whenever you face low mood, face it. Don't escape from it. If you try to escape through some entertainment, partying or drinking or TV or some media or magazine or some way, continuously it will be running behind you. The depression will not leave you. It is waiting. It will chase you. When you sit with yourself, it will come up. Don't try to escape from your being. Whatever is, whether it is guilt, low mood, or a depression, whatever is reality, face it. Let's see who else can face. If you are not ready to face your being, if you don't want to be with your being, nobody else will want to be with you. So be very clear. Only when you face the reality of your being, you will be able to be with yourself. So you have to face, you have to deal the reality. You have to see the truth, whether today or tomorrow. The earlier you see, better for yourself.
All of these are steps, or what I call steps, or exercises, just like you do physical exercises to strengthen the body. Yogic discipline, yogic exercises are primarily meant to provide you the means or the techniques to take you to that state of connectedness, to that state of bliss or ananda, which I'm not giving a discourse, by the way, I'm just stating my question with a few things. I just wanted some clarification. To help us achieve that level. So these are the various disciplines. Now we have so many different schools, like Swamiji, you pointed out there are so many masters that we search for, come across. Sometimes things will work, sometimes things don't work. And we take all of these different experiences. My question in simple words is, are all of these different paths meant to take you to that same state of awareness or bliss or connectedness? And is that the main purpose of all of these yogic disciplines, meditation techniques, etc.? The second thing that I wanted to ask you, if I can get your permission, is to also explain the state of connectedness and the levels of consciousness in terms of waking consciousness, sleeping consciousness, because you mentioned this in the very first lecture about the dreams and the projections and of the energies. In terms of waking consciousness, sleeping consciousness, dreamless sleep, and because you mentioned something about that today, and how these four states of consciousness are symbolically expressed in the Omkara Shabdam. That was my question.
Actually, two big questions. But the beauty is he's able to repeat it exactly. Usually, when I ask people to repeat the question, they just forget. Two big questions, especially about these four states. In the next session, I'll speak about these four states. About these four states, I'll speak about it in the next session. The first question which you asked, are these steps to put us in the bliss? They are not steps actually, they are techniques. When you use the word steps, it's like you do them and then reach the bliss. But when I say the word technique, I mean by doing it itself will put you in the bliss. Not that you will do, master it, then reach the bliss. No. Very doing will put you in the bliss. It's like the earth will open and you will fall into the bliss. Not that you will walk and reach the bliss, just the earth will open and you will dissolve into the bliss. That's why I say these are techniques. Patanjali uses the right word, Ashtanga Yoga. Not 8 steps of yoga, 8 parts of yoga. Anga means parts, not steps. Always, almost all translations, they say 8 steps to yoga. The Sanskrit and English translation, there they miss the whole thing. It is not 8 steps to yoga, it is 8 parts of yoga, Anga. So these things are also techniques. They are not steps. They straight away put you into the bliss. That's the first thing. One more thing is asked about, we see many masters and many techniques. Are they all helping us to reach the same bliss? Here I have to say honestly, I don't know. I know only one thing about what I am speaking, are the techniques which I am giving. I do not know, I have not experimented with all the systems, with all the techniques. Of course, there are so many masters, so many techniques. Anything which suits you, which suits your system, you can follow it. How to find out whether it suits you or not? Something beyond your intellect will happen. You will feel connected. Just like something has happened in you, you will feel connected. People ask me, Swamiji, should I accept you as Guru? Should I remember you continuously? Should I meditate on you? I tell them, never do that mistake. If I am your master, you can't forget me. Simply you will not be able to forget me. I'll be there in your dreams, I'll be there in your sleeping time, I'll be there in your mind continuously. You will not be able to get me out of your consciousness. You will not be able to do anything. Simply you will see that continuously you are remembering me. The remembering or the accepting master or following a system, all these things should happen, should never be done. All you can do is try to have the courage to experiment with the truth. Try to experiment with some techniques or something which you think as truth. Do that much is enough. That much is enough. More than this, everything should happen. If you do it, it will not be having the same result. It will not be beautiful like it's happening. The other things, the higher things should happen. So just search, continue to search. At some point, with somebody, something will click. You will feel deeply connected. And you will simply feel that he is the person for you. You will simply follow him. Something will say from your being, beyond your intellect. That's the right, he is the right person. That's the right technique for you. Till then, whatever you think as truth, whatever you know as truth, according to your logic, work with it. Just try to experiment with it. Go behind the logic. You will end in intuition. Actually, intuition is not something against the intellect. It is the peak of intellect. You will use your intellect as much as possible. You will put your intellect to the maximum use, and automatically you will experience the space beyond intellect, what I call intuition. The topic is art of meditation. I'll try to present few ideas from our ancient wisdom. Then we'll analyze these ideas with our questions and try to internalize them through our question answers. Then we'll have a practical meditation technique to practice. Yoga for body, yoga for our inner verbalization, yoga for our mind, and yoga for our being, spirit. Every day we had a different topic, different subject. Now I'll give you a very simple presentation, few concepts about how our mind works, how we perceive things, how we process information inside our system, and how we take decisions, and where we can infuse peace, where we are missing the peace and bliss, where we can infuse peace and bliss. Let me give you a simple diagram, how we perceive things, how the information is processed inside our system according to yoga. Then we'll analyze these concepts with our questions. First thing, you see something through your eyes. The information which you receive through eyes goes to something called chakshu. In Sanskrit we call it chakshu. It's almost like a digital signal processor. The whole file is digitized. You're able to see? The information which you receive through eyes are digitized in the chakshu. Next, the whole file goes to chitta. Chitta is the memory. In chitta, elimination happens, the excluding happens. For example, if you are seeing me, the information which you receive through eyes goes to the chakshu. In chakshu, the whole file is digitized. Then the file goes to chitta. Chitta discriminates. This is not animal. This is not a plant. This is not a tree. This is not a mountain. The discrimination is done by the chitta. Then the whole file goes to manas. In Sanskrit we call it as manas. English mind. You may use any word. The mind does the process of identifying. Memory, chitta does the work of this is not, this is not, this is not. Manas does the work of this is it, this is it, this is it. It starts identifying. First it says, oh, a Swami. Then it says, meditation teacher. Whatever your mind wants to say, it gives you the identification. This is it. That is explained by the mind. Next, the whole file takes a quantum leap, goes to your ego. The whole file completely takes a quantum leap, goes to your ego. There you decide how I am supposed to respond to this moment or to this file. You decide what is there for me with this information. For example, you are seeing me, the file, you are seeing me through the eyes, the file goes to Chakshu, the whole file is digitized. And then the file goes to Chitta. Chitta says, this is not this, this is not this, this is not this. This is not a tree, this is not a plant, this is not an animal. Then the whole file goes to Manas. Manas decides, oh, this is a human being, this is a Swami. This is, you start identifying. Then the whole file goes to ego. Ego decides, what is there for me with this person? Based on your past experiences with other meditation teachers or other Swamis, you decide whether to sit here or not to. You decide based on your past experiences. If you had good experiences with some other guru, some other master, with some other spiritual teacher or meditation teacher, you decide, let me sit here, this is the place for me. I should learn something. If you had some bad experience with somebody who was wearing the same orange robe, immediately you decide, no, this is not the place for me. I don't want to sit here. That what is there for me, that connection is given by the ahankar, ego. Then the command comes back to the mind. The command is executed. You start doing what you want to do. One thing, if this whole process, if it is straight, clear, as I explained now, there will be no problem. But it is not completely conscious or straight, as I explained. At one point, you take a different path. Only from I to mind, the process is conscious, straight, which is under your control. As I explained now, it is straight, logical. From I to mind, it is completely logical. No problem. But from mind to ego, it is unconscious. It is not under your control. That is why, logically, if you analyze, you know smoking is injurious to health. According to the information which you receive through senses, according to the process of Chakshu, Chitta, Manas, you know smoking is injurious to your health. But suddenly you decide to smoke. Why? If it is straightforward conscious process, when you know it is not good for your health, naturally you will drop. But we say, no, I know it is not good. But it's a small story. One guy came to me and said, Swamiji, a week ago I read a book which explains the negative impacts on our being by smoking. After that, I stopped. I asked him, oh, you stopped smoking, that's nice. He said, no, Swamiji, I stopped reading like these confusing books. You know, many times you know which is right and wrong, but we are not able to decide with our straight logical data. The data which you get logically, if you decide based on that, your whole life will be conscious. The conscious life is what I call spiritual life, integrated life, holistic life. But we are not. In many places, we do make unconscious decisions. Why we make? When the file takes a quantum leap, this area, the unconscious zone, is filled with lot of samskaras, engraved memories. That is the right word for samskara. Engraved memories. These engraved memories, they just decide on their own without asking your permission. Logically, you know smoking is injurious for health. But suddenly you decide, let me smoke. Because of the engraved memory, samskara. Samskara is so powerful, it can just pull you to do the same act again and again. It has got tremendous power, force over your being. These samskaras are the root cause for many illnesses. I can say at least all psychosomatic illnesses. Samskaras are the root cause. These samskaras, these engrams, are the reason for our stress. If you see your life, the same incident, the same person will create a different types of response, will create a different emotion in your being at different times. When you are in a good mood, calm mood, the same incident, you will be able to handle it much better way. If you are disturbed, even a small incident, you are totally depressed. You are not able to handle it. It is because of the samskaras. The engrams play a major role in your thinking system. For example, if you are hurt or disturbed by somebody who is wearing white cloth, whenever you see a person wearing white cloth, that engram automatically comes up. That is why, if you are hurt, disturbed in a particular place, when you see that place again, even if that person is not there, you will have that same low mood. You will have that same depression. You will project the same thing in the place at some time. It's very serious. The major decisions which you make are impacted because of these samskaras. In major decisions, when you take a major decisions, very important things in your life, if the samskaras inspire you, you don't even know in which direction you are traveling. You don't even know in which direction you are traveling. Especially some engrams which is deeply recorded inside your being unconsciously. Continuously you repeat them without awareness. Continuously you repeat them without even your awareness. Especially morning when you start brushing your teeth, you can see your mind will be repeating some words which is not directly related to your life, which is not directly related to your routine. Simply you will be repeating something. When you are taking bath, your mind will be repeating some words. I always tell people, if you are in the house, brushing your teeth, you are already in the office, thinking about your routine. If you are in the office, seeing patients, already you are in the beach, having vacation. If you are sitting in the beach, enjoying the cool breeze, already you are there in the house, thinking about your next routine. One thing is sure, you are not there where you are. If you are here, we can be sure you are everywhere except here. We just continuously go around. We almost live like ghosts because of these samskaras. Because of these engrams. Continuously you are repeating something inside your being which is not directly logically connected to your routine or to your life. This unconscious process creates a lot of disturbance in your physical health and mental health. For example, when you are in deep fear or in a high peak mood of greed, these engrams, these samskaras gets recorded in your system. If a small girl falls into a swimming pool or a stream of water, if people shout, oh, she can't breathe, catch her, help her, that word gets recorded in her system as a samskara. She will suffer asthma even after becoming 40, 50. Continuously samskara repeats itself in her being. I have seen hundreds of cases Let these people suffering because of samskaras. I work with patients. We heal through meditation. At least in the last 2 years, more than 200,000 people had a spiritual healing touch or meditation through our institution. I'm working with lakhs of people. I tell you from my experience, many of the psychosomatic illnesses has got their roots in samskaras. If we can heal this samskara, we can do a very big service to the humanity. The meditation heals the samskaras. Meditation helps you to come out of the samskaras. Apart from the physical health, the mental health also. The stress, the main root cause for stress is the samskaras. Actually, these samskaras, when they are sitting in this unconscious zone, they will not allow any file directly to reach the ego. More the samskaras, more the file will be distorted. Everybody will sign their opinion on that file. Understand? The file is supposed to move from this table, this person to that person. Between, if there are only 2-3 persons, the file will move quickly and file will go as it is. If there are 300 persons sitting in between, everybody will write their opinion. By the time the file reaches the last person will not know what decision to make. He just says something, decision is made, and it is executed. More the engrams, more the samskaras, more confusion and more stress. And the process also takes more time. That is why many times you will not be able to decide for 10 years. Simple decision we will not be able to take even for 10 years because more engrams, more samskaras. By the time people decide whether to get married or not, already the life is over. Many times you can't decide. Why? Because too many engrams, too many samskaras. The process takes too long time. So many persons writing their opinions. What will happen to the file? You will never be able to decide. It becomes a complete confusion. Too many engrams create many psychosomatic illnesses and confusion in our day-to-day life, whether it is relationships or it is a profession. It will be very difficult to take any decision. Even small decisions look like too big. You feel that you are not able to take the decisions. You feel insecure continuously even to take the small decision. People are not able to do any change in their life because of these engrams. Too many samskaras. You will not be able to move in your life. The whole courage or the power to move in the life is completely disturbed. The unconscious process or the engrams is the root cause, the single root cause for many of our problems. If we can infuse peace, silence into this unconscious zone, the whole unconscious zone becomes conscious zone. Because the moment you remove the engrams, the moment you remove the samskaras, the whole process will be under your control, will be under your awareness, will be under your consciousness. Only because of the samskaras, the process goes to the unconscious zone. If the samskaras are removed by infusing peace into the unconscious zone, the whole thing will come under your awareness. Removing the samskaras by infusing peace into the unconscious zone is what I call meditation. One more thing, the time taken for the conscious process and time taken for the unconscious process. Should you have any? Right and sure. It's okay. Alright. It's okay. The time taken for the conscious process and the time taken for the unconscious process only decides whether you are in the instinct level or intellect level or in the intuition level. If the time taken for the conscious process is more than unconscious process, for example, for unconscious process, if you take less time, you are in instinct level. Immediately you choose. Of course, the file goes very late. Because you can't wait for file, you just decide something. The file never reaches even the ego. In between somebody decides. The leader is never given a chance to decide. Simply in between somebody signs the file and passes the order. You start executing it. If the time taken for the unconscious process is less, means you are in instinct level, animal level. If the time taken for conscious and unconscious, if it is equal, then we are in the level of intellect, man, human level. If the time taken for unconscious, if it is more, means we are more peaceful inside our being. We are more silent inside our being. We are more integrated inside our being. We are calm inside our being. Means we are in the level of intuition, in the level of God. Animal, man, God. Instinct, intellect, intuition. All these three levels are decided only based on the meditation power. If you can infuse more and more silence into your unconscious zone, we can move from instinct to intellect, intellect to intuition. Intuition word is one more important word. Very difficult for logical people to understand that there is something called intuition exists. Very small example. In one of our meditation camp, one person asked me, Swamiji, many times I get an experience, like when I am sitting in a party, suddenly I feel that within 5 minutes somebody is going to come or something is going to happen. And actually it happens. If I hear a telephone ringing, suddenly I remember some friend's name whom I have not seen or remembered for the last 10 years. I remember his name. When I pick up the phone, he is there on the line. When I hear the doorbell, suddenly I remember some relative's name. When I go and open the door, he is standing, he is there. This happens in my life many times, Swamiji. How it happens? Why it happens? I asked the whole crowd, how many of you experienced like this at least once in your life? These same moments. She told one more thing. When I go to some friend's house, when I go first time, suddenly I feel I have come to the same place already. And I am able to tell in which room what things are there. And it is exactly there as it is. When I ask the group, how many of you had this type of experience at least once in your life? More than 80% raised their hands. Now let us analyze. How many of you had this type of experience at least once in your life? See, now we should understand, analyze something. If it is in one person's life, once or twice, we can reject it in the name of coincidence. Oh, it's just coincidence. We can reject. But when it happens in so many persons' lives, so many times, how can we reject it? Just with a simple word, coincidence. We can't reject this. Just with a simple word, coincidence. There is something more. We can't use just one word and remove or put this whole thing aside. There is something more than our intellect. We need to look into it. We need to analyze it. Of course, a lot of research are being done. I do not know much about the other things. But one thing is sure. According to yoga, I can explain this phenomenon. At that moment, fortunately, knowingly or unknowingly, you come to the present moment. When you come to the present moment, you will have the power, energy to see what is going to happen next. Almost no confusion. You reach the state where there is no confusion. No engrams are signing your file. At that moment, for that single moment, no engrams are signing your file. Your file is straight away reaching the ego without any signature from any samskaras. The whole process is conscious. That is why suddenly you get glimpse of intuition. Suddenly you get what is going to happen next. You can stay continuously in that same state by practice. People tell me, when Einstein says in one place, logic is a servant, intuition is a gift from higher energy. I tell you, intuition is not just gift. You can make it as a salary. If it is a gift, we have to wait. Who will give, when they will give, what time, whether it will come or not, we don't know. You can make this as a salary. You can work for it. You can achieve it. You can make it as your life. We can stay in that same state of intuition or same state of ultimate consciousness continuously through meditation. One more thing I want to say, because it's a very important thing for doctors. Yesterday we were analyzing about this subject. Taking the negative energies of patients continuously, whether you believe it or not, you are meditating on patients. Continuously you are contemplating on negativities, the problems of the patients. There was a beautiful research which I was reading, that in medical schools, if a particular subject, if they are teaching about particular disease, more than, for example, headache or knee pain, back pain, more than 40% of the students show the same symptoms at the time of teaching. 40%. When you continuously contemplate on some particular disease or symptom, you tend to feel it. Even you can see when you listen about some symptom, you just compare inside your mind. Do I have that? Do I have it? When you contemplate, you try to express or experience the same things in your system. Continuously, whether you believe it or not, accept it or not, we are meditating on patience. And when whatever things you are receiving, the negative engrams or the negative ideas you are receiving from the patients, straight away goes and settles down in the unconscious zone. It is in the unconscious zone, creating more trouble for us, as if we have less karmas, as if we have less samskaras. We acquire more and more samskaras, which creates more trouble, more complications in our life. That is why in Ayurveda and yoga system, they emphasize every healer has to meditate to disconnect the etheric connection from the patients. Every healer has to clean himself, disconnect himself from the etheric connection of the patients. It is not only for healers, even for doctors. When you are continuously listening to the problems of patients, naturally you get associated, or you start swallowing all their problems, those negative ideas, negative thoughts. You can see in your life many times, even after coming back to the house, your mind will be repeating the words which you heard from the patients. Mind is just continuously repeating the same words which we heard from patience. We need to clean ourselves. Please at least take 10 to 15 minutes per day to clean yourself. Just like when you come out of the hospital, you clean your hands, you take bath, keep yourself away from the bacteria. Same way, you need to meditate and disconnect ourselves. We need to meditate and disconnect ourselves from the etheric connections or the negativities which we are receiving. We need to keep the quality of our inner space, the unconscious zone. We need to keep our inner space clean and peaceful. It is our responsibility. We give appointment to everybody, but we don't give appointment to ourselves. Please decide now onwards to give at least 15-20 minutes appointment to yourself. To keep your inner space peaceful, happy and healthy. These are the few concepts which I wanted to express. Now we'll take a few minutes to analyze these concepts with your questions. You will analyze it. You are welcome to ask any question. After the question answers, we'll see a simple practical meditation technique through which you can keep your inner space peaceful and blissful. You are welcome to put any question. Yes.
Do you believe in next life?
It is too big theory, ma. See, let's bother about this life. I always tell people ask me, Swamiji, can you teach me the technique to get the past life memory? I tell them, this 30-40 year life memory itself is haunting us. It is making us mad. We are going crazy. Just these 30-40 years of memories. If we get 60 or 70 more years of memory, what will happen to us?
So she's here, she's not here.
So, I request, better not to bother about these esoteric things of next life, past life. Let's bother about this life, man. We are not able to live happily this life. Then when we are not able to live happily this life, what are we going to do? By what? Knowing the past life or the next life. People come and ask me, Swamiji, please teach me some technique. I wanted to do the Vashya of the 1800 Kali. There are some big devatas. I wanted to see the devata. I wanted to have boons from the devata. I wanted to see. They come and ask me. I tell them, first learn the technique of how to live happily with the 200 wives, 200 women. When we are not able to live happily with her, what are we going to do? Seeing 1800 women or 1800 Kali and all these things. So I always tell people, better drop too much of esoteric things. Let's come to the day-to-day life. Let's make this life more happy, more blissful. Then later on we can see about all those things. And one thing, even if I answer your question, waste of your time and waste of so many people time, what are we going to do? Next. Yes.
I think I'm beginning to understand how the meditation helps, especially with your talk and Lord Krishna's talk, and I want to thank Vijay for sharing that experience. I think kind of a gastroenterologist like those are how this can be useful. But I wanted to ask, how does the healing touch come into this? Can you explain that? How does that?
Oh, that's a wonderful question. We have 7 energy centers inside our system. Of course, not only the yoga according to Hinduism, even according to yoga according to Buddhism, Tantra, everybody speaks about the 7 chakras. I don't think it is exactly the glands which they speak. Maybe the energy related to the gland, the 7 gland. Maybe some way through energy they may be relating with the gland. Of course, the traditional belief is that these chakras are only controlling and managing our physical, mental, emotional and spiritual activities. If some of these chakras are disturbed, we fall or we get diseases. If we can heal those chakras, activate those chakras through meditation, naturally disease disappears. You become healthy. If you can do by your own meditation, it is called self-healing. If you take the help of a master who meditates, it is called healing. One question comes here. How can somebody else give energy to us? Of course, in the modern day, a lot of researches are done about this Kirlian photography and all those things. They prove very clearly the energy can be shared. And even if you study deeply Einstein's theory, he says there is no such thing as matter and energy in the end. In the end, he speaks almost like a mystic, as Murali Krishna was mentioning, Dr. Murali Krishna was saying, he's a rishi. Einstein is a rishi. The end of his theory, what he says, equal to mc square. The same thing is expressed by Isavasya Upanishad. Ishavasyam idam sarvam. Whatever exists is energy. It's almost like a rishi. In the end, he says that there is no such thing as a matter energy separately. So when you can give a matter to somebody, why not energy? All you need is the right technique to share. Of course, still we are not able to quantify how much of energy is shared and all those things. That's the reason we are not able to give something like across the table. But one thing is sure, energy can be shared. That much I can be sure. How much it can be shared, how better way we can share, through what techniques, all those things, we have to do a little more research. If you do it by yourself meditating, it is called self-healing. If you take the help of a master, it is called healing. And it is possible from time immemorial. In India, this practice is, of course, it was practiced and it is in the practice. You can see even, of course, your own villages. If you go to your villages, you can see some kids fall sick. They will take the child to the village priest, and the village priest will take the neem leaf and beat the kid with some mantra, some words, and this kid will cry like anything. Within 2-3 days, he will become all right. And you can see this as a regular phenomenon. It is not that once or twice. Somehow, in India, the healing is a regular phenomenon which happens in every village. I can say India has got at least 2-3 million healers. 2-3 million in every village is the regular thing. There are many villages. People don't go anywhere else. Somehow, even though we are still yet to come up with a clear-cut data to present the whole phenomenon across the table, even though we are not able to completely objectify it, completely present in the objective form, the whole thing. But there is something behind this whole healing system. That much only I can say. Yes, next.
What about continuous internal japas like Gayatri Mantra, for example?
Yes. Of course. The japa is a beautiful technique to reduce the power of engrams over your thinking. To make the whole thing into conscious. Japa is one of the beautiful technique. But one more thing, there is a danger. When you do japa, it should not become one more unconscious process. I have seen many people, one side they will be saying, Rama Krishna, Rama Krishna, Rama Krishna. Hey, what happened to the brinjal? Did you attend the phone call properly? What happened to your work? Did you get ready? Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Then it becomes that one more unconscious process. Please don't allow the japa to become one more unconscious process. If it is done consciously with awareness, then it helps you to come out of the engrams. It helps you to be more aware, more conscious of your thought process. You will be liberated from samskaras. If it becomes unconscious process, there is a big danger that itself will become one more engram and will continuously create a fear if you don't do. Continuously create a fear if you don't do. Please just be careful. You need to be conscious when you do japa or meditation. Yes. Where should our awareness be? See, when you repeat some mantra, when you repeat a particular word, just see from where that word is raising in your being. In your inner space, when you close your eyes, you have an inner space. In your inner space, from where that word is raising, just see the root. Just concentrate on the root of the word which you are repeating. Then naturally, you will enter into the source of japa, which is your consciousness itself. Yes. You can see, you can start searching the source of vibrations, from where the vibration starts. Now we will be doing a very small meditation technique to keep our inner space peaceful and blissful. Before that, any one question? We'll finish that question.
When we utter mantras, most of the time it will be in Sanskrit like that. We don't even know what we are uttering, the meaning of it. But then does it have effect on the environment?
No problem. There's one thing. She's asking if it is a Sanskrit mantra. We don't even know the meaning, what to do. There is no need for you to know the meaning. If you know the meaning, it's okay. Any word repeated with awareness will silence your mind. Any word repeated with awareness will make your mind silent. I've seen few people repeating even Coca-Cola. Of course, you need to be aware. You need to be aware. You can't just repeat and do something else. You need to be aware. Of course, one more thing. I just made fun of this Coca-Cola. Naturally repeating the divine names has got its own impact. We can't compare Coca-Cola and Ramakrishna. Surely we can't compare. But what I am emphasizing is more on awareness. Just to emphasize on awareness, I made this statement. But surely, when you repeat the divine names, it has got its own effect. Its own thing on your being. Yes.
How long does the meditation effort last?
Even if you can clean your inner space only once a day with the 15 minutes, that is enough. For next 24 hours, your inner space will be clean. 15 minutes or 20 minutes is more than enough to maintain complete 24 hours, the same quality of the inner space. And one more thing, after a few days you will understand, it is not even the quantity of time, it is the quality, how intensely you sit. How intensely you meditate. You don't even need, after a few days, you don't even need 15-20 minutes. Just 5 minutes will be more than enough. After some time, you don't even need that 5 minutes. Just remembrance, smarana is enough. By remembrance itself, you will be able to clean your inner space. See, this is the only scale. When you close your eyes, after the meditation, your inner space should be peaceful. You should feel a well-being, healthy. You should understand, health is not just no diseaseness. No diseaseness is only one part of health. The real health is something more than no diseaseness. Feeling of well-being. If you feel alive, bubbling, simply oozing out the bliss, that is what I call health. If you feel that mood, when you close your eyes in your inner space, you reach the state of meditation.
Closing eyes is important, or you can do it open eyes?
In the initial level, you need to close your eyes. After that, you don't need. I think this time should we enter into that? Yes. All right.
Could you share with the audience what the NSP training is, and then if anyone really wants to get serious about uncovering their engrams, there's the most wonderful program, and everyone should know about this.
Of course, she is asking about our program. We do a 2 days workshop, meditation workshop, to clean this engrams recorded in our system. which is already into our being, which is not under our control now, which is there already. To remove that, she is asking about the program. I think more than that. Of course, that program is designed to clean the engrams which we have in our being. It is offered all over the world through our teachers. Our website may give you the detail. All right.
I don't have this question, but I would like to share what I have experienced. For vasanas, what we call imprints, vasanas, vasudevasya vasitam bhuvanantrayam sarvabhutani vakusi vasudeva namaskute. So that just helps because like ours.
Vasanas are not samskaras, please understand. Vasanas are dead imprints which don't have enough power to pull you to walk in the same path. But samskaras are living, alive. They have the power to pull you down and make you walk in that same path. So vasanas are different and samskaras are different.
Okay, but Maya, what you call illusion.
Oh, it is too big topic.
I know. I'm not going into that one. But what, like, after all, it's a divine power. So just to control that one.
Please understand. To talk philosophy, I think I can speak more philosophy because I'm a professional
No, I'm
philosopher.
not talking. I just like to share.
Let's put some questions which is useful for everybody. See, I request you can put some question which will be useful for all of us. Just to talk some philosophy, I think it's my profession. So,
just want to make a comment. Like a psychotherapy. What you are talking about today and last few days, psychotherapy, Western models, and what are scriptures. So there are a lot of similarities actually.
of course.
In the confessions in the Christianity. The only thing is that somebody talked about how to get rid of this negative engrams. It's like getting rid of your unconscious
Yes.
conflicts and emotions inside.
Yes. First thing, for immediate use, I can offer this technique, meditation technique which we are going to do. That will help. If you are too serious, really serious, now again I have to say that workshop may help you. You can try.
It's time to enter into the sutra, the great sutra of Mahadev. Kararuttattrigastrena brubedadvararodhanat drishte bindau kramalline danmadhye paramastitihi. Kararuttadrigastrena brubedadvararodhanat drishte bindau kramalline danmadhye paramastitihi. Amazing sutra. The beauty is every sutra is a complete entity. It is not connected to next sutra. I have not read a single book, at least single spiritual book, in which every sutra is independent. No sutra is connected to next sutra. In all the books, whether it is Patanjali Yoga Sutra, or Bhagavad Gita, or Ashtavakra Gita, or in all the other scriptures, every sutra is connected to next. Only when you read all the sutras, you will have the meaning. You will be able to experience them. Here, every sutra is independent. Means one sutra is enough to make you enlightened. You don't need second sutra if you experience that one sutra. Nothing else is required. That one is enough. That one is enough to liberate you. It is just unimaginable. Each sutra is self-sufficient. It is the
path, goal, and technique to reach the goal. All the three are explained, contained in that single sutra itself. Nothing else is required. Let's see the sutra. Kararuttadrigastrena brubedadvararodhanat drishte bindau kramaline danmadhye paramastitihi. The English translation. Closing the 7 openings of the head with your hands, a space between your eyes becomes all-inclusive. Paramastitihi. Beautiful meditation technique. Closing the 7 openings of the head with your hands, a space between your eyes becomes all-inclusive. The whole Tibetan Buddhism is this one technique. This book, each sutra of this book is the base for one religion. That is why I say this is the book of books. Each sutra from this book can create one religion. The whole Tibetan Buddhism worked on this single sutra. Danmadhye paramastitaha. In that space, let you achieve the ultimate, eternal. This is a technique to work on the third eye. The Bhashyakara says, by using the hands as tools, block the entrances in all directions, the eyebrow center is pierced, Bindu is seen, being gradually absorbed within that, the supreme state is realized. It's a beautiful commentary. Let's enter into the sutra. From the time immemorial, almost all religions were working on the third eye, the mystical third eye, the Agnya Chakra, the Shiva's third eye, the center between the eyebrows. I always tell people, if other chakras have got 10 or 20 techniques to awaken them, Agnya has got at least 5,000 techniques to awaken. Because there is no master, no religion, no guru, no mystic who has not worked on Agnya Chakra. Knowingly or unknowingly, his Agnya has to open. Only when his Agnya opens, he becomes a mystic. Till then, he is only a mistake on the planet Earth. Only when his Agnya opens, he becomes a mystic. At least 5,000 techniques are available to work on the Agnya Chakra, to explode through the Agnya Chakra. Agnya is the window to cosmos. I always tell people, Agnya Chakra itself is not ultimate, but when you look through that, you will experience the whole cosmos. It is window to cosmos. You can take a quantum jump from Agnya to the ultimate space. Here Shiva says in this technique, to close, to cover all the other openings of the head, so that the energy will be directed inside and the Agnya can be opened. He is asking us to use the concentrated energy as a tool to penetrate the Ajna and open and see the cosmic energy, experience the cosmos, you will be surprised. In Tibet, actually, literally they penetrate it with a wooden piece. They have a sharp wooden piece. Literally they penetrate. Neither any wound nor bleeding happens when they penetrate it. They penetrate at least, I can say something like 2 inch, at least 2 inch they penetrate it. They have a beautiful method. They make you sit under a big bell. There will be huge bell, 6 feet height bell. You will be sitting inside the bell and there will be small openings for the fresh air, and they will hit the bell at different points. From below they will start. They will hit the bell with the different mantras. You will be able to clearly feel that your Muladhara is melting. As on now, your body is very solid. Very solid. When they hit the Muladhara area of that bell, lower area of that bell, and chant mantras, you can clearly feel that your body is becoming slowly like a liquid. You are disappearing, your weight is getting lost. You will just become like a bone covered with butter, just like a flowing liquid. It will be very amazing to see how the body melts. I had the great fortune to be with them for some time. They did it on me also. And it was amazing experience. You can't believe unless you undergo. You can't believe that just by mantra and vibration, your body becomes just like the feeling of liquid starts happening in you. As of now, you have the feeling that you are a solid body. That is why anything pokes your body, you are hurt, wound and bleeding starts and all those things. They just really make you feel like you are liquid. And then they come to next chakra, Swatisthana, and they start beating the bell. They just come little up and start beating the bell and chanting some other mantras, Manipatmeham or some mantras. And you are sitting inside the bell. That vibration, you feel like you are being penetrated with thousands of needles from all corners. And if you don't resist and relax, that very vibration makes you feel you are not solid, you are liquid. And slowly you relax into that vibration. You can't make out where your body starts and where the vibration starts. Suddenly you feel you have become vibration. Such a powerful, strong vibrations of that bell. By the time they come up to the Vishuddhi, they take at least 6 to 7 hours. And you don't feel like eating or 1, 2, 3 anything. Your body becomes just like a liquid. You become a vibration. Let me tell you one more thing. Why they do this? In Tibet, they believe, not only they believe it is a truth, all your samskara, engraved memories are in your body, recorded in your physical body. Physical body is the space where the memory is stored. They say all our tissues are the chip where the memory is stored, memory chip. So if at all we can work on this body, clean it with a vibration, energy, we can reprogram it. We can program it as we want. Just like software, you can just erase, reboot the whole thing and rewrite the software. When they chant that mantras, create the vibration, if you have too much of recorded memories, samskaras, you start feeling little pain. And if you can relax and trust them and fall in tune, simply the pain starts disappearing. Then they have their own beautiful method of recording, creating software. When they bring your body to such high energy, they start giving instruction. I am pure enlightened Atma, I am pure enlightened consciousness. Let me express all great qualities of enlightenment. Let me be loving and compassionate like a Buddha. Let me not be suffered. Let me not suffer by the cold and the heat. All these wonderful instructions, beautiful memories, they chant and it gets recorded into your body. Again, your body comes back to a same solid shape with these memories. Then they take you out of the bell. Now you are a fresh guy. Totally new man. They have programmed you. And you will be surprised. Let me be very honest. I swear it happened. I have seen these lamas. Lamas, when they sit and meditate in that cold, they don't wear any cloth. They just sit naked and start chanting that mantra or the humming, the first meditation technique which you practice in LBP, the Maha Mantra is from them. It is their gift to me. I learned this great technique from them. When you do that Maha Mantra humming, simply the whole body sweats. They are sitting in minus degrees, no cloth, body sweats, and they say they will put a wet cloth on you. The clothes should dry because of the heat produced by your body. Only then you will be initiated as a Lama. Means the power of the body, when the body is given instruction, when the high, strong, pure memories are recorded, after removing the negative memories, your body starts simply acting as you want, tuning the whole body. And one more thing, I have seen them curing cancers and tumors just like this. They will make that person sit, 10 lamas will sit and beat that bell, create the vibration, chant the mantra. Once they feel that that person is in a high mood, the peak energy, they will just chant, you don't have tumor, let it come out, it has disappeared. They will just record the body, bio-memory. And you will be surprised, simply the person will be healed in 10 days. Simply the disease will disappear. I was surprised how they do, but they have their own science, they have their own way. Even from Wisconsin University, group of scientists went and stayed with them to experiment how they are able to live in that cold without wearing clothes, how they are able to survive, how they are able to live. They say not only they are able to survive in the cold, they are able to live with minimum quantity of food. If you take particular food, if your body produces 100 calorie energy, their body produces 600 calorie energy. They say the energy released from the same food is 6 times more than any normal human body. It is just because they purify that body through this system. Anyhow, slowly they come from chakra to chakra to chakra, chakra to chakra. By the time they come to the Agnya chakra, you are almost feeling that you are liquid. You are no more that body. You feel you are just nothing but the vibrations. Then they take you out of the body, they take you out of that bell and start inserting that wooden needle on your third eye. It's just amazing process. I am just talking to you to tell how the whole Tibetan Buddhism is centered on third eye. And they did on me also. I don't know how you will be able to believe. It is very difficult to believe for any logical person. My third eye was penetrated, Anya area is penetrated, but no wound. You won't see any wound. There was no bleeding. And they keep that wooden nail and loud chanting goes on. They just hit it slowly with a wooden hammer. And slowly they insert. It goes inside. You feel whether the wooden stick is reducing its depth or really it is going into your head, you won't understand. You won't be able to make it out. Whether it is really going into your head or slowly reducing its height. And simply it goes inside. And then they start giving instruction. I am enlightened. My whole body will express the enlightenment energy. I radiate the quality of Buddha. All those mantras they chant. Once they finish chanting, means once they finish the reprogramming, once they finish the recording, they give you the password. The password is mantra. That is what is mantra. They say, anytime repeat this mantra, this memory will be awakened. You can use that memory anytime using that password. Just type that mantra over. Immediately your body is ready with that high energy. With that high energy. Actually it is their gift to me that even the system of giving healing initiation is gift from great lamas, the Tibetan lamas. And one more beautiful thing is they are such a simple people. They never have that idea of rejecting somebody. Anybody who wants to learn, they shower. They do not bother that you are a Hindu, you belong to other country. They do not bother. Such a simple people. They are not even aware of the great wealth, spiritual wisdom they are having. That is why they are exploited. They are not even aware of the great wisdom and wealth which they are carrying. Just I am surprised to see, and I myself have seen, the lamas who have taken this process. They roll on the ground and go around the Kailash. Please understand, even walking and going around the Kailash is not possible thing. They roll on the ground and go around the Kailash. And they do it's called Dandavat Pradakshina. Means they will fall flat, stand up and do Namaskar, again fall flat, stand up. Just falling flat, doing Namaskar, they go around. I myself have seen when they go around Manasarovar and they do in Kailash also. You will be shocked. You will be shocked. They just roll on the ground and go around the Kailash and Manasarovar because of their body is programmed. They program their body. We also program our body, but with all virus softwares, filled with virus, corrupted. Nothing goes well. You type some password and something is working. And neither it is under your control nor under somebody else's control. You type something and something happens, something suddenly pops up, filled with pop-up, complete corrupted virus program. It's like they clean the whole thing. I was trying to establish that science in our ashram, but you need to do it step by step. First you have to prepare fire walking. This time only we did that. They make you walk on the fire. These are the step by step they prepare your body and mind to enter into that great alchemy. Anyhow, this whole, the system, their whole initiation method, the whole thing is just this one sutra. This one sutra of Kararutta Trigastrena Prabhedat Vararodhanat Drishte Bindau Kramalini Danmatye Paramastitihi. They work intensely on the third eye. Shiva is asking us to do the same thing. If your third eye is awakened, you are Shiva, otherwise Sava. If your third eye is awakened, you are Buddha, otherwise Buddhu. The only difference between Buddha and Buddhu, Shiva or Shava, is third eye. Man plus third eye is God, God minus third eye is man. Your intuition energy is awakened when your third eye is awakened. There is a great mathematician called Ramanujam in South India. If you have heard about him, I don't know. He was in South India. He was taken to even Oxford. Oxford mathematicians have invited him, took him to London and studied from him. The great mathematicians, Oxford mathematicians also, they say, if we are taking 1 hour to solve any problems, simply will come out with solution in 2-3 seconds. Just you have to tell the problem, he is ready, he is there with solution. Just tell the problem, solution is there. People asked him, what is this? How are you able to do? How you are able to give a solution just like that? He says, that and all I don't know. And he is a great devotee of one Mahalakshmi, Sholingapuram. There is a village near his birthplace. Devi, Mahalakshmi is worshipped, Vishnu's wife. He says, that Devi tells me. And the people who lived around him, they always found one strange thing. Whenever a problem is given to him, automatically his eyes will be sucked towards the third eye. His both eyes will be centered towards the third eye and he will just come out with the answer. He doesn't have to go through the logical steps to come to the conclusion. Please understand. Intuition means you don't have to go through the same logical steps to come to the conclusion. For example, 200 into 200 is something like 40,000. Am I right? 4,000. Sorry. A big problem with this calculation. 40,000. Then I am right. See, like this is what to do. Even if you are right, somebody confuses you. Somehow I managed to calculate such a big number. Anyhow, usually what your mind does, it just does a regular calculation. 200 into 200, 2 into 2, 4. And this 2, 0, that 2, 0, 4 zeros. Something like that, it goes on. One important thing you should understand. If you are going to come to a certain conclusion after logical steps, the conclusion is already there in your inner space. Unless it is there in your inner space, you can't come to that. It is there. You are just traveling through that path to come to that conclusion. If your intuition is awakened, you don't have to travel through that same path to come to that conclusion. Suddenly, it will be awakened. The whole path and the goal will be lit. It will be lit where you can decide easily without much data or unprecedented problems. Just today I was talking to one of our group of our devotees how to use the spiritual intelligence, the administration and management. If you awaken the third eye, you don't have to go through, if you work on the third eye, you don't have to go through the regular, usual, logical system of thinking to come to a conclusion. That is why, from the time immemorial, women of India are asked to work on the third eye. She is like a counselor. She is like a counselor. Always the husbands, they come back in the evening and put all the business problems in front of her. Get her ideas and opinion and counseling. She was respected because constantly she works on her third eye. There are so many ways to work on the third eye. That kumkum or the bindu which you are using is also one method. And concentrating on the lamp. If you see a traditional Indian woman's life, it's nothing but working on third eye. Whole day their lifestyle is nothing but working on third eye. They are knowingly or unknowingly, they work on the third eye. And moreover, women by very nature are intuitive. They are very intuitive. Just by seeing somebody, they can tell where he is looking, what far he is looking. Because the intuition is a basic need for them to protect themselves. From the young age, they have to develop that intuition to protect themselves. It is not a luxury for them, it is a basic need for them. So just one glance is enough, where this guy is looking, what far he is looking, what he is thinking in the mind. You can't escape from women's intuition. But sometimes they are so graceful, they let you think that they don't know. They just let you play your game. They do not want to be too much on you. But one thing I can be sure, the intuition power of women is lot more than men by the very nature. Second thing, the techniques traditional Indian women practice, like kumkum or every day sitting in front of that lamp and meditating on it, all these things are techniques to awaken the third eye. Almost all the spiritual traditions, some way or other, worked on third eye by some technique or social lifestyle or something. Some way the working on the third eye was lifestyle. Third eye is the route for taking jump from form to formlessness. Form to formlessness. When Ramakrishna was caught in the form of Kali, there is a beautiful, sweet incident in Ramakrishna's life. He was a worshipper of Kali. He used to worship the Kali's form. He used to see her darshan and go into the Savikalpa Samadhi, means little less than Samadhi. A great enlightened master, Totaburi, came to see him. That's the beauty of Ramakrishna. All the great masters came to see him. He never went out in search of masters. They came to see him. He came, he saw this great sadhaka, and he asked Ramakrishna, would you like to enter into Nirvikalpa Samadhi, the ultimate enlightenment? Ramakrishna said, yes, I have no problem, but just wait for a moment. I'll go to my mother and ask her, can I do what you want me to do? Totaburi thought, oh, maybe his mother is also staying there in the temple. He is asking permission. He said, all right, you can go and ask your mother, no problem. He straight ran into the temple and came back after 10 minutes, shouting, jumping, screaming, dancing. My mother has agreed. She told me that you have been brought here just to teach me. Yes, you can teach me. Totaburi thought, what is this? This guy said he wants to ask his mother. You said you wanted to ask your mother. Where is your mother? She is inside temple. He said, yes, she is inside temple. Come, I will show you. He took Totaburi and showed the Murti of Devi, Kali. Totaburi was shocked. But mentally he thought, maybe he is very simple, innocent guy, devoted, highly devoted to Kali. That is why he feels she is the mother. It's okay. Then, after a few days, when he wants to initiate him, he said, now you have to drop your form, go beyond the form of Mother Kali. Then he tells, please wait 1 more minute. I'll just go and ask her and come back. And he comes back and tells, yes, mother told me that I can go beyond the form, I can drop the form. And Totaburi initiates him and asks him to meditate, put his mind on the formlessness. Ramakrishna says, the moment I close my eyes, she is there in front of me, I am lost. So I don't have any willpower to go beyond that form. Then Totaburi says, visualize your mind is a sword and cut with that sword the whole form of the Devi. Enter into that formlessness. Again Ramakrishna says, no, I am not able to. Then suddenly Totaburi sees this side and that side. He finds some sharp object, nail or something, or the glass piece. He takes that and pokes into the third eye of Ramakrishna. He just straight away pokes. The same technique which I say, which is practiced in Tibet to penetrate the third eye. And suddenly the Anya of Ramakrishna gets awakened. Then Totaburi gives instruction, now cut the form of the mother with the sword of knowledge. He cuts. The moment third eye is awakened, he was able to cut the form into 2 pieces. And the story says he was lost in Nirvikalpa Samadhi, enlightenment, for next 9 months. I don't know what is that mystical number, 9 months. In your Garbha also you have to stay 9 months. Whenever somebody becomes enlightened, at least 9 months it takes for him to create new body through which he can operate and do the spiritual mission. Ramakrishna, Raman Maharshi, all great masters, it takes at least 9 months for them after enlightenment to settle down or to connect again with the body. Connect again with the body. Anyhow, he becomes enlightened, again working on Anya Chakra, third eye only. When Ramakrishna was centered on the third eye, Anya Chakra, by Totaburi, he became enlightened. Now you don't have to use such a crude method of penetrating with some object. You can penetrate it with a strong energy. The energy can be solidified. It can be used like a strong tool, drill bit, to penetrate your Anya Chakra. Kararuttatrigastrena means, he says, use your hands and close all the 7 openings of the hand. Usually, all your energy is flowing towards the outer world constantly through the head. These 7 openings of the head, through these 7 openings, all your energy is going towards the outer world. That is why practically you live only with your head. If you close your eyes and suddenly remember your name, you will remember only this portion. The below portion is just hanging with this portion, that's all. You always identify yourself only with this portion. That is why whether it is portrait or statue, they make this portion. Have you seen any portrait only below portion? Any statue only below portion? No. The identification is always done with this portion. The reason is you live in that portion. You identify yourself with that portion. Even if you see a photograph or anything, first your eyes will go on the face only. Because you live in the head. All your energy stays. The information gathering, jnanendriya or acting, karmendriya, both happens. The headquarters is in the head. That is why it is called headquarters, not heart quarters or lung quarters. Your whole energy is centered on the head. So now Shiva says, close all the 7 openings. 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, 2 ears and the mouth. Close all the 7 openings. Then immediately the outgoing energy which is constantly flowing outside, will be stopped and it will be concentrated as one beam light, one light beam. Then now you can use that energy to penetrate your third eye. If you have seen a young age, today's subject is life, the game of existence. Let's enter into the Shiva Sutras, then we'll see the meaning. Idrishena kramenaiva yatre kutrapi chintana sunye gutye parapatre swayam lina varapradaha. Idrishena kramenaiva yatre kutrapi chintana sunye gutye parapatre swayam lina varapradaha. Translation goes, when in worldly activity, keep attention between 2 breaths, and so practicing, in a few days, be born anew. You can't compare Shiva with any other master, because the depth or the vision, the way in which he sees, he penetrates the future. When I introduced this book, I was telling you all, this is the book. There are techniques in this book, not only for the men who have come, who are yet to come. He speaks to every possible mind. Today in this sutra, he solves an important problem, or he addresses a totally different kind of human beings. Another beauty is, throughout this book you don't see a single ritual. No ritual. You don't need any temple to practice this Shiva's teachings. You don't need to do any rituals. Straight away gives life solutions, especially this technique. It changes the whole attitude towards the life. He just shakes you completely. He defines the concept of purity. Very clearly defines the concept of purity in this sutra. What Shiva means by the word purity. The other day somebody was asking me, Swamiji, you say about Shiva and you say he is a great master, but we read in the Puranas that he used to get angry easily. Today Shiva is answering that question by giving a beautiful clarity. He gives us a clear vision about purity, and let's enter into the sutra. When in worldly activity, keep attention between two breaths, and so practicing, in a few days be born anew. Wish I can speak in Sanskrit, because the word in Sanskrit is, the English translation is not exactly what Sanskrit word means. But what to do, only that much. You can't help. Translation is not, in translation you can't do much. Let me at least give you the rough idea what exactly the sutra means, what exactly Shiva says. Whatever you think as worldly activity, even in those moments, whatever you think as impure thing, for example, anger, lust, greed, even in those moments, if you can practice this meditation, you will be born anew. It's an amazing assurance he gives. New idea about purity, new concept about purity. He addresses one of the important issue, especially the modern men are facing. Modern day people always ask me, Swamiji, I don't have time for meditation. That's one of the important problem, important issue. I don't have time to do meditation. Shiva is answering, Shiva is addressing that problem. He says you don't need to spend separate time. Very beautiful technique. Even when you are in some worldly activity, keep attention between two breaths, and so practicing, in a few days be born anew. He is converting your whole life into spiritual life. He is converting your whole life into spirituality. First thing you need to understand, Shiva's concept about purity. Constantly we are asked to be good, we are asked to be pure. The idea of purity is forced upon us. Constantly you are taught by the society, moralists, that something is right, something is wrong, something is pure, something is impure, something is good, something is bad. Constantly you are taught the idea of good and bad, and you are forced to practice something good, or which society believes as good. But life is nowhere related to what society believes. Life is totally different. What society believes is a different, but his life is totally different. There is a beautiful saying, when you think in a generalized way, but when you live in a very, with the situations which you can't generalize. You are not living only the situations which can be generalized. In your life there are so many things comes up where generalization is not possible, where you can't decide, ahead what to do and what not to do. All your ideas about morality, all your ideas about right and wrong will not have any relevance. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, why our scriptures doesn't speak about gambling? There are ancient scriptures, only Puranas speak about gambling. The ancient scriptures doesn't speak about gambling. Why in Upanishads we don't speak about gambling? Why they have not banned gambling? I told him that at that time there was no gambling. First of all, the gambling itself didn't exist. How do you expect they should speak about it? And naturally no Upanishad will ban TV. No Upanishad will ban any drugs, because that time all this problem didn't exist. When it comes to morality, good and bad, it is completely related to situation. It is relative. It is not existential. According to Shiva, purity means innocence, not being affected by the thoughts or by the samskaras, not being touched by the engrams. Let it be very clear, even if you are not expressing your emotions, even if you are not expressing your anger, greed, lust, if they are there in your inner space, you are not pure person. Socially you may be pure person, but actually you will not be pure person. One more thing, even if you express anger, lust, greed, and nothing touches your inner space, you live like a child, innocent child, then be very clear, you are pure being. You can see kids get angry. They are very greedy. You can actually they build their personality on greed. They build their personality on greed. That is why they will be so aware of that mind. They will be so conscious about that mind attitude and mind idea. They can't give up even a small one toy. Even you try to take away a toy from a child, you will see as if his life is taken away. You will start having the wheezing problem. You will start wheezing. Because their whole personality is built on mind, the concept of mind. They also have greed. They have anger. But you don't call them impure. We always say kids are pure. The reason is the impurity, what you think as impurity, doesn't disturb their inner space. They will sit and play with the toys, but after 2 hours they will throw everything and go away. They don't carry anything in them. Their inner space is beautiful. Their inner space is pure. You can't even say they are thieves even if they have stolen something. You can't say they are thieves even if they have stolen something, because they don't have an idea that something belongs to somebody. You should not take from them. It is somebody's property. The very idea doesn't exist in them. Innocence is purity. With knowledge, even if you don't steal, you may not physically possess that object, but mentally you will be constantly waiting. You have not yet become thief because of police, that's all. We are not stealing because of the police. Let it be very clear, it is directly related to inner space. Purity is directly related to inner space. It is nowhere related to outer world. Shiva is speaking about important concept. He is giving you the technique to achieve the ultimate purity. That is why I have to give a small introduction about purity. He is giving the technique to achieve purity. Even if you see the Shiva's life or the Shiva Purana, Shiva has described by Puranas, you won't see any traditional social purity in him. The place where he lives or the way in which he lives, nothing is directly related to purity. He is in Smashan with all the ghosts. He is surrounded by Bhutaganas. He is surrounded by Pretas. And his lifestyle, the way in which he is described, nothing seems to be pure. Nothing is related to purity. But he is a great master because nothing touches him. He is not touched by anything. When in worldly activity, keep attention between two breaths, and so practicing, in a few days be born anew. Even when you are in worldly activity, from morning till night, he is giving a beautiful technique which needs to be practiced whole day, which you can practice whole day. There is no need for any separate time. Who say that, Swamiji, I don't have time for meditation. For that kind of human beings, Shiva is giving a technique. Now you can't even say that reason. Whenever people come and tell me, Swamiji, I don't have time for meditation, I tell them, no, never tell that. Never tell you don't have time for meditation. Then people are meditating, they are all jobless or what? They don't have any other job and they are sitting and meditating. The other day I asked one of our ashramite, why you are not coming to discourse? She said, no Swamiji, I have work. I said, it means people are coming and sitting, they are jobless or what? I always tell people, don't tell you don't have time for meditation. Tell very clearly that you don't feel meditation is that much important in your life, or you don't feel it is that much important. You are not able to give that much of importance to meditation. Then I can understand. Let's be at least honest with ourselves. Do not say you don't have time. Let it be very clear you are not able to understand that is that much important, or that can help you in your life in some way. Now Shiva is answering this problem. You don't need to have separate time. First thing, Shiva drops all the rituals, all the techniques. Now he is dropping all the other problems which are usually created by the mind. He says, even if you don't have time, no problem. When you are in worldly activity, start putting your attention, keep your attention between two breaths. Constantly watch the gap. Be aware of the gap. Earlier he was speaking about separate meditation techniques which you need to practice for half an hour or 1 hour every day. Now he is saying, first he is telling, add meditation into your life. Now he is saying, let your whole life become meditation. Let the whole life become meditation. And there is nothing to avoid in the life. Be very clear, he is not giving you any morality. Throughout this book, he is not speaking about any morality. He is not saying what should be done and what should not be done. He is purely giving you techniques. is a great master. That is why he straight away gives the torch to you. He gives you the torch. He doesn't just give you the instructions. If you try to follow some instructions, be very clear, you will always miss. All guidance are misguidance. Because the guidance are given for somebody, given to somebody, and it is penned down and presented to you, it's not going to match you and your lifestyle. Instead of giving guidance, Shiva is giving the torch itself so that you can find your own path. I call this book as Finding Your Own Path to Freedom. He is giving you so much of intelligence, you can find your own path to freedom. You don't have to follow anybody. He is giving you all the routes, all methods, all the techniques. You can pick up any one technique and practice that in your life. You will find your own path to freedom. Actually, this book, starting, walking and ending, in all three levels it gives you freedom. There are some books which give you only in the end freedom. It gives you liberation after you become enlightened. There are some books which gives you freedom at the time of walking. Very rare. I can say this is the only book. Even when you start, you have choice. You don't have to start according to the teacher. You can start as you want. Even in the beginning level, even at the time of starting, you are given complete freedom. Your freedom is respected. You are accepted as you are. You are not asked to follow a particular person. You are not asked to go behind particular teachings. He is giving you freedom even at the time of starting. He says, when you are in worldly action also, keep your attention between two breaths. Let you be constantly aware of the gap between two breaths and live your life. Play the game of existence. You may ask, whenever I am angry or when I am greedy, if I just keep my attention between two breaths and express my anger, is it okay? Can I do whatever I want? In that case, the whole society will become chaos. People again and again ask me, Swamiji, you say that meditation is enough. If we just do meditation and do whatever we want, will the society not become chaos? I ask them, you think now it is not chaos? Now it is not chaos? One more thing, person who meditates will never create chaos. Person who meditates will never be behind the flimsy thoughts. He will never be doing whatever you call as impure things. Meditation brings so much of intelligence, is completely integrated. He never goes against anybody's interests. He never disturbs anybody's life. You can see in your life, whenever you are in bliss, you are in joy, you are in ecstasy, you don't disturb anybody. Even if somebody does any mistake, you say, all right, forget about it, leave it. You take it in a very light way. But when you are irritated inside, when you are tensed, when you are not relaxed, when you are in stress, there is no need for anybody to do any mistake. If they just come in front of you, that's enough. They will start having your blessings. You will start blessing them. Your very presence will radiate. You will just start vomiting yourself on them. Be very clear. A person who is completely integrated, who is totally relaxed, who is calm, who is settled in himself, will never disturb anybody. he will have his own way of living and his morality can never be shaken. Person whose morality is imposed on you, on him, imposed on him by the rules and regulations, his morality can never be believed. Let it be very clear, you can't believe his morality. And person who is expressing morality out of his spiritual wisdom, out of his spiritual energy, his morality can never be changed. And you can trust his life. You can trust his energy. Shiva says, let you be aware of the gap between two breaths, and the whole day you will be in ecstasy. And he says one more thing, and so practicing in a few days be born anew. He says this technique will give you a new birth. You will not be old person again. You will not be living your old life again. One important thing with these techniques, you should constantly practice. Somebody asked me yesterday, Swamiji, every day you are teaching about one technique, how can we practice? Because each technique needs some time. Here I am speaking for the whole world so that it will be recorded and it will be useful for the whole world. You can pick up some one meditation technique and start practicing it. You see, sometime when you listen some technique, suddenly you will feel your whole being is opening and your whole energy is vibrating. You are able to feel the technique. You feel that surely this technique will help you. You feel this is my path, then simply take up that technique and start practicing at least for 21 days. You will see you become a new being. You are not old person again. You will be a new being. Here, Shiva is saying, let you be born as a new person. In few days, be born anew. You will not be an old person again. Only when you practice, you will understand how this bringing attention between two breaths can change your whole life. How can you be a new person? Because whenever you bring your attention between two breaths, you are unclutched. Just you remember that you are unclutched. You come to the same neutral space in which you experience. You are unclutched. All your problems can be alive. You can have your suffering as long as you believe you are a connected being. The moment you understand by your very nature you are illogical, unconnected, independent, unclutched being, immediately from that moment you can't suffer, because even your suffering is nothing but connecting and creating a shaft. You can suffer only if you create a shaft. You can't continue to suffer if you remember again and again you are unclutched. Because the suffering which happened to you 1 year ago, the suffering which happened 9 months ago, the suffering which happened 8 months ago, the suffering which happened yesterday, they are completely unconnected. Independent incidents, separate thoughts. But when you start connecting all of them and start seeing them, create an understanding about them in your life, or create an idea about them in your life, be very clear, you are creating suffering for you. You are creating hell for you. You are creating more and more difficulties for you. These techniques, you need to go into them When you go into these techniques, you will see the liberation happening in your being. Whenever you are in depression, just remember that you are unclutched. The incidents or the things happening in the outer world are no way connected to your response from the inner world. In the same way, the thoughts which is rising in your inner world are no way connected to your identity which you have about yourself in the inner world. You have two identity. One which you show for others, another one which you keep it for yourself. Both are lies. Let it be very clear, you always think the identity which you show to the world is lie and the identity which you have about yourself, within yourself, is a truth. Let it be very clear, the identity which you are keeping within yourself, about yourself, that is a big lie. That is also a lie. Your response or your thoughts related to your identity which you are showing outside to the outer world and to the identity which you are keeping in your mind about yourself, both are completely unclutched. It's a lie. People come and tell me, they always come and express their guilt. Swamiji, actually I am a different kind of person, but I am showing outside as if I am courageous and a nice, honest person. I don't know how to bridge the gap. Let it be very clear, the guilt which you are carrying or the personality which you are carrying which creates guilt in you, that is also a pure lie. If you think the personality which you are carrying inside is true and the personality which you are projecting to the outer world is a lie, you will start thinking about morality. All your morality is the gap between these two, or the gap between these two only creates the idea about morality. I am talking very subtle, but the basic truth about life. The idea of confession is nothing but a pure business. It is an idea given to you so that you can be kept as a slave. This idea of guilt, idea of confession, all these things are cunning, subtle way to exploit human beings. It's a very cunning, subtle way to keep people under the control. Let it be very clear, your idea about yourself, which you are keeping inside your mind, and your idea about yourself which you are projecting to the outer world, both of them are pure lies. Both the identities are lies. When you bring your awareness, attention between two breaths and realize, remember again and again, you are unclutched. By your very nature, you are unclutched. Again and again when you remember, you are unclutched by bringing your attention between two breaths. Suddenly you will see all your activities are taking a new turn. You will not be talking in the same way. You will not be working in the same way. You will not be doing things in the old way. You will start working in a new way. You will start thinking in a new way because your idea about pleasure will change. Your idea about joy will change. Your idea about pain will change. All your ideas about yourself will change. That is why I say, Shiva is the only master who is master for the Bhavaroga. Bhavaroga means the disease of bondage. He is the only master, only doctor to cure the disease of bondage. He straight away liberates you, cuts all the bondage. It doesn't even give you the bondage of spirituality. Mostly, almost all the religions will take away the social bondages, but they will give you spiritual bondage. One more, new bondage, golden chain. But with Shiva, he neither gives you spiritual bondage nor gives you social bondage. Usually, you will be relieved or you will be liberated from the image which you are showing to the outer world by the religions. They will tell, oh, don't bother about name, don't bother about fame. These are all the techniques to be liberated from the image which you are showing to the outer world. Image which you are showing to the outer world, liberating from that image is a lot more easy. It's not a big thing. Just little bit of intelligence and understanding, enough, you can be liberated. But liberating yourself from the image which you are carrying inside about you, that is the real freedom. That's what J. Krishnamurti says, freedom from yourself. Liberating yourself from yourself, because yourself is constantly torturing you. You can't relax with yourself. You can't sit with yourself. See, you can see in your life, even the old people doesn't have any responsibility. I have seen retired, no other responsibility, nothing else needs to be done. Even they can't sit with themselves. From morning till night, they will be reading the same old Hindu newspaper with a big glass. Even editor wouldn't have read so much. See, they would have been married, their sons would have been married, their daughters would have been married, their grandsons would have been married, but they will be sitting and reading the matrimonial column with that big glass. They can't sit with themselves. They can't sit with themselves. When you can't sit with yourself, be very clear. You are not relaxed, you are not at ease with the image which you are carrying about yourself in your inner space. Here, first thing Shiva is teaching, let you be liberated, let you be in ease, let you be at ease with the image which you are carrying within yourself about yourself. Only then real morality can happen. Please understand, unless you are completely at ease with the image which you are carrying about yourself inside your being, unless you accept yourself completely, real morality can never happen in your life. The one and only way to accept yourself completely is to understand the truth by the very nature. Your thoughts are illogical, irresponsible, and independent and clutched. You can't do anything about it. You have only one thing. You can understand this truth and liberate yourself, that's all. When you liberate yourself, you will be completely eased with the personality or the image which you are carrying about yourself in your inner space. Only when you are eased with your personality, only when you are integrated, life will be a game. Till then, you will be tortured by life. In Sanskrit, we have a beautiful word, Leela. Person who has integrated his life, person who is completely comfortable with the image which he is carrying within himself, for him life becomes a Leela. It is no more serious thing. It's a game of existence. He is just playing. No question of something is right, something is wrong. No question of getting exploited by somebody, and same way no question of exploiting somebody. If you have respect for your freedom, your inner space, you will never disrespect others' freedom. Same way, if you are binding somebody, if you are taking away somebody's freedom, let it be very clear, you will be selling your freedom. You can see all these so-called moralists, they will be moral because of their followers, the followers will be moralistic because of the leader. And both are in a big bondage. Both are binding each other. Let it be very clear, the real morality, solid, purity can happen to you only when you are completely ease with the personality which you are carrying within yourself. This meditation technique has got two parts. First thing, you are supposed to center your attention between two breaths. Next thing, you must be able to carry that attention throughout your worldly activity. You will be able to put your attention between two breaths. You will be able to be ease with yourself only if you are ease with your neutral space. If you are comfortable in the zone where you don't have any more attachment with your identity, where you are ready to be relaxed from your identity, means where you are ease with the personality which you are carrying in your inner space. This is the first step. Second step, carrying or being aware, centering your attention on the same neutral space even during the worldly activity. This meditation is a two-step. First, let us understand this first step and we will practice it for a few minutes because so many of you are new today. I wanted all of you to do the first step first. Then, in the end, we will do the main meditation technique from this sutra itself. Before that, let us prepare ourselves to enter into the technique, to enter into the main technique. First step is to be aware of the gap between two breaths. Let you be centered. Let you put your attention between the gap between two breaths. Let's take few minutes, few moments to do this meditation. Then we will enter into the main meditation technique. Today the meditation technique will take at least 45 minutes. So now we will do the first step. Then I will explain about the second step. We will go into the main meditation technique itself. Please close your eyes and sit straight. Do not suppress, do not express any of your thoughts. Just be aware of inhaling and exhaling. Just be aware of incoming and outgoing breath. For a few moments, close your eyes. Be aware of incoming and outgoing breath. attention between two breaths. Keep your attention between incoming and outgoing breath. Be aware of the gap between the incoming and outgoing breath. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Relax. You can open your eyes. Now, whenever you come out of this meditation, slowly you will see after 10 minutes you are missing that gap or that mood is lost. Slowly you are out of that mood or the attention between two breaths. Attention towards the neutral space or that remembrance that you are unclutched. Whenever you are taken away by an emotion or by your identity, naturally you start getting clutched or you start thinking that you are clutched. When you remember suddenly, you are unclutched. Even your idea about you are being clutched is just one more connection, one more shaft which you have created. Immediately, you will see you are in the neutral space. Your attention comes back to the neutral space. Now, we will enter into a beautiful technique. It's at least half an hour we will be doing that meditation technique. We will enter into the technique to be in that same neutral space and move the body. As on now, either you will be in the neutral space or you will be in worldly activity. Now, we will have to connect these two, being in the neutral space and moving your body and mind. That is what we will be learning the next meditation technique, the next session in this meditation technique. Mahadeva, the author of this technique, the author of this great book, Shiva Sutras, his inner space is so vast, so intelligent, so powerful. He created meditation techniques almost for every possible human being. Every possible human being. Somebody asked me the other day, Swamiji, how do you know this book is written by Shiva? Somebody else would have wrote it and attributed to Shiva's name. Who knows? Anybody who can write the book of this caliber, this standard, he is Shiva, no doubt. He has experienced Shiva consciousness, no doubt. Unless you experience, see the very truth, all the details, all the subtle things he knows, that is enough. The author is a rare being. Nothing else is required. Just the very proof that the author knows all the rare details. Understand? Unless you know all the rare details, you cannot give solution. You cannot look at the same thing from so many angles. Very small change in a sutra very small change in a technique, but helps totally different kind of human beings. Sometimes I am surprised what sophisticated level the society would have been when the sutras were delivered. See, the more the society is sophisticated, it will have more mental problems. That's the truth. You won't have too many mental problems unless society is sophisticated. Because you don't have too much energy. You will not have depression if you have poverty. Because you don't have enough energy to sit, eat, find out some reason to get depressed. With poverty, your whole energy and time is demanded. See, actually I always tell people, depression is a luxury. Now, unless your basic needs are fulfilled, you can't have depression. Unless it is fulfilled and you have enough time and energy, which is not directly required to be productive, then you create something, you just sit and create some reason to get depressed. I've never heard the word depression in the Indian villages because they have enough of things to do. You can't, there's no time to get depressed. Depression is a luxury. I was surprised when I read the solution for all the problems which he talks about. Then 10,000 years ago, there must have been such a high sophisticated society with all the luxury. That is why he is giving solution for all these problems. See, if Buddha is teaching, don't steal, means in his time the stealing was there. Thieves were there, otherwise why should you teach? Nobody gives solution for the problem which does not exist except the psychiatrist. Nobody will give the solution for the problems which does not exist. Here, Shiva is talking amazing things. Means that society which existed 10,000 years ago is highly sophisticated, which was having all kinds of problems also. Because solution for all the problems which modern day men face are available just in this one book, Mahadeva's Shiva Sutras. Shiva Sutras has got so many books, so many volumes. This I selected from one part. The book which I am commenting, that part is called Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Shiva taught 64 tantras. In one tantra he gives 112 meditation techniques. That is Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. We are working on that book. 35th Sutra. We are working on the 35th meditation technique. Giving clear solution means somebody who knows completely about their mind only can give solution so thoroughly, so clearly. Here, Mahadeva is giving solution for all the problems. If somebody can give solution to the problems so clearly, if somebody knows about the mind so thoroughly, I am sure he is Shiva, means he has achieved Shiva consciousness. In India, the Shiva, Vyasa, Buddha, all these words are not towards one person. Of course, those beings also existed, but in course of time, anybody who achieves that conscious state, they are given that title. Buddha does not mean only one Buddha, the Gautama the Buddha. Gautama the Buddha existed, but after his existence, anybody who achieves that state of consciousness, they are given that title. Still now, all Shankara's disciples are called Shankaracharyas. Anybody who achieves that state is called as a Shankaracharya. The original Shankaracharya is called Adi Shankaracharya, means first Shankaracharya. Anybody who achieves that state is called Adi Shankara, the Shankaracharya. Sometimes you will get confused whether the book is written by Shankaracharya or Adi Shankaracharya. So here people ask me, how do you know this book is written by Shiva? Understand, a person who can penetrate into human consciousness so deeply is Shiva. He has achieved the state of Shiva, no doubt. So forget about doubting the book, let us doubt your mind and start working on it. Let me read the sutra. Gata vibhajane drishtim bittis tyaktva vinikshipet tallayam takshanat gatve tallayat tanmaya bhavet. At the edge of the deep well, look steadily into its depths until the wondrousness happens to you. Very powerful technique. There are different kinds of minds. For all kinds of minds, Shiva is teaching. At the edge of a deep well, look steadily into its depths until the wondrousness. Understand? Again, this technique is also about falling in love, falling in tune. But the yesterday's technique was falling in tune with a living being, an enlightened master. Today's technique is about falling in tune with an object. Sometimes falling in love with an object is little easy because you can possess it. You can possess it. Why? People have got pets, no food for living human beings, but these guys are spending so much on the pet animals. Actually, when you can't love human beings, pets is a nice substitute. See, the difficulty with opening up to human being is the risk of no is there. When you open up with a human being, he may say no. He may not receive you. He may not be behaving as you want. He may not be expressive. But with the pets, you feed them. They have to do what you want. And you can tie them in a rope and put them in a cage when you don't want to spend time with them. With human beings, things are little unpredictable. They may have the mood when you don't have, they may not have the mood when you have. But with pets, things are more under your control. You can choose. Understand, but it is very poor substitute. Learn how to open up to the higher level beings. Understand? First level, opening up to an animal where things are under your control. Second level, opening up to a human being, where 50% is under your control and 50% is under his control. Third, opening up to an enlightened being, nothing is under your control. Nothing is under your control. That is why it is very difficult to open up to an enlightened being, because you will lose your very boundary. When you open up to an enlightened being, you will lose the idea where your hand ends, where your body ends. You just relax, disappear into him. His vastness, the amazing energy, just you are lost in his presence. Or I can say you are first time experiencing yourself. I can't say you are lost. First time you are back home. You discovered yourself. First time you will discover who you are. Different levels of falling in love. Shiva is not saying no to anybody. Any level is okay. He is ready to give technique for that level person. Understand? Whether you are able to open up to an enlightened being, there is a technique, yesterday's technique. Diksha, just initiation, liberates. If you are able to open up to a human being, again he has got a technique. Just few days ago, I finished the technique. If you are able to open up only to animals, again he has got techniques for that kind of a human being. If you are not even able to open up to animals, because even with animals there is one danger, they may die. If they die, things are not under your control completely. You can open up only to an object. Then you have a technique also. You also have a technique. Here, Shiva is giving methods even for that kind of human beings. Sometime, people who lived in the forest, who lived with nature, they can open up to an object easily, even if they are in high level consciousness. Even if they are in the level of opening up to a master, they may not find a master. They can just open up. They can just feel connected to an object in the forest. So even for that kind of people, this technique will be very useful. This is more like a opening up to a nature. Opening up to a nature. Even if you are intelligent enough, powerful enough, intense enough to open up to a master, if you have never seen a master, and if you are living in a forest, you may open up to an object with such a deep connection, and that object will serve as God or master. There is a beautiful story of a great devotee of Shiva. His name is called Kannappa, means the father who gave eyes to Shiva. Understand, the story says Shiva has got 3 eyes. In the 3, one and a half belongs to Devi, because he has given his half to Devi. The remaining 1 and a half, one belongs to this devotee. Only half is his eye. Let me tell the story. It's a beautiful story. There was a hunter in a forest. That guy, his only work is from morning till night, he will hunt animals, cook them, eat, sleep. That's a life. Fortunately, did not get civilized. sometimes civilization takes away some beautiful things in the human beings. Sometimes they are too costly than the civilization. Means the possibility to open up is taken away in this process of so-called civilization. Fortunately, this guy, even though lived as a hunter, did not lose that dimension of his being. I call this dimension as a sixth sense, possibility to open up. This guy did not lose that possibility. If you doubt constantly anything and everything you see, be very clear, you lost that sixth sense. Civilization has happened to you. You are now civilized. You can have a big board. I am completely civilized. Now you know how to find reason, how to justify things, how to do anything. Now you know logically how to find reasons, how to doubt, how to justify whatever you do. Small story. One day in late night, 10 o'clock, a guy saw behind his car, the cop's car with red light sign, is trying to chase him. This guy thought, I think I can outrun him. And it's a county road, remote road. He tried increasing the speed. This cop also did not leave. He also increased. In few minutes there was a big race. Went to 60, 70, 90, 100 miles. After half an hour, this guy realized he can't escape. So he stopped, pulled over. Cop came near him and said, officer came near him and said, hey, today I really had a lousy day. Just tell me some reason, I'll let you go. Just tell me some reason, I'll let you go. The guy thought for a moment and said, yes, I know the reason why I ran away, looking at you. He said, what? 3 weeks ago, my wife ran away with a police officer. When I saw your car, I thought you are the officer and you are trying to bring her back to me. You can always justify. You can always justify. With civilization, you get the power to justify, but you lose the capacity to open up. Your logic becomes very sharp, but the sixth sense, power to open up, is lost. This devotee, fortunately, did not lose the ability to open up. In the forest, one day when he went for hunting, he saw a beautiful Shiva's Murti, the Shivalinga. Shivalinga with a face carved on it. In India, you will see varieties, different kinds of Shivalingas. Different kinds of Shivalingas with a different forms and ways and different things. There was a Shivalinga with a face carved on it. The moment he saw that Shivalinga, he saw that Murti, he saw that statue, he fell in love with that. Somehow he was able to open himself. Every day he started visiting that place. He felt the God is there in that form, or the higher energy is there in that form. After 2-3 days, he started talking to it, talking to Shiva. When you see God, you don't see statue. When you see statue, you don't see God. Understand? When you see it as a God, you will not see that as a statue or just an idol. When you see it as an idol, you will not see that as a God. Somehow he felt it's God. He did not see it as a statue. He started talking to Shiva. Oh Lord, it's so nice you are here just for me. And he said, just see that I get a good animal today so that I'll give you a feast. Whatever he gets, he will nicely cook. Not only he will nicely cook, he will first taste it and see whether it is really cooked well. Then bring that portion, that flesh, to that Shiva, and he will offer it. It's a very strange kind of worship. He doesn't have any vessel to bring water and wash that place. So he will take water in his mouth. He will collect all the flowers and put it in his hair. There is no other flower basket for him. He will collect all the flowers and put it in his hair, in his jata. The hunters will have a big matted lock. He will put it in his matted lock, fill water in his mouth, and carry that flesh or that meat in a palm leaf in one hand. Bring there, and he will spit that water on that statue, on that Shiva, and put all the flowers on that Shiva and decorate him. Put this flesh in front of him and pray to him, oh Lord, please eat the best portion of the meat, the flesh I brought for you. He will do all his puja. Then he will tell, oh, I think you are feeling a little shy because I am here. I will go away, you eat later on. When you feel like, you eat that time. When you open innocently the power of existence, the big problem is we lost how to open up innocently, honestly. He will tell, now it is time, you please eat later on. Maybe I'll give you private time. You will go away. Actually, there was a traditional intellectual guy who also used to come to that place to worship rarely. That day he came and he saw all that meat in front of Shiva, and these traditional intellectuals usually not only they are vegetarians, they are dead against non-veg. I always tell people, take vegetarian vow, nothing wrong, but don't hate non-vegetarian people. Let them have what they want. People come and ask me, how to convince others to take up vegetarian food? I tell them, why do you want to convince? You must be jealous of them enjoying. You must be feeling that saliva when they eat. Otherwise, why will you get interested in convincing them? If you know vegetarian is good, just enjoy, stop with it, over. Why do you want to convince? Because there must be in one corner of your mind a little, I think once in a while, okay. Or that saliva is there in the mouth. Otherwise, why will you try to convince somebody who is not bothered about convincing you? See, no non-veg person goes to convince others, eat non-veg. But all these vegetarian people goes to convince non-veg people, don't have non-veg, eat vegetarian. See the fun part of it. No non-vegetarian person goes to convince vegetarians. Please have non-vegetarian also. No. Please become non-vegetarian. No. But all these vegetarian guys, they go around and convince every non-vegetarian person. in our healing initiation, of course, that initiation can be taken or practiced only with vegetarian food. With a non-vegetarian food, you will have a little side effect. Your system will not be able to adjust, cope up with it. So when these guys become vegetarians, first thing they do is they will go around and start canvassing. Start preaching, you became vegetarian, it's good. Little jealous on corner. Here, this guy who is a great intellectual, who is doing the puja with all the vegetarian tradition way, he came and saw, God, what is this? All non-veg things are lying. How can this happen? He threw everything out, cleared the place, and he did formal worship of bringing water from in a proper pot and cleaning the spot and did everything, and then went away. After a few days, again this hunter devotee came. Again he did his own way of worship, pouring the water, spitting, not even pouring, because he has brought water in the mouth, and removing flowers from his hair and putting it, and that fresh meat, flesh, which he tasted, he offered it. Then said, all right Shiva, now you can have a little private time. You can taste when you want. This the hunter devotee, he thought the earlier flesh which he kept, Shiva has eaten. He didn't know that some other guy came and removed it. He thought, oh, I think you enjoyed it. That's why there is nothing left. Even the leaf is not there. So again put the food and went away. Again, this traditional orthodox devotee, intellectually, this guy came and saw, God, once more this meat. Who is doing this sacrilegious act? Who is disturbing? I should stay here today and see who is the guy who is coming and doing these things, and I will take him to task. He has hidden himself in one corner behind a tree, waiting who is coming and doing that job. After a few hours, as usual, our devotee came and he saw, oh God, you finished this meat also. That's nice, but I brought some more for you. So he came and did as usual, spitting the water, putting the flowers, and he put all the meat in front of the God and started his puja. That traditional orthodox intellectual guy, he was about to jump out and stop this guy. Suddenly he saw from that Shiva's one eye blood started coming. So this traditional guy got frightened. God, now I don't know what to do. Let me just see what will happen. I think now Shiva himself is going to punish this fellow. This guy will be punished by Shiva himself. Let me wait and see how Shiva punishes. When this hunter devotee, Kannappa, saw the blood coming, immediately he said, God, what has happened to your eyes? I should do something. He ran here and there to get some herbs to treat, but nothing worked. Then devotee was hiding. That guy, the traditional old guy, he saw, oh, this fellow is not bad guy. He is trying to only cure. Let me just see what happens. He was hiding and just watching the whole fun, whole drama without coming out. This hunter devotee ran here and there, tried to collect some herbal medicines to heal Shiva's eyes. Nothing worked out. Then this devotee decided, I think first eye transplantation, eye surgery. He decided, I will give my eyes for Shiva. So he just removed one of his eyes and put at the spot of Shiva's eyes. First transplanting surgery. I don't know how many thousands of years ago. The story says that eye got healed, got cured. But the drama doesn't end there. Suddenly in the other eye also blood started coming. Now it is too much. This hunting devotee, actually the devotee is getting tested for his devotion. The devotee saw the blood coming in the other eye also. He decided, I'll give my other eye also. That traditional intellectual person who was standing, hiding behind the tree was shocked when he saw the power of devotion. But he did not come out. He was frozen in the fear, just hiding. This hunter devotee does not have much time to think, oh God, you are having pain, you are having bleeding, I should immediately help, do something. So he decided to remove the other eye also and put it. Then suddenly he remembered, if I remove my other eye also, I will not know where Shiva's eyes are there, the second eye, because I will become completely blind. So now itself I should mark where that Shiva's eyes are there and then remove the other eye, replace it. The donor and the surgeon, both are same person. Not only he is donating, he himself is doing the surgery also. So he put his hand and he started removing the eye, but he was not able to remove with one hand. So he has to use the arrow to remove his other eye. He needs two hands. So he put his feet on the second eye, Shiva's eye. Understand? He put his feet on Shiva's second eye, where that spot is there. And about to remove the second eye, Shiva appeared. The story says, Shiva appeared. My son, I have just tested your devotion. I have just tested your devotion. Whatever you did, if you see from the physical level, normal level, it is sacrilegious. Spitting water, putting the flower which was used, put in your head, and offering the meat which you tasted. Finally, above all, putting your feet on that God. But your devotion is so amazing, so great. Your devotion is such, from today you will be called as Kannappa, means father who gave me eyes. Understand? Only your father can give some part of your body. Only your father or mother can give some part of your body. At least in those days, when transplantation was not common. So Shiva says, you gave me eye. Because you gave me eye, I call you as my father. Because you gave, kan means in Tamil eye, you will be called as father who gave me the eyes. And the story says, that moment he became enlightened. That old guy who was hiding, he ran and fell at the feet of the hunter devotee and said, I have never seen this devotion. What you have done may be not according to the tradition, but even your devotion is beyond tradition. His devotion, feeling connected, opening up. Somehow he opened up to a statue, to an idol, just to one murti. And he felt Shiva is there. And he was running around like it is his responsibility to take care. His whole day, whole life, Shiva has become center. His whole being, he has become center. That is why he is able to go to the extreme of removing his both eyes, his two eyes. Feeling connected, opening yourself. Actually, if you open yourself anything, to anything, that will become alive, because opening up is so powerful that will make you also alive. As I was telling you yesterday, whenever you feel life, energy in you, be very clear, you are opening up. That is the only thing which can bring energy and life to you. That is why when you are in love with somebody, you are so energetic, high, not after marriage. Not after marriage. Somebody asked, one son is asking father, "Father, how much it costs to get married?" Father said, "I don't know, because still I am paying for it." Son asked the father, "Father, in those days, ancient India, it seems that men will not know about women till they get married." Father says, "Not only in those days, ancient India, that anywhere, everywhere, men will not know about women till they get married." It's anywhere, my son, anywhere. "Listen, I am talking to you," is today's title. They have given a wonderful title. "Listen, I am talking to you." In Vedanta, in the Eastern spiritual science, the first step for spiritual growth is Shravana. That's a beautiful Sanskrit word. Shravana means listening. Nothing else, just listening. Actually, when I started reading few Vedantic scriptures, I started thinking, how could this be? How could a person grow spiritually just by listening? And again, when Buddha starts, he also starts with an idea, right listening. The first thing he says is right listening. And again, in the modern day, one of the great enlightened master, J. Krishnamurti, he says, just by listening, you can become enlightened. You can achieve the goal. You can realize your potentiality. You can realize your soul just by listening. Again and again, all the masters are insisting on listening. Let me explain the idea Shravana. Shravana is not just listening. It is taking the whole thing. We can't translate the idea of Shravana just with the word listening. See, you are listening thousands of things. Now that you are listening, the child's crying also. Somewhere she is crying, creating some sound. You are listening, but you are not taking in. Taking things in is totally different. Listening is totally different. When I say, listen, I am talking to you. I want you to take in or just drink. When Jesus says, drink me, eat me, he means just listen to the words intensely. The intense listening itself can liberate you. And there is a beautiful saying or sutra in a Upanishad. Upanishad means it's a basic scripture for Vedanta, for Eastern religions. All Eastern religions are born out of Upanishad only, whether it is Buddhism or Jainism or Sikhism or Hinduism, everything is born out of Upanishads. Upanishad is the basic scripture out of which everything has come out. Shaivism, Vaishnavism, Hinduism, whatever you think Eastern religions, including Taoism. All Eastern religions are outcome of the Upanishads. The Upanishad, there is a beautiful saying. The Guru says towards the disciple, that art thou, that art thou, that art thou, means Tattvamasi, Tattvamasi, Tattvamasi. You are that 9 times, and disciple becomes enlightened. That's all. Nothing else. Just right listening. Right listening can do so much. Let me first explain what is wrong listening. Then you will be able to understand what I mean by the word right listening. Only when you understand what is wrong listening, you will be able to understand what is right listening. Listening without inner chattering. If you can just listen without inner chattering, usually when I speak, when you are hearing, just see what all the process you are doing. You will be taking notes. I always tell people, the person who takes notes, he misses the discourse now and after both. I tell you, people ask me, Swamiji, I forget what to do, that's why I am taking notes. See, do you forget your name? When people ask you your name, you don't forget. Because it is a basic thing for your life. Same way, the truth which I am speaking is basic thing for your life. If it is going to help you, it will be in your memory. If you forget, better you forget it. The earlier you forget, better for you. If it is not going to help you, naturally, you will not remember. If you really feel connected towards this truth, you cannot forget. And all you need to do is how to make yourself feel connected with this truth, that's all. If you don't feel connected, even if you take notes, please be very clear, it is not going to help you. And I have seen people continuously taking notes. And then it will be lying there in their house. When they shift home or when they clean their house, it will be there. Oh, they will take it and dust it and see. Oh, from India one young Swami came, all that notes. Put it in the dustbin, that's all. You will spend all your time taking notes just to put it in the dustbin. That is what usually things happen only in this way. First thing, if it is truth, if at all it is going to help you, never bother about taking notes. Simply it will penetrate your being. It will penetrate your being. The truth has got such a power, so much of effect. It can heal you and transform you. You don't need to remember it. That will remember you. Satya means which you don't need to remember, which is See, the moment you try to remember, please be very clear, it is not truth. For example, do you try to remember, do you take notes how to sit on a chair? No. You know it, how the chair will be and how you are supposed to sit. It is a truth for you. So anything becomes truth. You don't have to take notes to remember it. Try only to feel connected to what I say. Never try to take notes. When you try to take notes, you miss the present for the sake of future. And one more thing. My words are such. It's so powerful. It comes always with energy. The words are not dead words. It is from experience. So if you just allow these words to work on you, that is enough. In the early times, the only sadhana, means the spiritual practice the disciples will do is, they will just sit with Guru. Guru will continuously speak. That is why the Upanishad means literally sitting, that's all. It doesn't mean anything else. Sitting. Upanishad means, the literal translation of that Sanskrit word is sitting. The disciples are just supposed to sit in the presence of the master and he will continuously speak. That's all. You don't need to do anything because the words have got so much of power. The words of the master is words from experience, words from enlightenment. It has got power. You don't need to do anything. Just the words will do everything. It's almost like an operation. Master sits, disciples are sitting. Just the words, the whole personality, our whole mental setup of disciple is rearranged and organized, elevated to the different consciousness, to the different level. Simple words of the master is more than enough. It can do miracles on your being. All you need to do is just sit with a relaxed mind. Never even bother that you should be able to remember all these things. The moment you start thinking, I should remember all these things, you have created pressure in you. Over. The stress, the pressure, that is enough, you will forget everything. The moment you create the pressure, I should remember you, or the moment you create the pressure, you should remember whatever is said, whatever is explained here. Only your conscious mind will listen to me. Your being will never listen to me. Never create that pressure. Just sit in a very playful way. Think, if at all I understand, I understand. Otherwise it's okay. When you sit and chat with your friend, do you think, oh, I should take notes, I should not forget all these things? No. You don't take notes. You don't think that I should remember everything. No. You sit in a very casual way, but you never forget the words of your friends. Why? You feel connected. The words go into your being. See, you never take notes. You never sit with attention. I should remember all the words, whatever he says. You never sit. There is no intention. But all the words uttered by your friends, you simply remember. Because there is no pressure. Again, now I tell you, don't create pressure in your being. Don't create pressure in your being. Don't think you should remember all these words later on. Don't think you should take notes. Don't think I am giving you some knowledge. Actually, if you have a little bit of intelligence, you will be able to understand every day I am speaking the same thing. I tell you, I am telling the open business secret. I am speaking the same thing. Just I am playing with words, that's all. Nothing else. I can't speak anything else. There is nothing else to be told. All I can say is only one or two things. Just be beyond mind, be beyond thoughts. These are the one or two things I can say. I tell the same thing in a different way. People think there are so many books, oh, Swamiji has spoken so many things. It is not true. I speak only one thing. Same thing I am speaking in a different way. Maybe I change stories, that's all. I change my jokes, that's all. Otherwise, truth is same. I am speaking the same thing. Not only last 2 years, even if I speak 20 more years, not 20, 40 more years, I speak also, I am going to speak the same thing only. I will be speaking the same thing only. The very words have got tremendous power. First thing, you don't have to think. You don't have to bother. I should remember all these things. If at all you really feel connected, you will not be able to forget it. You will not be able to forget it. Vivekananda says beautifully. If your heart book opens, you don't need any other book. If your heart book doesn't open, no book can help you. If your heart book doesn't open, if your hridaya or if your being doesn't open, no book can help you. If it opens, you don't need any book. Both the way you don't need book. Same way, if your heart feels connected to me, you don't need to take notes. Because whatever I say will simply go into your being, will become your being, will become your life, will become your blood. It will start vibrating in your being. You will not be able to forget. Simply you can't do anything. And try to go against it, you will not be able to go. In our meditation camps, many people, after the camp, they come and tell me, Swamiji, what have you done to me? I am not able to smoke now. I am not able to drink. I am not able to do what I used to do usually. What has happened to me? I am living in a different way. I tell them simply, I don't tell anything. It's not that I give them instruction. The alchemy process is such, the meditation has got so much of power. And the words of the master is so powerful, simply you can't help it. Simply your whole being will follow. It's like you are put on the track. You can't do anything else. So if at all you feel connected, you don't need to take notes. Because you'll be able to remember everything. If you don't feel connected, again you don't need notes, because notes is not going to help you. If you don't feel connected, even if you take notes and take it to the home, it's not going to help you. Because when the words are heard directly from the master, it has got power behind it. And I tell you one thing, many people try to tell me, Swamiji, why not let me listen your audio CDs? Let me listen your DVDs. I won't be able to come to the ASP. Why don't you initiate me as a healer? They want to become healer. They tell me, no, I can't come to the 2 days weekend workshop. I'll just see your DVD. And I'll just see your audio CD. Please initiate me. I tell them, still we have not discovered method to give remote control healing, initiation. We don't know this remote healing or postal initiation. Only when you sit in front, the words will play. Words will have such an impact on you. It will play such a major role in your transformation, because the words have got power. Words have got energy. When you listen to the audio CD or through books, you will understand what I say, but you will not be able to realize what I mean. Understanding what I say is different. Realizing what I mean is different. That is why in Sanskrit, we use a beautiful word called mantra. Mantra is not a discourse. Whenever it comes from an enlightened person, it is called mantra. When it comes from a normal person, it is called pravachana. Pravachana is different, mantra is different. Whenever anything comes from master, it is called mantra. And one more thing, In mantra, you can't even alter the grammatical mistakes. The master does some grammar mistakes. You can't alter. It is called Arshak Prayoga. Even his mistakes are accepted. Whatever language he uses, that is the language. You can't alter even a pronouncing method in mantras, because the very expression has got the power. Very expression has got the power. And one more thing, when you listen to a mantra, you can't have a judging mind. And if you listen without judging mind, whatever you listen will become a mantra for you. If you can just sit and listen without the judging mind, anything can transform your life. Not only my discourse, even a sound of a bamboo can transform your life. I should tell you a beautiful story. In Zen, there is something called Zen koans. The masters call the disciples and give them one word and ask them to meditate on it. It's almost like a puzzle. One small cone, the master will call the disciple and tell the disciple, go and find out what is the sound of one hand clapping. Sound of one hand clapping. How can you create a sound by one hand? The disciple will be asked to meditate on it. This guy, what he can do? He will sit. Whatever answer he comes and gives, he will have a blow, because it will not be right answer. And Zen masters used to beat also. They will not just say, they used to beat. And whatever they come and say, the disciple comes and says, it will be wrong. Once a disciple is fed up, finally he comes and says, Master, I don't know what is sound of one hand clapping, but now I know one thing. Because I am sitting in this forest for so many years, now I started speaking with the trees. Trees have started relating with me. I am able to hear their moods or their feelings. I am able to just feel their experiences. I don't know what is happening to me. The master says, you got it. This is what? The sound of one hand clapping. Means actually it is a technique to put you into the silence. Usually when you hear something, you will be so restless. You will always try to judge the whole thing. You will continuously try to judge things. You will be continuously judging. Judging. That's all. It's like you will be downholing everything. The post offices, they will have a box. There will be so many small boxes in that big box. And every small box will have one city's name on it. San Francisco, LA, San Jose, Oklahoma. They will read the letter address and they will put the letters in that box so that they can pack it. The sorting will be done. Same way, in your mind also, you will be continuously downholing my words. The moment I make some statement, you take this word and you process it and downhole it. Either you put it in the box of acceptance, or okay, he says, let me listen. There are 5-6 boxes. Or let me follow. Or no, this is not going to work. You have so many boxes. You try to downhole my words. The moment you downhole it, you lost the whole thing. You lost the effort. You have not listened. You are not listening. You are doing two processes. One is listening and another one is judging. When I say listen, I am talking to you. I say, don't judge, just listen. Just listen without even judging. without even bothering about understanding it. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I don't know English, can I attend the meditation camp? In India, when I do meditation camp in the regional languages, they ask me, I don't know the particular language, can I attend the program? I tell them, you are the right person to attend. At least you will sit without chattering, inner chattering. You will just sit in front of me. That is all we need. Actually, if you can just sit without having the inner chattering, simply the message can be transmitted. What I want to say will be simply expressed. Whatever I can say, I will be able to express it in silence. In much better way, I will be able to express it in silence than through words. I can't teach in silence, because if I stop talking, you will start talking inside you. There is a beautiful sloka. Shankara sings about Shiva, Dakshinamurti. Chitram Vadadaror Mule Vriddha Sishya Guru Yuva Gurostu Maunam Vyagyanam Sishyastu Chinna Samsaya. The translation of this verse is, oh, what a great surprise. A small boy is sitting as a guru, as a master, and all elderly people, his grandfather's age, they are all sitting as a disciple and listening to him under this banyan tree. What great surprise. Just by his silence, he is able to transform the lives. He is able to transmit the ultimate knowledge. People ask me, Swamiji, why don't you also teach in silence? Like Dakshinamurti. Dakshinamurti is the incarnation of Shiva. He is considered to be a very young person who became enlightened. He is a guru of young age. He has become a master in a very young age. All his disciples are very elderly persons. He used to just sit with them. The disciples used to get enlightened. People ask me, Swamiji, why don't you teach through silence? I tell them, I can teach, but you will not be able to listen. If I stop talking, you will start talking inside you. I am continuously talking so that at some time you will feel tired of judging me and drop the judging attitude. That is why I use so much of different techniques. So many different techniques. Such a complicated methods. So that at some time you will feel tired and drop the inner chattering. You will stop judging. You will start listening. The moment you stop judging, you really start listening. The moment you start listening, in that very moment you become enlightened. Jai Krishnamurti says, right listening is God. People go and ask him, Master, please help us to become enlightened. Please give us your grace. He always used to tell, right listening is God. Just listen, that's enough. Listening itself can liberate you. Just the simple listening. You may be thinking, how can it be? We have complicated our whole structure. When you are listening, either you agree with me or you reject what I say. Both the way you are rejecting. Please be very clear, even if you agree with what I say, mentally, you are rejecting in a way. Because the moment you agree with me, you will put me in the agreeing box. You are never going to open that box, that is the problem. You will put me in the agreeing box, you will tell, all right, one more good lecture. Or I have seen some people will be planning, after the lecture I should go near Swami and tell, Swamiji, you spoke well. As if you have discovered something newly. I spoke well, that I know. I am not sitting and waiting for your certificate. And I always seen, when I speak, people will be calculating what they should come and tell me, just to get my attention. Actually, that is not going to help. I have always seen people planning about what to tell me, and they will miss what I am speaking. After that, they will come and tell me, "Oh, Swamiji, you spoke so wonderful. I think such a wonderful thing. You spoke beautifully." I just catch them, "Come, what I spoke, tell me." "Oh, that Swamiji, that, you spoke nicely. That and all you don't ask me." I spoke nicely, but they can't say what I spoke. When you continuously judge, even if you agree with me, you may agree, but you will not realize what I say. Listening is an art. It's a wonderful art. It's like open your whole being and relax. Never allow any judgment to happen in your being. Whatever words come, allow these words to penetrate you, that's all. Nothing else is necessary. Allow these words just to penetrate you without judging it. The moment you start judging, you keep me only in the conscious level. You don't let me go into your being level. First thing, creating pressure that you should remember means trying to take notes outside or inside. There is one more thing. You try to take notes inside also sometime. You think, "Oh, this I should remember," and go and tell my friends. Many people, when they sit in my discourse, they will try to remember. They will think, "Oh, this I should go and tell my wife. This I should go and tell my mother-in-law. This I should go and tell my daughter-in-law." Or they will think, "Tomorrow I should surely bring her. She should listen to all these things." Please be very clear, I am talking to you. Listen, I am talking to you. The moment you decide, I will go and tell this to this person, that person, you have stopped that present moment. You have stopped listening. You escaped from that present moment. You are not listening anymore. My words are not going to touch you anymore because you are already preparing for tomorrow's discourse, for your discourse. You are already preparing for your tomorrow's discourse. Please be very clear. Don't prepare your dialogues or don't prepare for your sermon from my discourse. Sermon in the house. That is what continuously all of us are doing. One person came and started weeping in front of me. "Swamiji, I am suffering. Please give me some solution. My wife is torturing me." I asked him, "What's your profession?" He said, "I am a doctor." What she is doing? She is BABL. BABL means lawyer in India. India lawyer. I asked him, "She doesn't go to court?" He said, "No, Swamiji, she argues in the house itself." She argues in the house itself. Don't prepare statements and stories to support your argument in the house. Most of the time, we pick up all these ideas and start thinking, "Next time I should tell this to my friends. Next time I should tell all these things to my brother or my wife, my son." All these things. When you start preparing for your lecture, you miss my lecture. You miss the effort. You may have the meaning, but you will miss the effort. Two things. You may have what I mean, but you will not have what is. It's like in Sanskrit, that is what they call it in a two-way. One is the linguistic and phonetic part. Linguistic part is understanding the meaning. Phonetic part is the very vibration. With Master's words, the very vibration is living. If you can just listen to those vibrations without bothering about understanding, without even bothering about judging, you will be able to penetrate into the core of my message. People ask me, Swamiji, do you mean to say that we should not understand what you say? I tell you, even if you try, you can't understand. This is the truth. You may think that you understood, that's all. We may think we understood, but we can never understand. Because my dictionary is different, your dictionary is different. When I say the word soul, if you go and refer the Oxford Dictionary, you can never have the meaning in which I expressed. When I say the word God, it's a living energy for me. When you use the word God, it is just an idea. It is only an idea. If you understand this one story, it will be really nice. In one of his discourses, Vivekananda says, Ramakrishna is an incarnation, God himself. Some of Ramakrishna's disciples, they asked Vivekananda, how can you say that? We are also his disciples. You can say he's an enlightened man, but how can you say he's a God himself? There is too much. This is too much. Usually these masters, the older they are, the more respect they receive. And if they have died long ago, they receive more respect. When they are living, they are never respected. When they are living, you can see all the masters' life. They are stoned, crucified, murdered, everything. The moment they are gone, people will start worshipping. As long as they are there, they will become only troubled. The moment they are gone, they will be given all the puja. That is a beautiful saying. The grandfather, as long as he is alive, he will be staying outside in the outhouse. The moment he dies, his photograph will be there in the main hall. As long as he is alive, he will be there in the outhouse. The moment he dies, his photograph will be there in the main hall. He can come into the house only as a photograph. Same way with the masters also. When they are gone, we start respecting them. As long as they are there, we take them for granted. So, these guys, they say, no. How can he be God? You can say he's an enlightened person. We can't say he's a God. Then Vivekananda asked them, what do you know by the word God? What do you know by the word God? He asks. The disciple replies, God means omnipresent, omniscient, omnipotent. Vivekananda asks, what do you mean by the word omnipotent? Means he can do everything. He can do anything. What do you mean by the word omnipresent? He is everywhere. Everywhere means what? He is in this pillar, he is in this person, he is in this chair, he is everywhere. He is in this pillar means the pillar and he are two different things are same. He started arguing. Vivekananda started arguing. The disciple slowly backed out. No, that much and all I don't know. I just know God means omnipresent, omnipotent, omniscient. Then Vivekananda makes a beautiful statement. All your idea about God is your idea about God. It is not God itself. Ramakrishna is far, far higher, superior than all your ideas about God. He says beautifully, whatever idea you have about God is just an idea. Your idea is far more higher than all your ideas, is just beyond your mind. With this one story, you can understand, whatever you know is just words. If I say a few words, you will try to understand those words with the words which you already know. You learned some words in the schools, in the universities, in the colleges. If I speak something, you will try to refer those words quick way, and you will make a meaning out of those understandings. You will make meaning for my words from your dictionary. Words are mine, dictionary is yours. That is where the problem starts. You think you understand, but I tell you, the spiritual truths can neither be uttered nor understood. I am continuously speaking not to make you understand what is truth, but to make your inner chattering tired, so that you will feel a little tired and stop judging. That is the reason continuously I am speaking day in and day out. There is not even a single day I don't give a discourse. It's like my food. Every day I am speaking. In last 2 years, they have recorded 3,000 DVDs. 3,000 different discourses they have recorded in last 2 years. I don't know how I spoke. Continuously things are happening. I am speaking not to make somebody understand what is truth, but to make them understand only when you drop your inner chattering, you can realize or experience what is truth. When I say listen, I am talking to you. I mean just listen. Neither try to take notes in the notebooks or in the mind. Taking notes in the mind means thinking. Let me go on, repeat this to my husband, to my wife. She should learn all these things. In my meditation camps, I always tell people, husband, wives or relatives should not should not sit next to each other. Because if I support the husbands, immediately they will turn towards wife. Listen. If I support the wives will listen. How many times I told you? And Swami says only you will understand. I will be speaking and there another one, commentary will be going on. Actually, nobody thinks I am speaking to them. People always pass my words. Passing the buck. People always think what Swami says is truth, but I am not so bad. What he says, something applies to me, but not everything. Maybe the other things he's speaking for the next person. That is the problem when we give the common discourses, the public lectures. Everybody thinks, oh, this is not for me, this is for that person. As long as I don't touch your ego, I massage your ego, you take all those words as said to you. You think, oh, this is for me, this is for me, this is for me. The moment I touch your ego, the moment I touch where you have your investments, you start telling, no, this is not for me. I think this is for the next person. I think this is for that person, not for me. We just escape if something is directly addressed to our being. And be very clear, if you feel that some words are not for you, that is specially for you. Straight away to you. Don't try to pass the buck to the next person. And everybody passes the buck to the next person. Finally, only chairs listen to me. That is what happens. Finally, only chairs get enlightened. Only chairs and the tables get enlightened. Because everybody thinks, oh, this is for that person. This is for that person. This is for that person. Finally, it reaches only the chairs and carpets. It never reaches any living beings. First thing, don't think this is for somebody. And don't prepare to repeat this to somebody else. And one more thing. If you repeat even the same words without even changing a comma or a full stop, if you repeat exactly the same thing to somebody without you experiencing it, you will be harming that person. Please be very clear. What you say is not important. From which level of consciousness you say is important. What you say is not important. From which level of consciousness you say is important. And what you hear is not important. With which level of consciousness you hear is important. One guy, a political speaker. The political speakers, the moment they get the mic, they don't stop. Continuously. In India, I don't know about in this country. In this country, no political meetings are allowed. I don't see any meeting. In India, there is a custom called political meeting. Every street corner, there will be a group of people sitting on the stage. The beauty is nobody will be there to listen. These guys will just have a mic and fire. Nobody will be there to listen. These guys blah 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 blah. They go on. So some political meeting. One guy got the mic. Somebody got the mic and went on and on and on. Slowly people started leaving. Almost everybody left. Even then this guy is not ready to stop. Only one person was sitting. Only one. Everybody left. Then finally he finished the lecture and told, I am so happy that you sat till the end. The guy said, no, I am the owner of the mic. I am owner of the mic, I have to take all my materials. Even that is not important thing. The next thing, the speaker, he apologized. Oh, sorry. I don't know the time. You should have put on clock. I don't know the time is, what is time? That is the reason I went on. I don't know what I'm supposed to finish. And there is no clock. The guy who's arranging, the organizer, he said, of course, there was no clock, but there was a calendar. There may not be a clock, but there was a calendar. Sometimes people don't stop. So I don't know whether it is a technique or shit. Switching off the mic is technique.
Ran out of batteries.
Okay. I just wanted to verify. Why to take chance? Intensely listening itself can transform the whole life. Just intense listening without judging, without calculating, or without planning to go and repeat. As I was telling you, the people always try, it is for next person. When I touch the ego, whenever I touch some part of your being which you can't accept, immediately you pass the buck to next person. You protect yourself by thinking this is not for me. But I tell you, every word is straight away for you. Listen, I'm talking to you, not for somebody else. And one more thing, the power of intense listening. The power of intense listening. You don't even need to understand when you listen the master's words. When you listen the master's words, you don't need to understand in a linguistic way. Just listen those vibrations in a phonetic way, that's enough. Allow that vibrations to work on you. Allow that vibrations to penetrate you. If you try to understand in a linguistic way, you will get only more and more informations. Knowledge, dangerous. Be very clear. Knowledge is very dangerous if you are not able to digest it. Knowledge is very dangerous when you are not able to digest it. It gives you so much of power. We start misusing it or abusing it. Not only on others, on us, ourselves. We start disturbing ourselves. Apart from disturbing others, we start disturbing ourselves. The right listening, instead of acquiring knowledge, you will start acquiring experience. There is a two thing called communion and communication. Communication is just verbal. You try to understand, judge, hold the words. It is just verbal, head to head. That can happen in the normal lectures. But when you sit with masters, something more than communication happens, what we call communion. Your being starts realizing, your being starts experiencing. When you don't bother even to understand the meaning, you simply start experiencing it. The more you stop doing all these things, taking notes or planning to go and repeat this to somebody else, or judging the words, judging these concepts, whether it is right or wrong, I tell you, there can be no such thing as right concept on the planet Earth. Who is there to judge? Tell me. Whatever you feel as right, you go up, you express, that's all. The moment you express with words, it becomes lie. Because always it is question of anything expressed with words. You can argue about it. You can question about it. You can play with words both the sides. For example, if I say God is there, you can always argue from the other side. God is not there. If I say there is no God, again you can take the other side and start arguing. Actually, in those days in India, debates used to happen. Shankara went and debated with Mandana Mishra. Later on, the Buddhist scholars have started debating with Shankarites. Each person debates with other masters. People ask me, sometimes Advaita wins, sometimes Buddhism wins, sometimes Ramanujas, they win. Swamiji, then which is the real philosophy? I tell them, we can't say some philosophy is real or truth just because somebody has won. We can only say the person who won the debate is more articulate about that, that's all. He is more capable, that's all. It's just because he is capable, he won. But just by arguing or winning, we can't say something is truth. Truth is beyond argument. The moment you express it with words, it becomes lie. Then people ask, why are you continuously trying to express with words, Swamiji? Again and again I am trying to express through words, so that again and again I am speaking, so that you will stop speaking. You will become silent. I am using all possible words, so that you will stop using words. Really, you can have the ultimate benefit of listening to a master when you listen with your whole being. It's like 3 levels of listening. One is listening with the head, just intellectually analyzing continuously. What he says is right or wrong, what is going on, what he is trying to tell. All these things. Intellectually analyzing. The more you analyze, more you will be confused. That's all. Day before yesterday, some devotee, she came and told me, Swamiji, after the NSP, I am totally confused. I said, that is true, that's good. Means you are growing. You are really listening. If you just try to listen and try to use your dictionary, you will be totally confused. Because my dictionary is different and your dictionary is different. When I use the word God, I mean it is a solid experience. When you hear the word God, it is only a concept for you. It's only a concept for you. So my words and your dictionary is not going to match. First thing, an intellectual listening, you will be only in a confusion. Next, listening with heart, listening through heart. It's like a little sympathy. You have little sympathy for my words. You say, all right, after all he is speaking, let me try to listen and practice. When you think that you should practice a little bit of sympathy with these words, again, you miss. You may have a little bit of morals in your life. You may start planning, oh, I should do this, I should not do this, I should live like this. That's all. You will plan, but you will never execute. Be very clear. You will never execute. Your mind, your planning doesn't have so much of power to execute. If you can execute, you would have done long before. You don't need to listen to me. If you can execute, you would have done it long ago. Even that is not going to help you. Listening with your whole being is what I call pure listening. When you do that pure listening beyond your intellect, beyond your emotional level, the whole thing just gets recorded in your being level. The light is transmitted. What has to be transmitted will be transmitted. What really should happen will happen. Raman Maharshi says, if you can just keep quiet, that is enough. Whatever has to happen will happen. But that just keeping quiet is so simple, we can't do that. We can do anything which is complicated. Anything which is very complicated, very difficult, we can do because it gives ego fulfillment. It gives ego fulfillment. In India, they go around the temple 1,008 times per day. There are some rituals they do. 1,008 times they will go around the temple. In Tirupati also they will do the Anga Pradakshina, means they will roll on the ground. All over the temple they will roll on the ground. All those things are very easy to do. Please be very clear. Very easy to do because it gives you ego satisfaction. It gives you an idea that you have done something. But when you are asked to just keep quiet, there the trouble starts. It's such a simple thing. That is why it is so difficult. Because it is so simple, it is so difficult. If you can just listen without any inner chattering, your whole being will be transformed. That's enough. Nothing else needs to be done. Neither calculate, I should go and practice this, nor think, I'll meditate and realize this. Don't postpone. Don't even think you are supposed to do something after this discourse. No. Just relax and be here. Allow these words to penetrate you without even bothering about the meaning or analyzing it. If you can relax that much, that is enough. Your whole being can be transformed. It can enter into a new dimension. It can enter into a new consciousness. What I call that silence, the ultimate silence, will simply start happening in you. The ultimate silence is what I call enlightenment. If you can allow that ultimate silence to penetrate you without your inner chattering, continuously judging these words, what has to happen will happen. Thank you. Your questions?
Talk about meditation or experience meditation. Your mind is going and say you watch what the mind is doing. I said, when we talk about meditation and we say the mind is going, and we're supposed to just watch and observe that, what part of us is doing the observing?
Observe the observer, that's all. You can't even say who is observing or what part of you is observing. As on now, you have two parts. But when you start deeply observing, it will become only one part, who is observing, that's all. It will disappear. The observer, observing, observed. All the three will disappear into one. That you can neither call it as observer or nor call it as observed. It is something beyond observing. So we can't name. If we start naming, it will be absurd. Do you believe God is the essence of everything and the essence of nothing? I don't believe, I know it because it's my experience. Belief is superficial. Experiencing is much more deeper. So, God is the essence of everything and essence of nothing. It's my experience. It is not just a belief. So whether you believe it or not, that is the truth. Please tell me the most easy to understand simple basic book, CD or DVD. I can say that meditation is for you, that book. That book can be the most simple. When detaching ourselves from the emotions, how can we not become indifferent and continue to be happy? When you really detach yourself from the emotions, you will start radiating the ultimate emotion, bliss. You will start radiating energy. If you are radiating happiness only based on emotion, please be very clear, it is superficial, only skin deep. Only when your joy or happiness is based on silence, based on the detachment, it is bliss and it will radiate forever. It will radiate forever. Anything based on some reason cannot radiate forever. In Sanskrit, we have beautiful two words, santosha. Santosha means happening because of something touching you. Ananda means happening here forever, which will never be reduced, which will never come down. So Ananda is different, Santosha is different. Santosha is just happiness, which happens due to attachment and all these things. Ananda is something beyond, which happens to you from the silence. Does the intention with which a deed is done creates a karma? Is it possible to live karma free by not being attached to the action or intention of the deed done. If you are just detached from the intention, that is enough. You can't stop the karma. You can't stop doing action. That will be there always. But you can drop the attachment with intention. You will be karma free. You will be a vimukta. Nice question. Dear Swamiji, please explain the Guru-disciple relationship. What are we supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? Let you also be in silence. Allow me to be in silence. That's all. Nothing else needs to be done. Just relax and allow me to relax. Nothing else needs to be done. That is what I am saying the last 1 hour. Because you can't be in silence, I have to talk. If you can be in silence, we can just sit. And just sitting next to each other is such a wonderful thing. Actually, I tell you, if you can't experience the just sitting, if you don't know something called just sitting, you are missing one of your dimensions. It's like for example, somebody is born blind. Can you explain to him what he is missing? You can't. He is missing one of his dimension, one dimension of his being. Same way, if you can't know, if you don't know that just sitting, if you can't do that just sitting, you are missing one dimension of your being. It is such an ecstasy. It is such a wonderful thing. If you can learn that one trick, just sitting, you are liberated from all bondages of the world. Neither depression can touch you, nor any attachment can bind you, or any bondages. Nothing can disturb you. You just learn that one single technique of just sitting. So all we need to do is somehow learn that technique of just sitting, so that I can also just sit. Only this will work. I don't really know how to talk to you, but talk to you in person. Mostly because I'm a big chicken. When you become big, you can't be a chicken. See, when you become big, naturally you are, what do you call, henna? What's the other word you use? Surely you can't be a chicken. So, I really know you don't bite, but when you know I don't bite, then why should you be afraid? You can't talk to me in person. Nothing wrong. May I know who is this questioner? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Nice question. Can meditation release toxins stored in the body? Yes. Surely it can release, and it can help you not to accumulate. Both the way, it will help you. How long would it take? That's the problem. It is based on your intensity. I can say, surely not more than 15 days. Swamiji, what do you see when you look at us? Example, physical appearance, our hearts, our auras. May I know who is this questioner?
Nancy Swami.
Oh. If I tell you what I see, will you sit here? That's a big problem. And actually, I don't see your mind and all. You can be safe. Please be very clear. I don't read your thoughts. I don't see your mind. Because it's something like privacy. So you can be sure I never see your thoughts or anything. Only when people voluntarily ask me, please Swamiji guide me in for some time, in some situation or some solution. If I hold your hand, then you can understand I am seeing your thoughts. Otherwise I never see your thoughts or anything. You can feel safe.
But actually she wants you to see Swami.
Oh. Of course, when you intensely feel that you want me to see, then naturally you open up. And when you open up, I don't even have to see. Whatever has to be healed will be healed. That's all. That intensity itself is enough. What's the best way to deal resistance or lack of discipline with the meditation practice? This is a wonderful question. Try only to infuse interest. Never try to create a discipline. If you create a discipline and make it as a ritual, I tell you, you will never be able to experience what I call enlightenment or the silence or the bliss. I have seen many people doing things as a ritual. Once you start doing rituals, that's all, you are gone. See, do it out of your deep interest. Only create interest in you. Just try to create interest. Don't do it as it's a dead ritual. I have seen people doing Vishnu Sahasranama in the house. They will start Vishnu Vashatkara, Bodha Vapipat Prabhu. After 2-3 minutes, they will start seeing the number. Whether it is 300 running or 400 running or 500 running. By mistake, if they move 2-3 papers, they will be very happy. Honestly, tell me, how many of you have the habit of reading like this Sahasranama or some mantras? Tell me, do you see it or not? Actually, when you make it as ritual, where no other way, we will do. So before making it as a discipline, create interest. Try to work to create interest instead of creating a discipline. How much interest is there? That much automatically you will do. All you need to do is try to create interest. Don't try to create discipline. The more you create interest, you don't even have to repeat. Continuously you'll be feeling that. Viswam Vishnu Vashatka. You will start feeling that experience. Create a deep interest and devotion in you. That's what will guide. Is bliss really love? It is something deeper than love. For love, you need two persons. Person who gives, person who receives. For bliss, you don't need to have two persons. Just you will be radiating. If somebody is there, you will express it towards them. If there is nobody, you will be just radiating. The bliss is such, it doesn't need two persons. For love, you always need two persons. If the other person is not there, you will not be able to love. That is why with love, always there is a need for other person exists. The moment you start loving, you start becoming possessive. You need the other person to love. Possessiveness is byproduct of love. With bliss, you just radiate. You don't possess. With bliss, you don't need two persons. Thank you. I pray to that ultimate energy, the divine. Let it make us all understand this ultimate silence and give us the experience of eternal bliss, Nityananda.
Today's subject is drop your mind, find your center. Let's enter into the today's sutra, then we will see
what Shiva says in that sutra and why he is telling us to drop our mind. What's the reason? Daman Dachobha Sambuddha Suksham Tilaka Bindam Shikante Hritaye Layante Dhyayato Layaha. Very beautiful sloka. Sanskrit is not only important linguistically, it is important phonetically also. The very sound, the very vibration created by that mantras does something to your being, does something to you. Let me repeat the sutra, Shiva's words, then we will enter into the meaning. What Shiva means by saying the word drop your mind. Daman Tachobha Sambuddha Sukshmagni Tilakakritim Bindum Shikande Hritaye Layante Dhyayato Layaha. Let me give you a translation. To tell you honestly, the translation is not expressing the whole thing which is expressed in mantra in the Sanskrit original words, but this is the translation as now available. To tell you honestly, even if I translate, I can't do anything more than that, because the Sanskrit is, that language is so profound. It is specially created to express the inexpressible, to express the truth which can't be expressed by words. So it's very poetic. What Shiva means by the sutra, I'll try to explain through this whole discourse, but what best we can do the literal translation. I'll try to give you the literal translation. Literal translation says, when on a bed or a seat, asana means comfortably. Stiram, sukham, itam, asanam. In Sanskrit we say, which is comfortable and steady for your body, which does not need your attention, which does not need your awareness. In some position, when you are in some position, if your body doesn't ask your attention, means if your body doesn't hurt you, means you are in right position, you are in right asana. When on a bed or on a seat, let yourself become weightless beyond mind. Beautiful. Such a simple, wonderful technique to go beyond mind. Shiva is actually teaching how to make your whole life into meditation, how to constantly jump into the space of no mind, how to constantly jump into the space of eternal consciousness, how to jump into the peace which is in your being through all possible methods. If you are talking to somebody, he teaches you how to talk so that you can enter into meditation. If you are listening to somebody, he teaches you how to listen so that you can enter into meditation. If you are eating, he is teaching you how to eat so that you can enter into meditation. If you are drinking something, he teaches you how to drink. He is practically giving you techniques to enter into meditation using all things which you do in your life. Actually, you cannot become enlightened just by one or two simple things. You can become enlightened just by one or two simple things if you are really intense. But if you are intense, then you don't need enlightenment, you are already enlightened. You are here because you are not complete, you are not intense. So naturally just one or two things won't help. Shiva is here to open all possible doors. He is pushing you into that source, into your being, into that bliss through all possible doors. He is the first and last master who opened all the doors. There are so many masters who opened one door, two, maximum 10. Shiva is the master, first and last, because still nobody else has done that job. He is opening all the doors. All possible doors are opened by him in this single book. According to me, this book is the unabridged dictionary of all spiritual philosophies. All spiritual philosophies are recorded, I can say created, expressed through this book in an unabridged way, in its fullest form. He says, when on a bed or a seat, let yourself become weightless, beyond mind. If you see Shiva sitting, he is sitting in the same way only. How he says he is sitting in the same way. That's why I always tell people, Shiva is Shiva Sutra. He is expressing his own being. You can't separate Shiva and Shiva Sutra. You can't separate master and experience. When you try to have some part of Shiva or benefits, only benefits from Shiva, without accepting his wholeness, his whole being, then you are in trouble. Somebody asked me in Los Angeles, Swamiji, Shiva is represented by phallic symbol, means sex organ in India. In India, if you go to any temple, there won't be any temple in India which doesn't have that Shivalinga. It's a sex organ. How can you worship Shiva in this form? What is this? Please be very clear. It is not just sex organ. It is the representation of creativity, energy, from where we are all born. The energy from where we all have come out. It is the representation of our father and mother energy, the universal father and mother energy, from where we all have come out, from whom we all have originated. The linga represents the universal father, cosmic father. The yoni represents the cosmic mother, universal mother. Through this form, we are representing the cosmic mother and cosmic father. And one more thing, unless you accept the root energy, the base energy which is in you, you can't transform it. You can't transform it. People use only few benefits which they get from master, do not understand or try to realize the whole of the master. God is only just utility for us. Like a pickle, whenever you want, you just touch it. When you don't want, you just push it aside. Small story. Guy met with an accident, taken to Mercy Hospital in emergency room. After treatment, after 2 days, he is slowly regaining from coma. He is coming back to consciousness. Doctor and nurse, both of them are standing near him. Both of them were giving confidence to him. They are saying, don't worry, you are all right, you will become all right within few days. Nurse asked, are you covered by insurance? He said, no. Then will you pay in cash? He said, I am afraid I may not be able to. She asked, do you have any relatives? No, I have only one sister. She is also become nun in New York. She is a real spinster. Nurse was really offended. She said, don't talk. Sir, I want you to understand, nuns are not spinsters. They are married to God. He said, oh, in that case, send my bell to my brother-in-law. In that case, send the bill to my brother-in-law. Be very clear. God cannot be just a utility. We are all trying to use God as just an utility. We are all trying to use the Master's utility. As long as he does and says things which we can understand and agree according to our frame, things are really beautiful. Okay. But when he does something which we don't understand, which is beyond our understanding, we are not able to understand. And we start criticizing. We start opposing. Of course, we are the one who are losers. Anyhow, now, if you see this Shiva statue, is exactly expressing the sutra which he is speaking. Of course, you don't have to see the statue. Even if you are not able to see, it's okay. He is just sitting straight. The same way in which he is explaining. And he is represented by a sex organ, Shivalinga. Why he is represented by that organ, and why he is sitting and meditating, what he wants to say through the sutra, and how all these three things are connected is the whole discourse. Sutra says, when on a bed or a seat, let yourself become weightless beyond mind. Shiva says, becoming weightless will take you beyond mind. Let me tell you about an experiment about which I read. Around the world, this experiment is going on. Still, doctors are trying. Doctors are trying to weigh the body of the man before death and after death. Constantly they are trying to weigh, because the East is claiming that a soul leaves the body. All the Eastern masters are claiming soul leaves the body when a person dies. They just want some proof. If something leaves the body, then naturally it should become weightless. Some weight should reduce. Because according to science, everything has got weight. According to science, everything has got weight. The big problem is science has entered into the realm of only matter. Only in matter level, everything has got weight. Now they even measured sun rays, the weight of sun rays. They say 10 square miles. The sun rays which falls on 10 square miles, if you weigh them, it comes to the weight of 1 hair. Now they are able to weigh even the sun rays. They have proved everything has got weight. So now the only thing which they are trying to do, they are trying to weigh a body before death and after death, so that if there is a weight difference, if there is a less weight, then they can understand the weight of the soul. They are trying their best. All over the world the research is going on. But not only weight is not reducing, suddenly the weight is increasing. See, when a soul leaves the body, not only weight is not reducing, but weight is only increasing. Now doctors are in a big confusion. Because as far as they know, everything has got weight. and all these masters and mystics are constantly repeating, soul leaves the body when you die, then there must be weight difference. Your weight should become a little less when you are alive and after your death. But instead of weight reducing, your body is gaining the weight. What's going on? They are not able to understand. You need to understand an important secret. This is the key of this whole sutra. Your presence is weightlessness. Your presence is weightlessness. Whenever you are present inside your body, you are weightless. That is why when you leave the body, it becomes more heavy. When you leave the body, it becomes more heavy. One more thing, whenever you feel your body is heavy, that part of the body is losing your presence. If you have knee pain, you have not given your presence to the knees. That is why that portion is heavy. If you are feeling heavy in the stomach, you have not given your presence to stomach. That's why that part feels heavy. In every part, you feel heavy when you don't give your presence to that part. That is why when your presence leaves your body gains weight. Means your presence is weightlessness. By the very nature, your presence is weightlessness. When the weightlessness leaves your body becomes heavy. Not only with human beings, even with animals they are experimenting. They are experimenting even with animals. The moment the animal dies, the body becomes heavy. One more thing, and this is the amazing thing. Even before chemical change starts happening, you may say because of some chemical changes, the fluids may become solid. That may be the reason why the weight is increasing. Doctors are saying, even before the chemical changes starts happening, the moment the person is dead, immediately, because the chemical changes, it takes at least 3-4 hours. Even before the chemical changes starts happening, the weight is increasing. Still they are not able to find the mystery behind this research. They are yet to catch up with the spirituality. They are yet to catch up with the spirituality. Thousands of years ago, Shiva says, your presence is weightlessness. Now, with so much of research, they are proving the same thing. They are proving the same thing, but the problem is they are not able to clearly create a formula, technology out of this truth. Shiva has not only said the truth, he has created a beautiful technology, practical way to use this truth. He has created applied science also. Actually, all scientific discoveries, when they are doing, the person who discovers, the scientist himself is not aware of the utility or the practical application of the research or what he has discovered. Later on they start using it, applying it in the life. Only then the person who invented suddenly realizes, oh God, there are so many ways this truth is getting used. Even Einstein was shocked when some scientists declared his theory has got practical value. In some of his letters he writes, I never thought it has got some practical value. I always thought it has got only theoretical value. Like a Big Bang theories. There are so many theories. Just yesterday I read a beautiful article. They say that now they are coming up with more and more evidence in NASA to prove in less than a microsecond, from subatomic level to macrocosmic level, the whole universe has happened. The whole universe happened from subatomic level to the macrocosmic level, to the whole universal level in less than microsecond. They are describing in a very detailed way what Taittiriya Upanishad, one of the beautiful Upanishad, it says, Atmanah Akasha. From Atman, Akasha just appeared. Akashat Vayuhu. Vayor Agnihi. Agner Apaha. Apa Pritvihi. Prithivyor Annam. He says in Taittiriya Upanishad, the great seer, Rishi says, a great saint, he says, just like that, without any gap in time or in space, simply the space exploded from consciousness. From the space came the air. From the air came Agni, fire. From fire came water. From water came earth. From earth came the life, or the source of life, the seed of life. Vedas always believed, and they are always telling the universe happened just like that. They say just like that it happened, it expressed, it exploded. Now the NASA is saying the same thing. They say less than microsecond. I don't know how you will measure less than microsecond. But they say less than microsecond only it took for from subatomic level to the macrocosmic universal level. Just like that it happened. Anyhow, whatever the scientists are trying to prove, not only the truth, the application of the truth, both are presented by these great masters. Shiva says, your presence is weightlessness. Your presence is weightlessness. Let you be very clear. This is an important key to understand this whole sutra. Daman Dachobha Sambhukta Sukshmagnitilaka Kritim Bindum Shikante Hritaye Layante Dhyayato Layaha. Layante means non-existence or weightlessness. Even weightlessness is not a right word because I don't have any other word, I am using that word. Please understand the truth which I am expressing, which I am explaining. That will give you an idea. Beautiful sutra. Layante dhyayato layaha. It says, become weightless and enter into the laya, means beyond the mind, the weightless space itself. Let you become weightless and enter the space beyond mind. The key is your presence is weightlessness. You can see in your life, if you are feeling heaviness in some part of the body, you have not given your presence to that part of the body. You have not attended that part of the body. If you have a knee pain or stomach pain, just put your awareness on that area for 10 minutes. Simply you will see the pain will disappear. I tell you, because not only I practiced, there are so many of our devotees, disciples who are doctors, medical doctors have practiced this technique. And they say it really works, Swamiji. All you need to do is, where you have pain, just put your awareness in that area. Do not remember the word pain, just drop that word and look what is happening in that area. Just see what is happening in that area. Just relax. Just give your presence and you will see, simply you experience the weightlessness. Not only with your body, even with other persons, even in the outer world, if you are feeling heavy with somebody, give your attention, the weight will disappear. You will carry your heaviness. As long as you don't have courage to give your attention to that person, As long as you don't have courage to open with that person, if you can open up and drop the heaviness, you will see even your relationship becomes weightless. You will not have weight in your head. All your ego is nothing but you not giving your presence, you not giving your awareness to that part of you. Wherever it hurts, whether it is physical, mental, in relationship wise, give your awareness, give your presence. Immediately that hurting will disappear. Because your presence by its own nature heals. Your presence, your very presence has got the power to heal. People ask me, Swamiji, for your meditation techniques, for your healing, your presence is necessary. I tell them, my presence is not necessary, your presence is enough. For my healing to work, for my meditations to work, my presence is not necessary, your presence is enough. But you need to give your presence. You forgot how to be present. That is why you are depending on my presence. If you can be present, you don't need my presence. You don't need my presence. You are caught with so many things. You are caught in so many things. Even if you are present physically, never ever think you are present here. You can see in your life, morning when you get up and brush your teeth, already your mind is in the office, thinking and planning. When you are sitting in the office, already you are in the house, trying to clean and do something. When you are in the house, already you are in the temple or beach or in the discourse, thinking what you are supposed to do going there and what you should do, what you are supposed to do and what you are not supposed to do, with whom you want to fight, with whom you want to relate, and what you want to do this, what you plan everything. When you are in the lecture, already you are sitting here and thinking when to go back to the house. I don't know when he will finish the lecture, and I don't know when the energization will be over. I don't know how long it is going to take. I think in the gap itself I will go away. I have to go. It is getting too late nowadays. The energization is ending only in 11 o'clock. You are sitting and planning. Be very clear. If you are here, you are not here. That one thing is sure. If you are here, you are not here. You forgot how to be present. You forgot how to be simple. You forgot how to be relaxed. You forgot how to be. That is why you are constantly dependent on my presence. If you can relax into your presence, you don't need my presence. Shiva says, your presence is weightlessness. Layante means nothingness, disappearing. By your very presence, you are weightlessness. For example, feel how a cow is lying and he is there, he is eating, he is swallowing, he is drinking, but there is no being inside. He has got life, but there is no individuality. There is no personality. For your body to carry its regular things, for your body to live on this planet Earth, you don't need personality. You don't need individuality. Your body can be alive on this planet Earth without personality. Let it be very clear, constantly you are frightened, threatened by society unless you carry your identities, unless you hold on to your identities, you cannot protect yourself. But it is your identity which creates all physical and mental sickness. When somebody gives you torture, when somebody gives you suffering, you feel sick of them. But one thing which gives you constant suffering, which nags you whole day, you don't feel sick of that. That's your identity. Constantly you are being nagged, beaten, tortured, but you don't feel sick of it. Because society has taught you, without it you can't live. Without it you can't live. I tell you, without it you will live in a much more beautiful way, in a much more wonderful way. Whenever it is necessary, automatically your biointelligence will awaken. Even if you have to fight, automatically your being will fight. Whatever has to happen, those words will come out, that body language will express, and you will relax. You will not be bothered. You will not carry that constant irritation. I have always seen people who do rehearsal to fight, when they are on the spot, they will not be able to fight, because all the arguments which they prepared will not come to their memory. They would have prepared all the arguments. I have always seen these wives or husbands, after the fight is over, when they are sitting in the sofa in the different rooms, that time all the arguments which you thought you should, which did not come to the memory, will come back. See, Doobie is telling, yeah. Whatever arguments which would have helped you to win, or you think would have helped you to win, which did not come at that time, will be coming in when you are sitting alone. And you will be ready with all these arguments. When he comes back from the office, you will start again. And suddenly again you will say, after 2-3 statements, you forget the big project or which you prepared, or the big file which you prepared. It's not there again. And you wait. Again that night you will be sitting and doing your homework, remembering everything. And next day morning when you start again, you will miss. Person who fights with individuality, means having an individuality and fighting. Even fighting you won't be able to do properly. Let you be clear. You always think with individuality you can protect yourself. You can't. Because with individuality, constantly you are dependent on your past experience. You are preparing arguments. If he says this way, I will tell this way. If he talks this way, I will talk this way. If he comes this way, I will come this way. You are ready with some 10-12 type of arguments. And one important thing, present is never going to be like a past. Even if he comes with the same argument, sometimes just because of your pressure or tension, you will not have exact counter argument. After fighting, after 1 hour, suddenly you will remember, Arey, this is what I thought, now I forgot. You will be sitting and repenting. I think all of you will be able to relate with the example what I am saying. All of you would have gone through the same. Let it be very clear. Even in your life, you cannot protect you if you carry the identity, if you carry individuality, if you carry personality, because it is completely related to past. It is nowhere related to present. It's nothing to do with present. It is nothing to do with spontaneity. Whenever I remember a word spontaneous, I have a beautiful story. At least I think I would have told this story 100 times, but I never miss a chance to tell this story because it is such a beautiful story. How the person who is not cultured through education or so-called civilization, how they have sharp spontaneity. You can always see person who has not gone through the so-called culture or so-called civilization, so-called education, so-called trainings, he will be more spontaneous and alive. He can handle things in a much more straight way. Because all social training is nothing but training to prepare yourself before entering into the situation. Forget about fights. Even when you go to meet your friend in the car itself, you will be preparing all the dialogues. All the dialogue. You can't even meet your friend spontaneously. Even if you go to meet your friend, you are not dependent on your spontaneity. You do not trust your spontaneity. You do not trust your weightlessness. You are preparing the file. You are preparing the file. What should I tell? It's because you have to impress him or impress her. The game of impressing is going on. Even with your friend, you cannot relax. That is why actually dialogue never happens. I can say at least after the age of 6 or 7, dialogue never happens in your life. You listen to the other person so that now you can start shouting. Actually, you listen to the other person, you are not even listening, you are preparing your argument in that gap time. So by that time, you start putting all your things and he starts preparing his argument. The listening never happens. Listening never happens. Just each one is preparing and doing only the catharsis. Actually, psychoanalysts are paid just to listen. You don't have anybody to listen in the modern day. What will you do? There is nobody to listen. If you start talking to your wife, she says, keep your problems with you, I have enough. If you start talking to your husband, he says, enough, relax, I have enough. And he starts telling his stories. That is why you need psychoanalyst. He listens to your story just to he gets paid just to listen to your stories. Nothing else. Really, the modern days, the person goes to psychoanalyst and you are made to lie down on the couch and they put the screen also. Freudians, they put screen because the emotional attachment should not happen. Only then you will be very objective. So they put the screen between the patient and the doctor. And sometimes you don't even know whether the doctor is sitting other side or not. It seems to happened once. Doctor prepared a audio cassette saying, more. Next, what happened? What's going on? Yes, right. Just these words. He prepared audio cassettes. Whenever patient comes, he'll make them lie down on that couch, put the screen, switch on the tape, go away. One day, by mistake, even before the patient finished the statement, the audio system started telling, yes, go ahead. Then the patient had a little doubt. What is happening? He just moved the screen and saw the other side tape recorder is sitting. And next day onwards, he started bringing his own recorded version. Moment doctor goes away, he puts his cassette and goes away, that's all. Two tape recorders are sitting and listening to each other. When doctor can keep a cassette, why not me? He records in the house itself whatever he wants to say. He brings the cassette, puts the cassette, and the moment doctor moves out of his cabin, he also puts the cassette and goes away. It is nothing but two tape recorders listening to each other. Actually, man has become never so poor in the whole civilization like 21st century. In 21st century, he doesn't have even people to listen to him. Forget about healing him. He doesn't have people even to listen to him. Over. He is completely out. I don't know what is in store or what is next, I think nothing more can happen. Nothing more can happen. One thing we can all be sure, nothing worse can happen now. Everything has been done. Nothing more can be done. Nothing more needs to be done also. Nothing more needs to be done. Anyhow, Shiva says, by your very nature, you are weightless, spontaneous. If you are feeling one important technique, if you want to find out whether you are egoistic or not, if you are constantly having a heaviness around this area, if you are constantly remembering your head, be very clear, you have tremendous ego. If you are aware of your head, let you be very clear, you have ego. You may say, sometimes I don't feel aware, I am not aware of my head at all, Swamiji. When you laugh loudly, when you are dancing, when you are sitting with somebody with whom you feel connected, your beloved, rarely with your husband, or rarely with father or with mother, when you are really opened yourself, at those few moments you won't feel the boundary of your head. You won't feel you have a head. You will feel the weightlessness. Those moments really you are experiencing meditation. Those moments you are having the glimpse of meditation. When you are loudly laughing or dancing, not to show to anybody, or not as a professional dancer, just jumping for no reason. See these kids whirling, they don't whirl so that somebody will pay them for them. They don't whirl, after that they can collect a ticket, no. Just jump, just whirling, just out of joy, just out of celebrating. Just because 4 or 5 are there and you can see each other in joy and you can just see the other smiles and just you are sharing the smiles. Just you are inspired by the smiles. When you jump around, same way, when you paint, just inspired by smiles. When somebody sees and enjoys, if you are inspired just by that smile and do something, you will feel the boundarylessness in the head. You will be spontaneous. As long as you are aware or you have boundary, you are pressured, you can't be creative, you can't be artistic. There is a beautiful story, Zen story. Disciple, great painter, was asked by the master to paint the master. Master is sitting, disciple is painting. Whole day he painted, finished the painting. When he showed the painting to the master, master first thing he did, give a big blow. Simply kicked him. In Zen masters are not so-called cultured or polished. They will straight away work. They don't talk much. They don't waste time in talking. The disciple was shocked. What is this? What have I done? He said, fool, don't paint you, paint me. Don't paint you, paint me. When you do it with your ego, you will paint you. Your idea about me, how you look at me, not me. Disciple was not able to understand. Every day, 5 to 6 hours, disciple sits with master and paints. Finally, just to get the beating. And it goes on and on and on for 10 days. Finally, that day, actually, master is working on the disciple. He is teaching him how to paint egolessly, how to paint without personality, without individuality. creating after enough of pressure. Now, the moment disciple sees the master, he starts shivering. He has started shivering. In those days, disciples used to be afraid of master. Once upon a time, disciples used to be afraid of master. Anyhow, finally, the last day, when disciple was painting, suddenly master says, I wanted to go to bathroom, you continue your painting. He went away. When he came back, he saw the disciple was painting without his being. He accepted that painting. Not only that, he says, now you understood how to paint without being. You may think how it happened. The moment master moved, the pressure on the disciple's head has disappeared. The pressure, he is being watched. The pressure he has to satisfy has disappeared. The moment that has disappeared, he was able to do it in a beautiful way without the being, without the personality. Before he started painting, in his head there was so many pressure to satisfy this person, this and that. So many weights were there on his head. When he started working with the master, by creating big pressure, he removed all other pressures. Actually, if you get married, you won't have any other suffering. That one suffering is enough to take away. And this reflexology, if you go through reflexology, you will not have any other pain, because that pain is that pain is enough to take away all other pains. Same way, sometimes big pains takes away all the small pains. Master sits on him and takes away all other weights. And after removing all other weights, he removes himself. And suddenly disciple feels the weightlessness and enters into the spontaneity. Now we need to understand next thing. How to go beyond the mind. How can we really understand that we can travel? It is not even traveling, it is just exploding. We can explore in all the space, vertically, horizontally, in all the direction. Not only vertically and horizontally, in all the direction, all the 360 degree, you can explore. How to bring this into a real experience? How to understand this? How to make it as a reality? Before I enter into a technique, first of all, the horizontal line has to be understood as the worldly life. There is no starting point. What you say as a starting point of the horizon? The line can have a starting point, but in the worldly life there is no starting point in the reality. The same way, vertical line, the line cannot go beyond the board. So I put the line. But in the spiritual life, there is no end. In spirituality, there is no end. We always think enlightenment is the end. Please be very clear, enlightenment is not the end. It is a new starting. It's a new beginning. I continuously read. People ask me, Swamiji, you are an enlightened person. Where are you reading still? I tell them, what do you mean by the word enlightenment? We always have an idea. Enlightenment is something like an end. No. It is ultimate, but it is not end. It is ultimate, but it is not end. The word ultimate is always understood in our mind, in our intellectual system as an end, but it is not. It's a new beginning of consciousness. What you understand as an end, surely enlightenment is something more than that. That is the reason the word ultimate has been used. Why we use the word ultimate to mention the enlightenment? Because whatever you understand can't be, you can't equate that with enlightenment. So, the vertical line has no end, horizontal line has no beginning. So you can't travel in diagonal path. You don't even have to connect the horizontal line and the vertical line, because you can explore. First thing, when you say you want to connect the horizontal line and vertical line, again you have a difference of horizontal line and vertical line. You continue to maintain the difference between horizontal line and vertical line. You try to connect the both. I say there is no need to connect them. You can travel in both the line in the same time, in same space. Try to explore, try to travel in both planes in same time, in same space. Why should you choose? Any choice, again you will be choosing in some other angle, with some other way. One person asked me, after our meditation camp, after our Anandasparna program, Swamiji, the feeling of this moment is so blissful. It is such an ecstasy. People who have attended, they know. It is such an ecstasy. Please, Swamiji, give me a technique. How can I retain this bliss? How can I have this bliss continuously? I tell them, the moment you want to retain this bliss, you start losing. Because the bliss itself is choicelessness. The feeling of bliss itself happens to you when you drop the idea, when you drop choosing between the horizontal line and vertical line. Bliss itself is choicelessness. When you start choosing the bliss, naturally bliss escapes from you. See, it's like you put both your hands in the river. As long as your hands are open, the river is in your hands. Water is in your hands. The moment you want to hold the river, you close your hands. You have only now empty hands. Same way, bliss also. As long as your being is open, without choosing between the horizontal line and vertical line, bliss flows through your being. The moment you choose, the moment you try to catch either horizontal line or spiritual line, bliss just slips away. It just escapes from your being. I always tell the people, when the bliss happens to you, be blissful. Don't bother. Don't try to possess Nityananda. The moment you try to possess bliss, the moment you try to possess the Nityananda, simply it escapes from you. Simply, you yourself kill the bliss when you try to possess the bliss. So never have the idea to choose, the idea to possess. You will continuously be flooded with bliss. The moment you choose to bliss, the moment you choose to be in bliss, you miss the bliss. The moment you choose horizontal line or vertical line or diagonal line or the range you try to match somewhere else, the moment you choose, you miss. Whether it's horizontal line or vertical. That's nice. Again, perfectionism is the idea of choice. When the people who choose continuously, you can see they will be a perfectionist people. Continuously they will be expecting perfectionism. People who live in the choicelessness, you can see them totally relaxed, joyful, very relaxed. And one more thing, life cannot be perfect. If it is perfect, it can be only death. It can never be life. And I always feel, if you do one or two mistakes, you become more intimate to people. As long as you don't do any mistake, you don't respect others. It's a truth. As long as you don't do any mistake, you don't respect the people. You don't become ease with them. You keep only a professional relationship. When you do one or two mistakes, you start coming down. You relate to the people in a more simple way, in a more the way of simplicity than in a professional way. Yes. So they have done a good thing by doing one or two mistakes. When some one or two organizing mistakes happen, we can relate with the people more simple way. We can see, when we do some mistakes, we prove I am also like you. When we behave perfectly, we try to prove that I am somebody unique than you. The real relationship never happens if things go well. Please be very clear, we have a wrong idea. If things go well, only then the real relationship happens. No. If things go well, only professional relationship happens. If things don't go well, if you do one or two mistakes, only then the real relationship starts happening. Yes. Yes. Please give the mic to him. Yes. Please start. Yes, you can ask. I'll repeat the question. I'll repeat this question and try to explain.
So you were telling that the spirituality should not be a part-time of that, and it should be a full-time of that. If as I understand,
here I emphasize from the beginning, please don't choose. Please don't think your spiritual life is something different from your so-called material life. And the beautiful word he asked, how can I renounce? Somebody asked me, Swamiji, should I renounce to become a full-time spiritual person? I told him, please renounce what you don't have, that is enough. Please renounce what you don't have. I am not asking you to renounce what you have. We never suffer with the things which we have. We suffer because of our fantasies and dreams, not because of the reality. Please be very clear. You suffer in your day-to-day life because of your dreams. You suffer in your relationships because of your fantasies. So drop what you don't have. What you have, live with that. Whatever is okay. Whatever is not, drop that. If you renounce just what you don't have, that is more than enough. I don't ask you to renounce what you have. Please live with whatever you have. Don't allow what you don't have to interfere in your real life. When you live with your real wife, don't allow your fantasy to come in between you and your wife. When you live with your real car, don't allow your fantasy car to come in between you and your real car. When you live in your real house, don't allow your fantasy home, your dream home, to come in between you and your real home. That is what is my request. The whole spirituality is not about renouncing what you have, it's about renouncing what you don't have. So please renounce what you don't have, that is more than enough. Naturally, your whole life will be different. So here I answer this question. I am not asking you to renounce your home or your life. I am asking you to renounce the idea that renunciation is the only remedy. Please renounce the idea of so-called renunciation. The renunciation should be understood in a different dimension. That is what they beautifully in Sanskrit they put. Maya. Maya means Yama iti Maya, which is not there, but which gives you the trouble as if it is there, is Maya. The real life, actually the whole trouble is created not by the things which you have, but by the things which you don't have. You don't have, but you want to have. So renounce what you don't have, that is more than enough. There is no need for renouncing what you have. Renounce your fantasies. Renounce your dreams. That is more than enough. Nothing else is necessary. Next question. Please have the mic. That's the mic. Alright, you can say.
What you are mentioning?
Just a minute. Oh. Now you can.
Shall I proceed?
Yes. You can say.
As a corollary to those two questions,
what we are discussing about the horizontal travel and vertical travel, that is the worldly or materialistic and with the spirituality. The spirituality is becoming not a third life, but it will become a part of the life. Does it amount to say that every moment what you do in the worldly or financial, it will be transformed into a spirituality to understand for all others, for practicing purpose? Does it mean by way of detachment?
One thing, when you live deeply in every moment, you are living in a totally detached way. If you live, you can live. When you don't live, only then you can't live. The fear of detachment is nothing but, in reality, if you see, why we are so afraid of detaching? Because we have not lived. If you really live, even a single moment, your life, you will not have the fear to detach yourself from the life. If you live, you will understand attaching and detaching, living or leaving. Both are only two different words, but the experience is one and the same. Experience is just one and the same. As long as you have the idea, the spirituality is a part of your life, a part-time job, you can neither become spiritual nor become worldly. All our ideas about so-called worldliness and so-called spirituality is just junk. Nothing but junk. It is just words, hypocrisy. Whatever you call as a spirituality is nothing more than some doings, some actions. Whatever you call the ritual or any practice, it is just skin deep. Either you do it physically or mentally. Both are not going to transform you. Something more than physical or mental action, what I call inspiration, is necessary to experience the truth, to experience the missing link. The missing link is what I call living in the moment, living in the present moment. When you live in the present moment, you discover the missing link between worldly life and the spiritual life. Then you will really understand what I mean by the word quantum spirituality. You don't have to bother about traveling in the horizontal line or traveling in the vertical line. You don't have to have the idea, if I travel in the horizontal line 100 km, I will miss that my traveling in the vertical line. No. Just you can explore in horizontal line and in vertical line in the same time, in the same space.
That means that every point of the horizontal line you can have a vertical line.
Every point of the house, because you have some other choice. You have some other choice. If you really don't have any other choice, mentally, if you really don't want any other choice, if you don't have a dream home, if you don't have any other fantasies about bigger house, or a different bungalow, or a different place to live, naturally you will not suffer. The moment idea of your dream home enters into your life, the moment the idea of dream home enters in between you and your home looks like hell. Your home looks like hell. The moment the idea of beauty enters in between you and your body, understand a simple thing. When you start thinking somebody is beautiful and you are not up to the mark, you create a gap between you and your body. You start creating a gap between you and your body. I am not saying male feeling a man feeling a woman as beautiful. I am not telling that. I am telling a man feeling another man as beautiful. Women feeling another woman as a beautiful person. A man, if he feels somebody else's body is beautiful, he should also look like that person. He starts creating a gap between he and his own body. He starts creating a gap between his consciousness and his body. He starts losing sensitivity. Everyone is beautiful unto himself. There is no scale that somebody is beautiful and somebody is ugly. You are unique unto yourself. Everybody is beautiful. See, God is not an engineer to make a mold and create a continuous same type of people. God is a painter. He is an artist. He paints every one of you. He designs every one of you. God is a painter. God is an artist. If he is an engineer, naturally what he will do? He will do mass production. He will do mass production. Make a best mold, best nose, best eyebrows, best face structure, best body structure. Start molding. Just do the mass production. But God is not engineer. He is an artist. He paints every one of us. The moment you start thinking somebody else is beautiful, I am not up to the mark, you start creating gap between you and your body. Naturally you become less sensitive to your body. You stop living inside your body. One of the biggest problem in our life is not living inside your boundary. We continuously live somewhere else. For example, the moment you get up from your bed and start brushing your teeth, you are in the office. You start thinking about the office. The moment you come to your dining table, you are worrying about your evening program. The moment you are in the office, you start thinking about the evening program, some temple or some beach or some program where you are supposed to go. The moment you come and sit in that lecture, you start thinking about your house, when this Swami will end the discourse, when I can go back to the house, there is so much to be done in the house. The moment you go back to your house, you start thinking about tomorrow morning work. One thing you can be sure, if your body is here, you are not here. That has become a way of life. That has become a way of life. If your body is somewhere, you are not there. That has become a way of life. So why we don't live inside our body? The moment you have an idea, somebody is beautiful than you, somebody looks nice than you, the moment you start decorating yourself to look like somebody, you start creating gap between your consciousness and your body. Whenever you bring fantasies, dreams between you and your real life, you bring Maya to disturb you. It is you who invite Maya into your life to disturb you. All our problems in relationship is nothing but the expression of our fantasies. Because of our fantasies, we start expressing, we start creating problems. I always tell you, it's a simple thing, please understand. You don't have to renounce what you don't have. Renounce. You don't have to renounce what you have. Just renounce what you don't have. That is more than enough. This is the simple understanding which you can have about the Maya. Next question.
So what I understand, having taken birth in the material world, no need of selecting. There is nothing like spiritualism, there is nothing like materialism.
That's right.
One has to simply accept the things around him as it is.
That's all.
And be conscious and continue.
That's all. That is what I want to say. You put it in the 3 words. Beautiful. Thank you. That is why the first sutra of the Upanishad says, Isha Vashyam Idam Sarvam. That's all. Upanishad does not say there is something called divine, there is something called energy, and there is something called material. No. Isha Vashyam Idam Sarvam. The word Idam means, and the word Sarvam means everything. Just everything. Sarvam means nothing is excluded. Just everything is divine. Only one thing we need. We need to renounce the idea of materialism and spirituality, nothing else. But if you want to really progress in spiritual life, just drop the idea of materialism and spirituality. If you want to become enlightened, just drop the idea of enlightenment. That's enough. Nothing else is necessary. That's a beautiful example given by Ramana Maharshi. The idea of spirituality is like a stick which is used to burn the dead bodies. See, to burn a dead body, they will use a big stick. They will use the stick and beat the body and push it again and again into the fire to burn. The moment the body is burnt, the stick also will be thrown into the fire. Same way, the idea of spirituality is brought into our life to burn the idea of materialism. Once you understand, both are just things to be burnt. Throw both, drop both. You will simply become enlightened. The idea of spirituality, the idea of materialism, when it is dropped, you enter into a different space called quantum spirituality. Living without words, living in a wordless space. That is what I call quantum spirituality. Let me answer the next question. Then we will enter into the technique of living in the wordlessness, or living in the space where words does not exist. Words are only making the difference. Words are only creating the boundary of horizontal line and vertical line. When you drop the words, when you drop the ideologies, when you drop the ideas, the difference between horizontal line and the vertical line simply disappears.
Swamiji, as you know that intelligent people can't meditate more than 21 days. Does it mean that?
No, I don't say they can't meditate more than 21 days. They can't do any technique or ritual without inspiration more than 21. With inspiration more than 21 days. Now, please ask your question. Please put your question totally. That's all. That's a wonderful question. In today's world, material world, we have good and bad energy. Naturally, we find bad energy or black energy raising its ugly head. How could meditation solve this problem? Please be very clear. The first idea, in today's world, we have good energy and bad energy. The question should be understood a little deeply. Don't think only in today's energy we have good energy and bad energy. Even in those days, even 5,000 years ago, there was good energy and bad energy. Do you know? The writings which is carved, the stone writings which is done in Mesopotamian culture 5,000 years ago, even in those writings there are words which say nowadays the world has become very bad, nowadays lot of bad things have started happening, now nothing goes according to Dharma, things have changed a lot. 5,000 years ago, the same words. Please be very clear, there was no time when only good prevailed. It is just an idea. From the beginning, or if there is a beginning at all, if there is a beginning, from the beginning I can say good and bad both existed. So understand, not only in today's world, it was continuously existing. One more thing, how could we find bad energy or black energy raising its ugly head? I don't think negative energy can raise its head against positive energy. Maybe you are getting more information about negative energy, that's all. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, why in those days, in Buddha's time, only one enlightened master were there. In Buddha's time,